Chapter 291, Heavenly Tao Academy, the Realm God from the Legends? Qi Xiaodai, who was standing to the side, had been listening to the conversation and couldn't help but exclaim. She had heard of a few legends regarding the Academy's divine beast protector. It had always been mysterious. Rumor has it that it had lived for a very long time, but the world had not seen the divine beast protector for tens of millions of years. Some people even speculated that there was no such existence and it was only a rumor deliberately spread by the Academy. Yes, the Realm God. When talking about the divine beast protector of the Academy, even the casual old Taoist Peng became serious. My old little brother said that the Realm God has recently become unstable. Li Qie gently shook his head and said, "Your Heavenly Tao Academy has opened several portals, and the Realm God should have left already. It has stayed in this world for too long when it should have returned to ashes. Unfortunately, your Academy from generation to generation has always been reluctant and kept on keeping it here." Little Autumn couldn't help but admire as it spoke with grandiloquence. "Realm God, I have heard of this tale already. Oh grandmother, in the future, I want to be such a character. One thought to open a myriad of domains, one thought to become the heavenly world. No, I want to surpass it, to become a real spatial god. Just wait, in the future, I will be an immortal emperor of space." Li Qie squinted at him and said, "Someone like you who only eats and sleeps will become an immortal emperor? What will you do to realize this grand dream? If you want to become an immortal emperor, then first refine your own realm. When your realm can't even turn into a world, do not talk about becoming an immortal emperor. Young noble, how could this insignificant underling compete with you for the immortal emperor position? Becoming a true god is enough for me, there is no need to be an immortal emperor. Young noble is the real chosen one. If you can't become an immortal emperor, then no one else in the world is qualified to become one." Little Autumn became scared by Li Qie's glance, so he immediately replied with flattery. "My two bosses if my little brothers cannot stabilize the Realm God, then I'm afraid it will disappear just like the cleansing incense ancient sect's calamity god." Old Taoist Peng couldn't help but murmur. The cleansing incense ancient sect has the calamity god and the Heavenly Tao Academy has the Realm God. Both are referred to as grand gods, but which one is stronger? Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but ask while standing to the side. As a part of the ancient past, she had heard of their tales when she was younger. She didn't expect that there would be a day to discuss such matters in close proximity. No, it's very hard to say, I really can't tell you the answer. Old Taoist Peng shook his head and laughed, haha. Li Qie then replied, "This is dependent on the location. If it is inside the Heavenly Tao Academy, then the Realm God has his heaven and earth vein. It was born in this place, and this was the place where it became a god. It is firmly rooted in this earth, so this earth is for its usage. When it defends the Academy, it could repel all enemies. As long as it doesn't leave the Academy and remains rooted in this location, then even an immortal emperor would not necessarily be able to force his way in. If it leaves the Academy, then it will be harder to say. In the end, its vitality has weakened, it will surely be at a big disadvantage when fighting against the calamity god. It is strong to this degree?" Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but become surprised. Even an immortal emperor could not siege it successfully. How frightening was this? Li Qie glanced at her and continued, "The Academy standing strong for such a long time until now is not without reason. Not to mention, the Realm God's origin is heaven frightening. It is not something that you can imagine. Unfortunately, it is affected by the Academy. Its success is because of the Academy, but its defeat will also be because of the Academy. If it left the Academy at a young age, then it surely would have carried the heavens will to become a great immortal emperor. The Realm God stayed in the Academy at a young age, and all the elders exerted all of their efforts to groom it so it considered the Academy as its home. It is understandable that it didn't want to leave." Old Taoist Peng smilingly said. Li Qie glared at him and said, "It is your Academy that does not want it to leave. For millions of years, it blocked so many difficult tribulations for the Heavenly Tao Academy. Even though the Academy has made great contributions to the human race, one cannot deny the merits of the realm god. That is of course true. Old Taoist Peng wryly smiled and said. In the end, what belongs to the earth will return to the earth. The realm god has lived for long enough and it will one day leave. No one is immortal in this world, the same goes for immortal emperors and undying existences. Li Qie slowly said. After hearing this, old Taoist Peng became dejected as he gently sighed. He understood this rationality, but the elders of the academy also understood. They only wanted to keep the realm god in the past and they expended a countless amount of blood and sweat to prolong its lifespan. But no matter what, it will leave one day. I want to go to your heavenly Tao Academy. In the end, Li Qie said, your heaven and earth vein has recently been fluctuating too violently. This is very strange, and it is difficult to tell where the portal will open this time, so I have to go and see for myself. I need to see your ancestral ground that is channeling the heaven and earth vein to clearly understand this new strange development. Good, old Taoist Peng hurriedly said, I will tell my old little brothers to arrange it for you. He was very willing to see Li Qie enter the academy since Li Qie was unfathomable. Maybe he will grant the academy a new opportunity. No. Li Qie pondered for a moment and said, we'll do it like this, I will just enter the Grand Era Hall. Do you want to let the progenitor know? Old Taoist Peng couldn't help but ask. In fact, he wanted to know Li Qie's identity and why Li Qie knew their progenitor. Unless Li Qie was a descendant of their progenitor's old acquaintance, this would be an impossible matter. No. Li Qie shook his head and declined, there is no need to alarm others, I simply want to see the situation of the heaven and earth vein. Having said this, his heart couldn't help but lament with a soft sigh. Meeting the progenitor? They might as well not meet. At the moment, he didn't want to see Magu. It was too long ago, matters of the past have been covered with a layer of dust, so why the need to see each other again? Old Taoist Peng didn't force the matter, he nodded his head and said, then I will let little Lu arrange it for you. This brat is our Heavenly Tao Academy's most excellent young prodigy. This brat's nature and temperament are quite excellent and he's absolutely worthy of being groomed. At this point, he inadvertently or purposefully looked at Qi Shaodai, who was standing a bit to the side. Li Qie smiled and didn't say anything about this implication. He then told Qi Shaodai, clean up a bit. Tomorrow, we will go to the Heavenly Tao Academy. On the second day, Li Qie left the temple with little Autumn and Qi Shaodai. Although the old Taoist didn't leave the everlasting courtyard, he arranged everything for Li Qie's entrance to the academy. But before their departure, Qi Shaodai didn't want to leave this old temple. She stared at the statue of her ancestor. There were too many unknown secrets in this temple, and she hadn't figured all of them out. To her, the time spent in this temple had changed her greatly, including her attitude and knowledge. One could say that this temple opened a new door for her and exposed her to the real Grand Tao. Before this event, she was an arrogant canary, the princess of the lion's roar country. No matter how modest she portrayed herself, deep in her bones remained an innate arrogance from being a golden daughter. But at this moment of departure, she was only a devout cultivator who managed to constrain her pride within. She was someone who was willing to stay next to Li Qie with sincerity. Before, she only glanced at a tiny corner of the Grand Tao, but after following Li Qie, she finally saw the Grand Tao and embarked on the journey towards the supreme path. Come, you can come back whenever you want later. Li Qie glanced and said towards Qi Shaodai, who was unwilling to depart. She took a deep breath and bowed down to her ancestor before leaving with Li Qie. Heavenly Tao Academy, an ancient and towering heritage, the human race's oldest heritage. People said that the Grand Tao of the human race had two origins, one was the War God Temple and the other was the Heavenly Tao Academy. Its origin was ancient to the point of being untraceable. One could only understand the Academy's majesty when standing in front of its doors. Countless divine mountains and giant palaces were present, they towered all the way to the sky to gaze at the heavens. The highest place was surrounded by stars as if it was its own separate world. Amongst the giant mountains, there was a divine bridge that spanned 10,000 miles from one corner of the sky to another. Inside the academy were divine cranes flying in the sky with flood dragons riding the clouds alongside other auspicious animals. Standing outside the academy made other people question its name. How could this just be an academy? It was more like its own separate world. Heavenly Tao World would be a more appropriate title. Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but stare in awe at the academy's boundless majesticity. The western border was only a corner of the academy, a very desolate and unnoticeable area. The moment they set foot before the gate, they could see a giant monolith. It was more accurate to call it a giant stone rampart rather than an ancient monument. There were many names engraved on this monolith. Some resembled silver hooks and steel strokes written in a calligraphic style, while others bore the dragon and serpent style. However, there were also those with the simplistic ink splashing art. Immortal Emperor Fei Yang, Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, Lion Monarch Ba Xian, Martial God, Saber Ancestor. All of these were extraordinary characters and their famous names were carved on this monolith. All of them were the most excellent students who came out of the academy. Unless one achieves a certain level of invincibility, they would not be able to come back and leave behind their names on this monolith. Chapter 292, Lui. When standing in front of this monolith and seeing the name Lion Monarch Ba Xian, Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but become emotional and proud. This was her grandfather's ancestor. Not only did he study at the academy, but he also swept through the 8 Desolaces. Even though he was born during Immortal Emperor Tun Ri's era, he was still an amazing figure for an entire generation. This was the Lion Monarch's personal autograph, a memento of their family. Staring at this magnificent keepsake, Qi Xiaodia's heart surged with pride. She couldn't help but to clench her fists tightly. Her ancestor was the 100 Battles God King, someone who was accepted by the true gods. Her other ancestor was the Lion Monarch, a paragon of a generation. As their descendant, maybe one day, she will be able to reignite her ancestor's glory in divine aura again. Li Qia stared at the monolith without saying anything. One familiar name, one famous person, one invincible character, one smiling proud genius. Alas, in the end, it didn't matter whether one was invincible or an immortal emperor, everything would disappear along the river of time. Any of the names on this monolith represented a peak at one point or another, symbolizing a golden era. He knew some of them and had heard of others, and there were even those who fought alongside his chariot and contributed greatly. Alas, all of them disappeared because walking on the Grand Tao path was a lonely road. It was a cruel and pitiless fate. Let us go. Li Qia gently sighed and spoke to Qi Xiaodai, who was in a daze in front of the monolith. Qi Xiaodai managed to calm her surging emotions and followed Li Qia. When the two of them stepped inside the academy, a young man stepped down from the stairs to greet them. This must be Brother Li, right? He clasped his hands towards Li Qia and Qi Xiaodai, then he smilingly asked. This young man had a tall and stout body like an unshakable mountain. He didn't exude a pressing aura, but his eyes were like black stones, sparkling, firm, and heroic. My name is Lui. My apologies for the late reception despite your long trip. The young man was courteous and judicious, and he also had an extraordinary bearing. Li Qia didn't say anything, but Qi Xiaodai was startled after learning that it was Lui. She didn't expect the academy's first disciple to personally greet them. Lui was a renowned person in the eastern 100 cities, even though his fame was not like Zhu Huangwu of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, someone whose background and talents were absolutely brilliant along with an unstoppable rising cultivation. Lui was also not like First Prince Ba Xia of the furious immortal Saint Country, someone who had a suppressive and frightening aura who challenged everyone and became famous from his battles. Lui joined the Heavenly Tao Academy and became its first disciple. While withstanding arduous training, his cultivation was kept very low profile. He rarely challenged outsiders to battle, but Lui sat strong on his throne at the academy and never feared any challenges. He remained an unshakable mountain no matter which genius tested his might. Even when Ba Xia, with his strong natural fighting aptitude, challenged him, Lui still calmly agreed. No one knew the result of this fight, but Wuxia went into secluded meditation after he went back to his country. The Saint country then announced that the battle between Wuxia and Lu Yi was a draw. Some people speculated that Wuxia was not able to defeat Lu Yi and that the friendly Lu Yi stopped at the appropriate time. Curious people ranked the younger generation inside the Eastern 100 cities. One leaderboard placed Mei Suyao at first place and Lu Yi and Zhu Huangwu at second place. This ranking was not without reasons, but of course, there were those who rejected it and thought that Lu Yi's strength was not comparable to Zhu Huangwu. In short, Lu Yi was one of the strongest geniuses in the Eastern 100 cities, but he had always kept a low profile in the academy and simply trained, thus his fame was not as thunderous as the fame of Zhu Huangwu or Wuxia. Li Qiye smiled and leisurely said, "Excuse us too are going to the Grand Era Hall to sign up." Li Qiye was very carefree as if he was a tourist looking at the scenery. Qi Xiaodai quietly stood next to Li Qiye and simply followed his lead. "Then I will lead the way for Brother Li and Miss Qi." Lu Yi did not delay with small talk. He summoned a sailboat then boarded it before speaking. "There is still a long way to the Grand Era Hall, allow me to take you two there." The two stepped onto the boat, then Lu Yi controlled it to fly up to the sky. The speed of the sailboat was extremely astonishing and it traveled 10,000 miles in the blink of an eye. Wang Yuan's transportation vehicle is indeed interesting. This boat had once sunk into the ocean but it still managed to come out eventually. Li Qiye stood on the sailboat and became a bit moved after seeing this familiar old object. Qi Xiaodai was startled. She didn't expect this tiny sailboat to be the second sage's treasure. How great was the second sage's status in the history of the academy? This was indicative of Lu Yi's position in the academy. "Brother Li is very knowledgeable, I am ashamed at my inferiority." Lu Yi was also surprised. Ancestral grounds of ordinary heritages would not necessarily have the same rich density of worldly energy as this place. One could only imagine how frightening the academy's heaven and earth vein was. There was a rumor that said that the academy possessed the best vein in the entire Eastern 100 cities, maybe even the entire mortal emperor world. Because of this, for millions of years, countless great characters coveted the academy's sacred territory, but unfortunately, none of them were able to shake its foundation. Li Qiye and Qi Xiaodai went to the top of a mountain. Lu Yi got the order from the upper echelons to give the two of them a mountain. This treatment was very generous inside the Grand Era Hall. After arranging everything for the two of them, Lu Yi said, "There are tens of thousands of disciples at the Grand Era Hall. If Brother Li and Miss Qi want to meet others, then I can introduce them to you too." Qi Xiaodai would completely listen to Li Qiye's command so she didn't make any comments. Meanwhile, Li Qiye shook his head and smilingly replied, "No need, I will rest for now." Lu Yi then explained the situation at the hall to Li Qiye. "Very well, there will be a lecture once every 4 hours by a senior of the academy. The two of you can pick any course that you like." Finally, he finished with a polite remark, "If Brother Li and Miss Qi have anything in mind, feel free to come find me at any time." In fact, Lu Yi was quite perplexed and didn't know why the higher-ups told him to greet two students. These two students didn't go through any examinations, nor did they pay any tuition fees. There were countless geniuses in the contemporary time, but the academy did not allow for anyone to go through the back door. Even geniuses like Wuxia and Zhu Huangwu had to pay a sky-high tuition fee or pass a series of assessments to join the academy. Even the extremely expensive tuition had a basic test. If one couldn't meet this basic requirement, then they wouldn't be able to join no matter how rich they were. Only geniuses were allowed into the academy. However, the absolutely brilliant ones would have their tuition waived if they managed to pass all the examinations. These peak prodigies were happy to undergo these examinations because it was a sort of glory. Even though the Grand Era Hall had the lowest requirements, it had always enforced its strict standards. Any students that joined this hall had to either pay the tuition or pass the test. If they passed the test with flying colors, then their tuition would be reduced. Lu Yi found it strange that Li Qiye and Qi Xiaodai didn't take any examinations nor pay any tuition. Qi Xiaodai was one thing, being the princess of the Lion's Roar country, there were too many characters like her. The problem was the mysterious origin of Wuxia. What really perplexed Lo Yi was that if Wuxia had a heaven-frightening origin, he would not join the Grand Era Hall but rather the Sacred Era Hall. Not to mention that even if Wuxia was an extraordinary genius, the Academy would not open the back door just for him. Zhu Huangwu and deity Jikong Wudi were both powerful and invincible enough. However, even they had to pass examinations in order to enter the stronger halls. Chapter 293, Magu geniuses were worthless to the Heavenly Tao Academy. For ages, numerous geniuses studied at the Academy, including immortal emperors. What were the contemporary geniuses worth? The issue was that even deity Jikong Wudi was not treated like Wuxia, who was able to enter the back door. An elder or even a supreme elder did not have the power to allow such a privilege. The Academy's recruiting program had always been strictly enforced, thus no one could abuse it for personal gain. This was one of the reasons why the Academy remained strong until now. In order to join in a manner like Wuxia, at least 2 ancestors must have given permission. However, the ancestors of the Academy were all monstrous and they spent their time hibernating without a care for mundane matters. Ordinary matters would not be able to stir them. This meant that the ancestors gave Wuxia permission and it greatly confused Lo Yi. Wuxia should have chosen the Sacred Era Hall, yet he purposely chose the Grand Era Hall, really strange. After sending Lo Yi away, Qi Shaodai arranged and cleaned Wuxia's room. She was now doing things that servants were meant to do, things that she never thought she would do in the past. Wuxia and Qi Shaodai lived alone in a courtyard with a vast space. After serving Wuxia with a bath, Wuxia gave her a glance and said, "You may ask if you have any questions. You have changed recently, so there are some things you may clarify to widen your knowledge." Qi Shaodai couldn't help but ask, "Who is Magu?" This question had been held in her heart for a long time, but she didn't dare to ask. The mysterious old Taoist Peng in the everlasting courtyard completely changed his expression every time Magu was mentioned, which was enough to illustrate Magu's heaven-frightening origin. Wuxia looked at her and slowly asked, "Have you ever heard of immortal Su Chong?" Qi Shaodai had changed a lot recently. She worked hard and had great results. Her personality also became better, which was why Wuxia brought her to the Heavenly Tao Academy. If she didn't change, then Wuxia would have brought her back to the Lion's Roar Gate since he cared for the Qi clan quite a bit. Qi Shaodai tilted her head and carefully thought about it before shaking her head and replied, "I have never heard of this name. Is it a real immortal?" This just means that you haven't reached the level to hear about the name, nothing too strange. Only the undyings hiding in their coffins would know of immortal Su Chong in the present times. Wuxia did not blame her and continued on, "However, surely you have heard of Wang Yuan before?" Second Sage Wang Yuan. The ancestor that revitalized the Heavenly Tao Academy. Qi Shaodai quickly answered, "Although Wang Yuan passed away a long time ago, his sacred fame in the Eastern 100 cities still lives on." Wang Yuan was not an immortal emperor, but he was just as renowned as one. This was enough to note his great influence. Wuxia slowly said, "Wang Yuan was famous, but the Heavenly Tao Academy had another giant figure. This was immortal Su Chong." On par with the second sage? Qi Shaodai was startled, for this information was too shocking. Second sage Wang Yuan was such an illustrious existence, and he even had the same status as an immortal emperor without becoming one. Wuxia looked towards the far horizon and spoke, "A long time ago, she was not comparable to Wang Yuan. Regarding cultivation, Wang Yuan was able to fly his own banner on a solitary tree. However, looking at her skill right now, it is hard to say. Who could actually put up with cultivating the eternal physique where all they did was sleep while the speed was turtle-like? Not to mention geniuses, even the most stupid person could not withstand such a path towards the Tao. To Wuxia, who had lived for countless years and owned the physique scripture, the eternal physique was his biggest failure. He taught many people the eternal physique, but it had ultimately always ended in failure. However, as one of the 12 immortal physiques, the eternal physique was not a useless thing. Legend has it that once it was cultivated to the apex, one could reach immortality. It was hard to tell whether this legend was true or not, but a grand completion eternal physique could live for an extremely long time, and they didn't need to bury oneself like the group of old undyings that must pay a huge price to leave their bloodstones. Eternal physique users could wake up at any time. Li Qie once thought that the eternal physique was not the hardest physique to cultivate in this world, and that it was not the most difficult merit law in this world, but it was the technique that could not be completed. Eternal physique. Qi Xiaodai couldn't help but dream about it after hearing Li Qie, because she remembered her own grandfather. The Qi clan ancestor once cultivated the furious immortal tyrannical physique and created his own physique law. Unfortunately, their supreme physique law had been lost. Otherwise, their lion's roar gate would not have deteriorated to this sorry state in the present day. Li Qie felt a tinge of emotion when he thought about the eternal physique. He had experimented with the physique scripture many times throughout the years. He successfully trained many grand completion immortal physiques, but his biggest regret was the eternal physique. He had tried many times, and because of this, he went all over the 9 worlds to pick several seeds worthy of grooming. In the end, no one was able to persevere, the only exception was Magu. But to Li Qie, Magu was a surprise beyond his expectations. He didn't have any optimism that year, he actually didn't even value Magu, but she, in the end, was the one who persisted. Seeing Li Qie's dazed state, Qi Xiaodai gently asked, "Do you know Immortal Su Chong?" This, Li Qie looked at her, then he smiled and said, "I cannot tell you, and you also shouldn't know this. There are things that you're better off not knowing, otherwise, it will bring about a calamity to you." Li Qie softly sighed when thinking about Immortal Su Chong, or Magu. Back then, she was only an ugly little girl with an indescribable lack of talent. Even her elders said that she couldn't be saved, and they simply ignored her. Other people could memorize an ordinary incantation after listening to it once, but Magu needed to hear it 10 times before barely remembering a bit of it. Magu's literacy speed was extremely slow. In order to understand the most ordinary merit law, a person with average talents could learn it after 8 to 10 days, but Magu would need 10 years or an even longer period of time to obtain the same results. She came from a cultivation clan, but her talents were too poor. Her elders thought that she was a piece of foolish, rotten wood that couldn't be carved, so they didn't bother to teach her any merit laws at all. However, she had a heart that yearned for the Grand Tao, a will that desired to learn the mysteries of the Grand Tao. One could imagine that in the past, this was an ugly little girl that couldn't speak properly, someone without any confidence. She was even dirty and had a slow-witted appearance. No one in her clan was willing to look out for her. That year, as the Dark Crow, Li Qie met her for the first time when he was teaching Wang Yuan. This was a bullied little girl who was spying on the side, carefully and meticulously taking note of all the details. Chapter 294, Eternal Physique. When he saw her for the first time, with his experience after meeting countless people and training many immortal emperors, he shook his head at her talents. Although most of the time he considered a person's talents to be secondary, Magu's talents were beyond curing, to the point where any sect's worst disciple would still be far better than Magu. One could even say that there was not much difference between Magu's intelligence and a mentally disabled person, except she was not mentally disabled. It was just that her learning ability was quite indescribably awful. The first time he saw her, Li Qie was moved by her eyes, a pair of eyes that craved for learning. This ugly and dirty little girl resembled a fool, yet her yearning eyes were capable of moving Li Qie, the Dark Crow and teacher of immortal emperors. At that time, he suddenly had an impulse to teach the eternal physique starting incantation to her. This was only the simplest and most basic incantation, but it took several days of repeating before she could memorize it. She was the stupidest person Li Qie had ever met, but he kept on teaching her for no other reason other than being touched by her eyes. After teaching her the basic incantations, he didn't impart anything else upon her because even if he tried, she wouldn't have been able to memorize it. Li Qie very quickly forgot about this matter. Many years later, Li Qie went back to the same place. Wang Yuan, who was once a kid, had become someone whose might trampled the 9 worlds and loomed above all beings. he transformed from a child into an invincible old expert. At that time, Wuxia met Ma Gu again. The unfathomable thing was that Ma Gu was still learning the same incantations that Wuxia had taught her before, but she was still only at the Palace Foundation realm. Palace Foundation was the lowest realm for all cultivators. Logically speaking, Ma Gu shouldn't have been able to live for this long. After meeting her again, Wuxia knew that she had stepped into the door of the eternal physique. But even then, one shouldn't have been able to live so long with these qualifications, not to mention Ma Gu, who had only just entered the path. Wuxia knew that Ma Gu had always stayed at this place for countless years with only one thing on her mind, practicing the few incantations that he taught her. After countless springs and falls throughout the years, Ma Gu repeated these incantations till perfection reached the peak, allowing her to sense the supreme universal laws of the eternal physique. Even after numerous years of experimentation to train a grand completion eternal saint physique to see if one could achieve eternal life after cultivating this technique to its maximum potential, Wuxia had always failed. After he saw Ma Gu again and witnessed the incredible miracle, Wuxia found some hope in his heart again. Wuxia told Wang Yuan to take care of Ma Gu as he taught her the supreme eternal physique law. One should know that Wuxia had always been extremely demanding and had a rigorous selection before giving anyone a supreme immortal physique law. No matter who it was, they were required to pledge the most stringent vow before being granted the physique laws. This was the reason why his physique laws had never been passed down to outsiders. The ones that were chosen were always reliable, or they wouldn't have been picked in the first place. Ma Gu was the only exception. Thus he imparted the eternal physique to her while Wang Yuan made her a disciple of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Since then on, the academy had one more location, the everlasting courtyard. From that point on, Wuxia always came back every generation and taught Ma Gu another section of the supreme physique law all the way until she learned the entire and complete law. Ma Gu cultivated very slowly, but she always persevered on with her sincere and unchanging heart that yearned for the Tao. Her cultivation gradually became stronger and her intelligence also rose. The eternal physique changed her body, bones and muscles, and her talents. Due to her miracle, Wuxia had done something without precedent. He allowed her to pass down the eternal physique law to one disciple per generation. This was the reason why the everlasting courtyard only had one disciple. Wuxia smilingly responded, Mei Suyao belongs to the group of genius cultivators. She spoke correctly regarding the profundity of the Grand Tao, but it is not fitting for everyone. The truth is that your talents are quite good, but the teachings of the Grand Era Hall fits you more. Any genius would be a bit arrogant, thus you need some time to sharpen away this edge by using the simple Grand Tao teachings from the hall. Like Mei Suyao, her Tao lectures are without flaws, but they also lack a certain sense of depth. Remember the solitary path of the Tao. Only with a firm foundation will you be able to achieve great benefits beyond your imagination. Qi Shaodai took note of each and every one of Wuxia's words and engraved them into her heart as if they were made of gold and jade. The Grand Era Hall was the hall that accepted the most students in the Heavenly Tao Academy. This was not taking into account the disciples of the academy because the inner hall only took in disciples and not students. The main halls that accepted students in the academy consisted of 5 great halls: Grand Era Hall, Idol Era Hall, Zenith Era Hall, Sacred Era Hall, and Emperor Era Hall. The Grand Era Hall had the lowest requirements. For the many disciples from small sects or even vagrant cultivators, as long as they worked hard, the chance of them joining the Grand Era Hall was quite large. This was why many disciples from this hall had a low cultivation and would be from small sects or no sect at all. Even though it boasted the lowest standard requirements, second sage Wang Yuan came from this place and he was the pride and epitomized the academy. The Idol Era Hall was the most complex with dragons mixing with the serpents. There was no need to announce one's identity and background in this hall. As long as one could pass the test or pay the high tuition, they could enter this illustrious hall. It consisted of young cultivators from everywhere. There were descendants of ancient kingdoms that hid their identities, bandits and thieves, and cultivators from unknown backgrounds. Amongst all the immortal emperors, the most devilish one, immortal Emperor Fei Yang, who was loved and hated, praised and denounced by all, came from the Idol Era Hall. The Zenith Era Hall was the one that had the most talents out of the 5 halls. Of course, its requirements were very high. If the Idle Era Hall and the Grand Era Hall only required a paid tuition, then from the Zenith Era Hall onwards, one couldn't get in without passing the basic requirements. By passing the tests, anyone could join the Zenith Era Hall and would enjoy 0 tuition fees. Only the most exceptional disciples from the sects and nations entered the Zenith Era Hall. It could be said that this hall consisted of all the brilliant talents from the nations and sects in this world, so it cultivated many heaven-defying talents and invincible characters. For instance, the Lion Monarch, Martial God, and Saber Ancestor were all from the Zenith Era Hall. The name Zenith indicated its creed to reach the peak of a generation, thus its students really did become the bosses of their own generations. The Sacred Era Hall was even more exceptional. The requirement was beyond stringent. If the students from the Zenith Era Hall were prodigies, then the ones from the Sacred Era Hall were prodigies amongst prodigies. The majority of its students were descendants from immortal emperor lineages or great sects and ancient kingdoms. Many wonderful experts came from this hall. The strongest was Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, the last immortal emperor of the Emperor's era. Chapter 295. As many beauties as there are clouds, the Emperor Era Hall was the most mysterious hall in the Heavenly Tao Academy. Those who could enter were few and far between, and sometimes the Emperor Era Hall did not accept anyone because no one was able to pass the examination. If students from the Sacred Era Hall were prodigies amongst prodigies, then the students from the Emperor Era Hall were one-of-kind geniuses. Only 1 or 2 people would be accepted into the Emperor Era Hall at a given time, and there were many generations when this hall was empty without any students. Despite the lack of students, the hall did not relax its strict standards even if this meant that it could not recruit any new students. However, those who came out of the Emperor Era Hall were indeed great. Even if they weren't immortal emperors, they were still high above the 9 heavens and resounded with great prestige during their generation. The most amazing person to come out of the Emperor Era Hall had to be Immortal Emperor Hao Hai, who established the 1000 Emperor Gate, one of the strongest heritages since the start of time. 1 gate, 4 emperors, and it was even 4 emperors in a row across 4 generations. This was an unprecedented miracle since the eons. During that era, the 1000 Emperor Gate was referred to as the number 1 sect in all the 9 worlds. Because there was a big difference with their student recruiting policies, people called them the 3 top halls and 2 bottom halls. The 3 top halls were referring to the Emperor Era Hall, Sacred Era Hall, and Zenith Era Hall, while the 2 bottom halls were the Grand Era Hall and Idle Era Hall. Qi Shaodai joining the Grand Era Hall was not a secret, and a wave rushed throughout the hall after its students found out. Li Qia's secret identity did not attract any attention, but Qi Shaodai, on the other hand, was noticed by many students. Even though the Lion's Roar Gate called itself a minor sect in a minor country, this was all relative. If one were to compare it to the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom and the furious Immortal Saint Country, then it was indeed true that the Lion's Roar Gate was not formidable. In fact, the Lion's Roar Gate's strength made it amongst the first-rate sects and was a bit stronger than second-rate sections. They had a few enlightened beings and ancient saints. Such forces were enough to wipe out any small sects, including the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. In the eyes of minor sects, the Lion's Roar Gate was a monster. To many disciples from these sects and vagrant cultivators, Qi Shaodai, the princess of the Lion's Roar Gate, was a great character. Not to mention that Qi Shaodai was really a talented person since she already became a royal noble. She was many times stronger than the majority of the young disciples from the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom and Saint Country. Calling her a genius was not enough to indicate her worth. Qi Shaodai joining the Grand Era Hall caused quite a stir with many students gossiping about it. Princess Qi came to the Grand Era Hall. A big-mouthed student said after hearing the news. The first reaction to such a statement was skepticism. One of them said, "Impossible. The Lion's Roar Gate is a grand sect and Princess Qi is its strongest genius. How could she possibly join the Grand Era Hall? Not to mention, the gate is rich enough to pay the tuition for the Zenith Era Hall." It is the truth. Another student swore, I saw it with my own eyes. Oldest brother Louis personally led her to the Grand Era Hall with another male student. How could this be? Many cultivators, especially those near the Lion's Roar country, felt that this was a strange matter. Qi Xiaodai was quite popular within the eastern 100 cities. She came from the Lion's Roar Gate, and although it was not an ancient kingdom, she had already reached the royal noble realm. Not to mention that she was also quite beautiful, a charming belle and a genius. In fact, her fame was not necessarily lower than Sima Longyun, but he had the backing of the Saint country, so many cultivators flattered him instead. Princess Qi is a golden miss, plus she is also a royal noble, a real royal noble. With her strength, she would absolutely not go to the Grand Era Hall. She is absolutely capable of going to the Zenith Era Hall. A student from the Lion's Roar country couldn't help but speak. That's right. Princess Qi is the #1 genius of the Lion's Roar younger generation. She is our royal canary, so how could she go to the Grand Era Hall? Many Lion's Roar students, both males and females, were all proud because of Qi Xiaodai. A student encouraged another female student, Big Sister Lin, you know Princess Qi quite well, right? You can go ask and find out right away. Qi Xiaodai's arrival suddenly became the hottest topic at the Grand Era Hall, especially to the male students that came from the Lion's Roar country or neighboring territories. Many young cultivators who had a crush on her were quite excited. One boy excitedly exclaimed as if he wanted to chase after her right away, "The Lion's Roar country's royal canary, our #1 beauty." The next day, Li Qia woke up very early. He took Little Autumn on a stroll to check the heaven and earth vein of the academy in order to find out any clues regarding the Void Gate. Clank clack. Li Qia opened the door and wanted to breathe some fresh air. However, before he could do so, there were waves of cheers. "Welcome, Royal Highness Qi." These voices were very pleasant and delicately charming, but these bursts of cheers suddenly stopped. Many pretty pairs of eyes gazed at Li Qia. Inside his yard stood many pretty female students, all of them were around 20 or so years old, young and beautiful. Each of these beauties had their own style and charm, it was such a pleasing image. The welcoming ceremony suddenly stopped as everyone looked at Li Qia, creating an awkward atmosphere. Coming from the Lion's Roar country and its neighbors, these female students planned to have a welcome greeting for Qi Xiaodai in order to give her a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought that the person to come out was not Qi Xiaodai but this unknown fella, Li Qia? At this point, their eyes were all on this little demon. Li Qia calmly and nonchalantly looked at all the pretty girls and smilingly spoke with ease. "This is a refreshing morning with a wonderfully cool weather, yet all these misses are enthusiastic like flames. I'm unable to bear such a warm reception." An older student with an intellectual look came out and elegantly said with a hint of anger, "Little demon, what did you say?" She then glared with her wide eyes at him. Little Autumn stared at all the pretty female students and quickly wormed forward. "Wow, so many beauties, these shining white pretty legs make me really want to touch them." In just a second, many screaming sounds rang out one after another. "Ah! A worm, so disgusting." The pretty students turned pale and jumped up and back to maintain a distance with Little Autumn. They were afraid of this giant worm crawling up their pretty legs. Little Autumn suffered quite a blow and said, "A's, a group of little ladies without any knowledge." It rocked back and forth and proudly declared, "This boss is a natural-born divine earthworm. Touching you is your greatest fortune." Having said that, it then crawled back next to Li Qia. Another angry female student coquettishly protested, "Damn earthworm, do you want a beating?" In a short period of time, pleasant voices like golden orioles filled the air. "Your Royal Highness Qi." At this time, Qi Xiaodai came out. She had been training inside but was attracted by the commotion. She was quite surprised to see so many female students, some were familiar, and most of them came from the Lion's Roar Gate. She couldn't help but to look at Li Qia, afraid that he would be displeased. In the end, Li Qia had always been inscrutable and kept everyone at a distance. Li Qia noticed this inquiring gaze from Qi Xiaodai, then he smilingly said, "If you are old friends, then you can talk amongst yourselves. If you have time, then listening to the lectures is also not a bad choice. Having said so, he left with little Autumn. After he went far away, a female student asked Qi Shaodai, Royal Highness Qi, who is that little demon? A disciple from the Lion's Roar Gate? Qi Shaodai suddenly turned silent and looked at the group of female disciples. She could only wryly smile. Looking at them reminded her of the first time she met Li Qia. She also had the same shallow sight and didn't recognize the immensity of the heaven and earth. Li Qia and little Autumn went around the vast territory of the Heavenly Tao Academy. It appeared to be a casual stroll, but they were measuring the changes in the veins beneath the academy. The heaven and earth vein below the academy was an amazing grand vein. It could be described as the ancestral vein of the Eastern 100 cities. This vein had a great creation potential with boundless worldly energy. This was one of the reasons for the academy being able to stand tall for so long. The academy's progenitor used a great technique to build the academy on top of this heaven and earth grand vein. After many generations of the academy's great sages struggling, they were able to lock this vein, allowing the academy to always benefit on this land. However, Li Qia understood the academy better than any of its living members, including the reclusive ancestors. Ever since the desolate era until now, Li Qia had come to the academy countless times, especially under Wang Yuan's rule. He knew the academy like his own palm. The academy locked the heaven and earth vein, and Li Qia knew the technique along with the changes inside. There was a distant memory deep in Li Qia's mind. During the ancient Ming era, a dark era, he once led countless wise sages of the human race and borrowed the strength of this vein to repel waves and waves of offensive campaigns. Chapter 296, Grand Era Hall. Therefore, Li Qia was very aware of the changes that occurred in this heaven and earth vein. Ah, what a good place. If I knew this was the case, I should have teleported myself to this place to enjoy it within my realm. It would be difficult to not become a god king with such a nice gift from the heavens nourishing me. Little Autumn salivated from feeling the rich worldly essence at this place while following Li Qia. Back at the ancestral divine temple, there was the remnant aura of the 100 battles god king and 1,000 images true god protecting you, not to mention that Ma Gu was also nearby to assist you. Where can one find a safer place? Also, that place is so ordinary so it does not attract any attention. Li Qia glared at him and continued on. It is not difficult to let you stay here at the Heavenly Tao Academy, but later on, you will have a hard time leaving. In the end, the realm god had to stay at the academy. It could break the chains of the heaven and earth but could not repay the human debts. Do you actually want to stay at the academy like the realm god? Ah. Heh, I'm just joking, just a joke. Maybe I will actually go crazy by staying at the academy. Little Autumn immediately flattered Li Qia right after. I am your follower and will go wherever you go. When you sweep through this world and dominate the Desolaces, how could I not be there? Li Qia glared at Little Autumn again and slowly said, less flattering. Do your best and find the Void Gate for me. I want to see its true face and find out exactly where it leads to. The Void Gate, one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures. There were many myths regarding it, and some people didn't believe in its existence. However, Li Qia remained convinced that it was real just like the other 8 treasures. The question was, what was the ultimate meaning of the Void Gate? This was the direction Li Qia was researching towards. Rumor has it that the Void Gate connected to the future or the past, or maybe even a 10th world outside of the 9 worlds. No one knew whether this was the truth or not, and the existence of a 10th world was up for debate, just like the Void Gate. Little Autumn patted his chest and said, young noble can rest at ease when I am working. It will absolutely be no problem. Li Qia gave him a distrustful look and said, is that so? That year, you screwed up the true god's matter. You were just a spectator, but you also got trapped with the true god himself. Little Autumn felt guilty and wronged. It was not all my fault. I really was careless that year regarding the master's matter, but he was completely cognizant at that time and knew what he was doing. I thought he didn't need me to remind him. One wrong move and all is lost. Li Qia couldn't help but say, this is the most frightening thing about the Buddhist burial plateau, an imperceptible influence. Countless invincible existences thought everything was within their control, but in the end, they turned into believers and still actually thought that they were walking on another grand Tao. Little Autumn couldn't help but curse, "Motherfucker, it is all because of that urinal pot." Although his words were fierce, he was very frightened because that thing was too scary. The truth is that it had nothing to do with that pot. One thought to become a devil, one thought to ascend to godhood, everything is in their own hearts. The most regrettable matter is that D sure took the initiative beforehand. If not, then maybe I could have taken that thing out of there. Having said that, Li Chia couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The world didn't know that the Buddhist burial plateau had an amazing item coveted by even immortal emperors. Unfortunately, no one was able to take it. Li Chia had tried several times in the past to no avail. Little Autumn nodded his head in agreement. "Ah, that broken pot is indeed formidable, even immortal emperors can't do anything." Legend has it that D sure already took the lead since the start of time. Li Chia then replied with a serious expression, "We'll leave the matter of the Buddhist burial plateau to the side, we first have to deal with the Void Gate. As long as we have the Void Gate, once the Buddhist gate is opened, I will have the space scripture. With both the Void Gate and the space scripture, dealing with that pot is only a matter of time. Then, I shall strike the immortal demon grotto again. Young noble can rest assured, I will do my best to help you obtain the Void Gate." Little Autumn excitedly proclaimed. The Void Gate and the space scripture were beyond heaven-defying. One wouldn't be afraid of immortal emperors with their help. Li Chia had been measuring the pulse of the academy, and he finally found the entrance after 10 days. He then commanded, "You can dive down. Don't be hasty, use your spatial power to dive down and avoid the grand formation of the academy while sensing to see if there are any clues about the portal. Watch out for the realm god. Dive down while following my instructions and you will be able to avoid the realm god if you don't make any mistakes. At this moment, it is not stable, so it will not have time to worry about too many matters. Don't worry, I will be the first to find the portal and use the vein to search for the origin of the Void Gate. As long as the Void Gate is actually inside the portal, I will definitely be able to find it." After accepting Li Chia's instructions, Little Autumn suddenly disappeared into his realm and was gone. After dealing with this matter, Li Chia went back to the Grand Era Hall but encountered an unexpected person. "I never thought I'd meet Brother Li here." It was Bing Wuxia, the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace. There were 2 beauties accompanying her on both sides. Both were top belles with kingdom-toppling charm. Li Chia remained silent when he saw that Bing Wuxia was still disguised as a man. This girl would not change her style even if she were to be beaten to death. He glanced at her and said, "Little girl, don't always think of yourself as a man, lest you turn into a she-male one day. Brother Li is so funny." Bing Wuxia smilingly replied, "Which hall are you staying at? Is it okay if I visit you?" The beauties next to Bing Wuxia were very surprised. Although Bing Wuxia cross-dressed and didn't care for the world, she was an arrogant person. Not too many people warranted such politeness from her. Just what was this little demon's background? Li Chia immediately declined, "No need." He then calmly said, "You can keep on flirting with girls, don't bother me. Brother Li is wrong about this." Bing Wuxia revealed a beautiful smile. One must share good things with their friends. If you are busy right now, then remember to come to the Idle Era Hall next time. I will introduce several supreme beauties to you, and you will surely like someone. Li Chia was out of words due to this tomboy. She was clever, yet she wanted to mimic immortal Emperor Bingyu. Sometimes, Li Chia wanted to teach her a lesson, but he could only sigh in secret because she reminded him of immortal Emperor Bingyu. Bing Wuxia laughed then said, "It seems that you are interested. Remember to come, I must treat you and introduce some princesses and saintesses to you." Although she was dressed as a man, her beauty was still peerless. Li Chia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was really interesting and completely different from the other descendants of great powers. After she left, another person came out of nowhere and cheerfully smiled, young noble also came to the Heavenly Tao Academy? This is indeed a surprise. This was a muscular young man with a large figure, a student of the academy with an unfamiliar face. No one knew his identity. Li Chia glanced at this strange student and said, "So, your target this time is the Heavenly Tao Academy?" Others couldn't recognize this student, but how could he elude Li Chia's sight? This young man was Sikong Taotian. Sikong Taotian smiled and rubbed his hands together before saying, "Last time, I met an old enemy at the Lion's Roar Palace, so I had to leave without saying goodbye." Li Chia didn't know what to say. This brat made too many enemies, more than one could count. It was to the point where Li Chia was too lazy to ask. Sikong Taotian looked around and saw that there was no one nearby, then he curiously asked, "Has young noble heard anything this time?" Li Chia glanced at him and said, "What thing? I am only here to stroll around." Sikong Taotian smiled. He naturally didn't believe these words, but he didn't dare to inquire any further. He then whispered, "I, on the other hand, have heard some news, and I will share it with young noble." "What kind of news?" Li Chia said while lacking interest. This time, he came for the Void Gate and didn't care for other matters. Sikong Taotian looked around once more and confirmed that there was no one around before saying with a serious expression, "The Heavenly Tao Academy is in danger." Li Chia narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Elaborate." This news piqued his interest. Sikong Taotian then whispered, "I obtained some secret news, a heaven-piercing secret. Some people want to take advantage of the situation and destroy the Heavenly Tao Academy." Destroy the Heavenly Tao Academy. Li Chia narrowed his eyes. This matter was not too outrageous. Since the beginning of time, countless heritages and dynasties wanted to destroy the Heavenly Tao Academy. It had an endless amount of resources with countless treasures. Any of these priceless items would be enough to start a war. It had also accumulated numerous merit laws and secret techniques since the Desolate Era, causing others to be even more greedy. Its territory could also be considered priceless even if one were to consider only its heaven and earth vein. One would have an eternal lineage just by building it above this vein. Since the early ages, many wanted to destroy the Heavenly Tao Academy, but in the end, it remained standing. Chapter 297, Heaven-Shaking Ploy. I understand what you're thinking. Sikong Taotian saw through Li Chia and said in a low voice, "If it was any other day, then these people would not dare to attack the academy even if they were 100 times more courageous, but the situation is different right now." Li Chia smiled and asked, "Oh? How are things different? Do tell." Sikong Taotian cautiously spoke, "I heard that the realm god of the academy is on the brink of death. It might have been affected by the opening of the portal. Not only will it die, but it will also explode. Rumor has it that there is something wrong with the realm god, and it might just go mad and destroy this piece of earth." Li Chia smiled cheerfully and added, "So this is why some people want to fish in troubled waters?" Sikong Taotian replied, "Yes. At that time, the academy will have a hard time stabilizing the chaos, and it will be the best opportunity to rob the houses that are on fire." Li Chia glanced at him and said, "Are you talking about yourself or other people?" Sikong Taotian awkwardly smiled and answered, "How could I be so courageous? Plus, taking advantage of the situation is something only petty thieves do. I heard of a secret message, one that stated that someone wants to seize the entire academy." Seize the entire academy? This is not an easy matter. Li Chia knew the strength of the academy. Even an ancient kingdom wouldn't necessarily have the same foundation as the academy. Sikong Taotian then whispered, "That's right. So many people formed an alliance in secret and they wanted to take out a few immortal emperor life treasures. Even immortal emperor true treasures were brought up." Li Chia squinted his eyes and said, "Their reputations must be great. A few lineages can scrape up several immortal emperor life treasures, but there aren't many of them. Gathering true treasures would be even harder." An amazing character came out. "I heard that it might be a legendary master convincing other great heritages. A few seclusive undyings might be tempted to come out. This not only involves the eastern 100 cities, but also the Grand Middle Territory, the western desolate wasteland, the southern barren earth, and the northern Grand Sea. Sikong Taotian said in a low voice. Li Chia rubbed his chin while pondering. A single legendary character would not be able to swallow the academy, not even an immortal emperor lineage would be able to do so. Several great legendary characters must have joined forces to aim for the academy. Li Chia smiled and said, experts in the legends. The difficult Tao era did not produce legendary experts. These existences were old men who buried themselves. Sikong Taotian quietly asked, what do you think? Li Chia gave him a look and said, you shouldn't participate in this matter, otherwise, at that time, you wouldn't be able to eat mutton and instead would only be basked in the tempting smell of one. You will follow me when the portal opens this time, you might be of some use. Although he was clearly younger than her, she had never viewed him as a boy. Li Chia was more like a solemn predecessor. His sudden change caught her by surprise. It was completely different from her imagination. Well, don't be surprised, going out to relax is a good thing. Li Chia smilingly said, recently, I have been quite strict with you so we can relax a bit. I am also a person at the spring of my youth, right? So how could I not go contribute to this lively fun? Li Chia pondered for a bit. Recently, he had been quite harsh towards Qi Shaodai. After he returned to the eastern 100 cities, along with the dust-laden battles, so much of the past came sweeping back again, causing Li Chia's heart to be quite heavy from remembering old matters. The deeper the love, the deeper the pain. Love here did not refer to Li Chia loving Qi Shaodai but rather, the Qi clan ancestor, the 100 Battles God King, his loyal general. After meeting his descendant, Li Chia initially didn't plan to train Qi Shaodai, but he changed his mind because of the general's loyalty. He was also very strict towards Qi Shaodai. Qi Shaodai smiled and said, okay, I will arrange everything for tomorrow and introduce young noble to my sisters. Suddenly, she seemed to be a lot closer to Li Chia. The words, young noble, came out a lot more naturally. Before, because of his strictness like a master, she had forgotten that Li Chia was also at a young age. Li Chia's current words caused her to now feel that youthful air. Just be yourself. Li Chia smilingly added, I won't speak more profound truths today, so just relax your mind and calmly face the lonely Grand Tao. I will only guide you in the present, your future cultivation will have to rely on yourself. After all, I am not your master. Qi Shaodai took a deep breath and then stared deeply at the much younger Li Chia as she said with a relaxed smile, I understand. Li Chia smiled and nodded his head without saying anything else. On the next day, Qi Shaodai and her sisters met at a restaurant not far from the Grand Era Hall and reserved an entire floor. Although the Heavenly Tao Academy was called an academy, it was more like a country with a vast territory that contained countless cities. This particular city was very large and bustling. There were a few dozen beauties that planned this feast for Qi Shaodai. Most of them came from the Lion's Roar country or nearby nations. Their backgrounds were quite formidable. They were either princesses or descendants of sections. Their status and cultivation were similar to Qi Shaodai's. Outside of a few that came from the Zenith Era Hall, all the others were from the Grand Era Hall. In just a short period of time, the party was quite enjoyable as the sweet sounds of the golden ladies resounded. Their playful pouting and conversations along with their good figures and graceful bearing culminated into a scene too much for the eyes to take in. With a group of girls getting together and chattering about various matters with laughter, Li Chia, who was quietly sitting in a corner, couldn't help but smile. Chapter 298, I am a proper person of course. Qi Shaodai was just joking when she talked about introducing him to the others. At the party, Li Chia simply sat there quietly. He was only there to feel the youthful air and emotions that accompanied it. Naturally, the girls immediately brought up Li Chia to Qi Shaodai. Princess Qi, is this little brother a disciple from the Lion's Roar country? A girl smilingly asked while looking at Li Chia. Another young girl around the same age as Li Chia also smiled and said, I remember that Sister Chi only had one little brother, and the brat always followed right behind you. Could this guy be a cousin of yours? Another lady with a noble look and an amazing background looked at Li Chia and gave a friendly smile. Sister Chi, is this really your cousin? Do you want me to be a matchmaker? There are so many sisters here, maybe one is suitable for him. Chi Xiaodai was at a loss for words. Matchmaking for Li Chia? Even Bing Yuxia was only qualified to be his maid. Thus, she looked at Li Chia as if she was asking for help. Li Chia sat there quietly while he carefully examined all the girls present at the party. Then he nonchalantly said, "This little brother doesn't know what to do when big sisters are speaking like this. This is my first time talking about marriage and matchmaking. Big sisters, please don't laugh at me. I am still young and very thin-skinned, easily embarrassed. Please, embarrassed?" A lively girl looked at Li Chia with one eye and said, "In my eyes, you are a little lecher. From the moment you came in, your shifty gaze has been glancing at us non-stop. Look at your sneaky thief-like appearance, you clearly have no good intentions." Another girl quickly added, "That's right, I see that although he is young, his lewdness can shadow even the sky." Li Chia was the only male at the party and he was younger than them, so a group of girls gathered together to boldly tease him. Facing the dozens of ladies, Li Chia did not panic. He calmly spoke, "These words really do this little brother injustice." Li Chia smiled and said, "If I was really so lewd, then if I liked someone, wouldn't I just directly carry her back home?" Another girl smiled amusingly, "Oh, this little demon sure can retort. Daring to kidnap a girl with just your three-legged cat ability? Watch out or she'll smack and punch your face swollen." This girl coolly said, "If you are a student of the Zenith Era Hall, then don't mingle with these dogs and cats. It is shameful to the Zenith Era Hall's reputation." This girl's name was Huangfu Feng, and she came from the Tiger's Howl School. She was also bestowed the title of princess in the Tiger's Howl country. With a natural king fate, her talents were not bad. Her ancestor was a great demonic golden bird, so she had the very rare Ho Tian golden bird physique. Huangfu Feng was already a royal noble. She was not the most excellent genius of the younger generation, but she was still very excellent. "You!" The neighboring princess became enraged and suddenly stood up, then glared at Huangfu Feng. The people who followed Huangfu Feng were all from great powers. A guy coldly warned, "Lady Zhu, do not make a mistake. Do you wish to oppose the Tiger's Howl School?" Huangfu Feng ignored the neighboring princess and glared at Chi Xiaodai. "Chi Xiaodai, you better control your brother, otherwise, he'll die without knowing why. Humph, know your place, lest you want your country to suffer a disaster." Huangfu Feng was a princess of the Tiger's Howl country and also the martial sister to Hu Yu. Since Chi Xiaodao was trying to court Princess Bao Yun, who very well might be Hu Yu's fiancée, Huangfu Feng couldn't let go of this annoyance, so she came to back Hu Yu up. Her stark threat left Chi Xiaodai startled. The Tiger's Howl School was indeed powerful, but her arrogant threat was intolerable. All the girls were glaring at Huangfu Feng, for they felt grievance in Chi Xiaodai's stead. At this time, a lazy sound came about. "Chi Xiaodao is under my protection. Him chasing after Princess Bao Yun is nothing outrageous. An unmarried man and an unbetrothed woman, if they are both willing, then this matter is the natural course of man. Little Miss Bao Yun still hasn't been betrothed to your school, so what is this unruly attitude?" Li Chia was the speaker. He didn't even bat an eyelid or bother to glance at Huangfu Feng as he continued on. "Since you came here running to threaten the people by my side, go back with my message. If the Tiger's Howl School is smart, then tuck its tail together and behave. If little Miss Bao Yun is willing to follow Chi Xiaodao, then what does it have to do with your school? If Hu Yu dares to try and suppress this matter and separate the little lovers, then I will personally remove his bones." Li Chia's brazen words left Huangfu Feng and her followers shocked. She coldly gave him a look and didn't think highly of him before commanding, beat up this little demon and end his life. I will personally take care of Chi Xiaodai. This thing not knowing life from death." The youngest man standing next to Huang Fufeng suddenly reached out towards Li Qie with his fingers that had an incomparable razor sharpness. Scram! Li Qie immediately stood up with a suppressive swing of his arm. Boom! Before this young man knew what happened, he was already struck flying away by Li Qie's one hand. Li Qie then became as fast as lightning and immediately soared towards Huang Fufeng. She became alarmed and shouted, "Do you want to die?" In the blink of an eye, Huang Fufeng slashed down with her feather saber. It was extremely sharp and even a king physique would not be able to withstand this cut. Pop! Li Qie didn't even lift his gaze towards the cut. His heavily swung his arm forward, and the feather saber immediately shattered while Huang Fufeng was also struck flying away as she spewed out blood. She underestimated her opponent too much and thought that one slash would easily kill Li Qie. She didn't expect for Li Qie to knock her away with one strike instead. However, before the blood-spewing Huang Fufeng could fall down, Li Qie moved with an indiscernible speed. In a flash, he already gripped Huang Fufeng's neck as her body was hanging in the air against a wall. At this time, Huang Fufeng, who was gripped by Li Qie, hung there like a white crane. Her fine unblemished neck that was clasped firmly in Li Qie's hand caused her to no longer be able to hang her proud and noble head high. Chapter 299, Beautiful Bing Wuxia, you dare. The men and women who came with Huang Fufeng became frightened and shouted. However, they were afraid of breaking the vase while chasing the rat, so they didn't dare to approach Li Qie since he was grasping Huang Fufeng's neck. Li Qie wouldn't even look at them. He stared straight at Huang Fufeng and calmly said, "You're just a royal noble yet you still dare to act arrogant before me? My hands have been basked in more royal noble blood than the amount of water you have drank. I am a tiger's howl princess. If you dare to kill me, then the tiger's howl school will never let you off." Li Qie's nonchalant eyes terrified her. It was as if he would kill her as easily as crushing an ant, such a trivial and insignificant matter. At this time, a crisp and melodious voice appeared. Since when was the Tiger's Howl School in charge of the Eastern 100 cities? A person stood at the stairway with a peerless and elegant appearance in male clothing. Lady Bing. The group that came with Huang Fufeng was startled and they all took a step back. The woman that appeared out of nowhere was Bing Wuxia. She idly stood there and closed her paper fan before stepping closer towards Huang Fufeng. The Tiger's Howl School can scare little children, but if you want to scare brotherly, you must, at the very least, bring in the soaring immortal sect. Qi Xiaodie's group of sisters were in a daze as they stared at Bing Wuxia. She was the descendant of an immortal emperor lineage, a high above character in the eyes of the smaller sections. Li Qie freely answered her, "The soaring immortal sect is also nothing special." Li Qie then listlessly threw Huang Fufeng down like a bag of trash and didn't bother to look at her. Scram. "Today, my mood is good so I do not want to kill. If you dare to appear in front of me again. Even though I do not like to kill women, I will personally slay you." Huang Fufeng was completely pale as she struggled to claw towards her group to escape. She was too frightened to stay even a second longer. The group of girls was extremely intimidated. Earlier, they were teasing Li Qie and felt that he was a harmless and young little demon. But suddenly, this harmless boy turned into a true powerful expert. A royal noble was like a little chicken in Li Qie's hands, and this reality caused them to lose their minds as they stared at him in a daze. He then looked at the girls and shook his head before saying with exasperation, "Our good time has been ruined by these indescribably vulgar people." The girls regained their wits. They looked at Li Qie then glanced at each other without saying anything. "Oh, you didn't want me to introduce you to anyone. So it is because brotherly has this interest of wanting to build a harem by yourself?" Bing Wuxia looked at all the girls sitting down then smilingly said with the look of a playful young master, "Brotherly, as people say, although fine wines are great, one shouldn't drink excessively. You alone taking care of so many girls, can you actually handle it?" Bah! Li Qie suddenly slapped Bing Wuxia's voluptuous buttocks. His sudden attack startled her. She jumped and pulled away instantly to form some distance, what are you doing? Meanwhile, all the girls here were speechless. This was the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace. At this moment, she was one of the strongest young geniuses in the Eastern 100 cities, yet Li Qie dared to assault her savory behind. He dared to treat her frivolously. This was unbelievable awe. Li Qie leisurely glanced at her and unhurriedly said, an improper girl acting like a boy all day long. Watch out or I will take off your clothes one day. You dare. Bing Yuxia arched her chest with both hands on her waist, resulting in an intimidating stance as she stared straight at Li Qie. Li Qie could only smile and shake his head before speaking to the girls. Big sisters can keep playing, this little brother will take my leave. Then, he turned away and departed. He got out to the door and spoke without turning back, come, or do you want to stay? Li Qie was speaking to Bing Yuxia, of course. Bing Yuxia smiled and gallantly spread her paper fan just like an elegant young master. She clasped her hands together to say goodbye to the ladies and cheerfully smirked, ladies, I will take my leave first. Having said that, she nimbly floated away. After Li Qie and Bing Yuxia left, more than 10 girls who were sitting down were still in shock. After a long while, they managed to calm down. The neighboring princess then asked Qi Shaodai, that wasn't your cousin Ah? I never said he was. Qi Shaodai wryly smiled and said. Your Highness Qi, then who is he? What is his origin? In a short amount of time, all the girls at the table asked at once. He didn't even put the Tiger's Howl school in his eyes, so he must have come from an immortal emperor lineage. Ah. Qi Shaodai simply sighed in her heart. Not just the Tiger's Howl school, there were not many existences that could exist in his eyes. Ah. Qi Shaodai, you and him were together, could it be that he is your fiancé? You two stuck together every day, could it be that the two of you, a more crafty girl asked. Qi Shaodai suddenly blushed and gently scolded her, don't speak nonsense, it is not good if outsiders hear it. She couldn't help but become dejected and sigh. In the present time, what kind of girl would actually be able to tie him down? Li Qie went back to his big solitary peak at the Grand Era Hall. At this time, Bing Yuxia also came alone without the company of any beauties. It is a rare sight to see you without any girls. Li Qie sat down and glanced at her, speak, be frank, no need to mince words. Bing Yuxia frankly said, how about we cooperate this time? She came alone not to have fun, but because she really needed to talk with Li Qie. Li Qie then narrowed his eyes and said, cooperation? With what? He thought that Bing Yuxia was going to talk about the sky-cutting tablet. She glared at him and said, you wouldn't join the Grand Era Hall randomly, right? You surely came for the Void Gate of the Academy, yes? Li Qie looked at the girl standing in front of him. Her temperament and demeanor were somewhat similar to immortal Emperor Bing Yu of the past. He shook his head and smilingly spoke, the Void Gate is a legend, and no one in this world knows whether it is real or not. At this moment, isn't it still too early to talk about the Void Gate? If it is only a legend, then why are you here? Bing Yuxia was not the type who was all talk. Her becoming the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace proved that she was a formidable character. I'm a bit interested about it. Li Qie smiled and said, there are so many people at the academy, but why do you keep coming to find me time and time again? Don't tell me it is because I am very handsome? Bing Yuxia laughed brightly with 3 parts that contained the brilliance of the sun and 7 parts gentleness. Then she said, handsome and you have nothing to do with each other. Moreover, the descendants and great children of the ancient sects and heritages, I don't like them. The majority of them just act respectable on the surface, but they are all schemers inside, too untrustworthy. Interesting. Li Qie smilingly asked, why should I cooperate with you? To be frank, the Ice Feather Palace is great, and you are also a formidable girl with extraordinary strength. However, it is not so easy to cooperate with me. To put it in words, I do not lack people. If I need people, then I can call for an old monster much stronger than you. Bing Yuxia smiled and replied, I know you are arrogant, you have done many arrogant things in the Grand Middle Territory. She ordered people to learn about Li Qia in the Grand Middle Territory and expended a lot of money regarding this matter. She cheerfully smiled and said, "However, there is an item other people can't give you. My Ice Feather Palace's defining treasure. If you truly want to enter the Void Gate, then maybe this item will be of assistance. It seems like the old men and women at the Ice Feather Palace really value you. They even allowed you to bring along this item." Li Qia narrowed his eyes and said, "A little interesting. Fine, I will give you a piece, you may follow me." She then looked at him and asked, after entering the Void Gate, "What will you split with me?" Li Qia slightly flicked his sleeve and interrupted her to say, "Little girl, don't try to negotiate with me. The truth is that, regarding whether the Void Gate is real or not, I am more certain than you. Even though the defining treasure of your Ice Feather Palace might be amazing, the items that I can use are no weaker. I am giving you a piece because I feel that you are not a bad little girl. Otherwise, with just your palace's item and you still want to share the Void Gate with me? Not possible, understand?" Li Qia's words were quite domineering. The Ice Feather Palace was an immortal emperor lineage, so one could already imagine how terrifying its defining treasure must be. Bing Wuxia was not angry. She stared at Li Qia for a long time before nodding her head and saying, "Good, it is a deal." Bah! The moment Bing Wuxia stood up, Li Qia, once again, slapped her sweet buttocks. "Little demon, what are you doing?" Bing Wuxia immediately jumped up and glared at Li Qia in anger. "Little girl, don't copy immortal Emperor Bingyu. What's the point in dressing up as a man?" The sweet fragrance still lingered on Li Qia's hand as he spoke. Bing Wuxia was quite livid as her face turned red and her chest was shaking up and down. She eventually glared at him and said, "Little demon, don't pretend to be a wise old man, I am older than you." Having said that, she turned away to leave with quite a bit of grievance. Li Qia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl was really becoming more and more like immortal Emperor Bingyu. After she left, Li Qia was about to train, but Qi Xiaodia's sisters suddenly rushed into the yard with panicked expressions. They saw Li Qia and acted as if they had seen a savior and quickly said, not good, a big incident occurred." Chapter 300, Huang Fu Feng's provocation. "Ladies, calmly speak about the matter. Even if the sky falls down, there will be great people to shoulder it. We are out of time, we will tell you on the way." A few girls didn't care whether Li Qia agreed or not and immediately dragged him outside with hasty appearances. What actually happened? Li Qia was helpless and couldn't do anything else but to run along as he was dragged out by the girls. They were running as the girls answered. Her Highness Qi and Huang Fu Feng went on the Dragon Arbiter stage. Dragon Arbiter stage? Li Qia narrowed his eyes a little and said, "Quite bold to consider my words as wind passing through one's ears. Did she really think that I was just boasting?" The several girls quickly said, "After you left, Huang Fu Feng returned with some help. She got a big backing this time, so she came prepared." "Ah. Gods from which direction?" Li Qia asked. Before she knew it, she became quite dependent on Li Qia. Huang Fu Feng's face became hard to look at after seeing Li Qia's arrival, so she shouted, "It was him." Gue Fushu glanced at Li Qia with a cold glare and bluntly inquired, "You are that Li Qia?" Gue Fushu was quite handsome, but his dark aura was too dense. He came from the Four Ghosts tribe, a branch of the Ghost Immortal race. There were not too many Ghost Immortals in the Mortal Emperor world, so the Four Ghost tribe was considered a powerful branch. His involvement induced shivers in the hearts of the Grand Era Hall students who came to support Qi Xiaodai. Even the other students from the Zenith Era Hall also became serious. Gue Fushu's ranking was quite high in the Zenith Era Hall as a former Grand Dao noble. His current 1 celestial enlightened being cultivation could be a direct threat to a 5 celestials enlightened being like Hu Yu of the Sacred Era Hall. Li Qia was too lazy to catch a glimpse of him as he slowly said, "Yes, what about it?" Gue Fushu's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, the dark aura became thicker around his body. He truly looked a bit like a ghost. There were many different ghost branches and all of them were different. A few tribes looked exactly like humans, but their blood was purple. Their blood was also a lot colder than that of humans, so the ghost race gave others a cold sensation, and some people referred to this as the ghost aura. You came at the right time. With a penetratingly cold glare, he awe-inspiringly said, you can choose how you want to die. At this time, Gue Fushu indeed possessed the ghost aura that caused others to feel creeped out. Moreover, he was a powerful genius of the Zenith Era Hall, so his bare murderous aura caused many to shiver inside. Once a Grand Dao noble, a 5 palaces enlightened being, this was indeed a frightening foe. A few geniuses from the Zenith Era Hall compared themselves to Gue Fushu and only got an unfavorable result. As for the disciples from the Grand Era Hall, after seeing Gue Fushu's suppressive and cold aura that was akin to the aura of an evil ghost coming out from the darkness, they were already quivering in fear. Li Qiye didn't care for Gue Fushu as he commanded Qi Shaodai, if you already came onto the Dragon Arbiter stage, then there is no letting go until death. Kill her, do not shame me. I trust that you can exert your great techniques. Qi Shaodai took a deep breath, then she stepped forward and coldly glared at Huangfu Feng. Since you wanted an answer, I'll give you one. Huangfu Feng shouted in a severe manner and immediately took out a treasure cauldron. A phoenixim came about as the cauldron was like a divine phoenix and soared towards Qi Shaodai. Qi Shaodai also cried out, a divine blade appeared in her hand. She raised it towards the sky and slashed downward with a saber intent as violent as torrents. At this time, Li Qiye also boarded a different Dragon Arbiter stage. He then pointed at Gue Fushu and slowly declared, come accept your death. Chapter 301, Gue Fushu. Li Qiye instantly challenged Gue Fushu the moment he stepped onto the stage. He announced for Gue Fushu to accept his death, and this caused many people present to take a cold breath. They thought that this brat was too arrogant. Gue Fushu's expression became ugly. After joining the ancient kingdom as a genius, whoever dared to defy him like this? After hearing such boisterous words, some Zenith and Grand disciples shook their heads and expressed, this brat is too arrogant, too crazy. Even a few spectating sacred disciples' glaring eyes narrowed, this kid is naive, Gue Fushu is capable of joining the Sacred Era Hall. He only joined the Zenith Era Hall because of a certain matter. Gue Fushu stepped onto the stage with a cold and dark aura that resembled a great fiend, then he looked at Li Qiye with hostility. How do you want to die? Should I tear your limbs apart or mince you into pieces? Li Qiye didn't care about him and slowly said, you talk too much. You should take action rather than move your lips. Gue Fushu's ghastly aura soared as he shouted, ignorant fool. His initial ghastly aura suddenly turned into layers of immortal lights that had a faint emperor's air. In an instant, Gue Fushu unleashed an unbelievable and too swift-to-see speed. With a loud boom, Gue Fushu slammed into Li Qiye, causing him to crash into the dragon stage. Boom! A deafening explosion occurred as Li Qiye's body flew into the stage, causing its magical runes to flash. This stage was maintained by invincible characters with unerasable universal laws. Otherwise, even a huge mountain would shatter after being hit with such force. After his successful attack, Gue Fushu arrogantly stood there and proclaimed, just a mere firefly yet still dares to compete with the moon's brilliance. His breath exuded an emperor aura along with the wonderful lights, rendering others in awe. Brilliance immortal pursuit, immortal Emperor Yao Guang's longevity law. Even Sacred Era students changed their expressions as they gazed towards the suppressive Emperor aura. As for the Grand Era and Zenith Era disciples, an Emperor law was something far beyond their reach. Presumptuous brat, it would be strange if he didn't die after suffering a blow from an Emperor law. A Zenith Era disciple was quite pleased to see someone suffer. Senior Fushu has a peerless Emperor law, he's more than enough to lord over the fella. Even though they were just words of flattery, the hearts of many people sank. A 5-palace 1 celestial enlightened being with an Emperor law was a great threat even to a 5 celestials enlightened being. At this time, A lazy voice rang out as Li Qie stood up and wiped the dust off his body. Firefly? Are you referring to yourself? I'm only warming up, yet you still boast without any shame. Die. Seeing Li Qie fine and well, Gue Fushu shouted. He then rushed forward. At this moment, his speed exceeded all imagination like a bolt of lightning as he slammed into Li Qie's body. Such speed and impact resulted in discoloration on many people's faces. This was pure speed without any technique nor merit laws. Sometimes, pure speed alone was more frightening than even merit laws. Gue Fushu cultivated the brilliance immortal pursuit, which resulted in him being incredibly fast. Li Qie stood firm against Gue Fushu's swift impact. His body suddenly exploded as divine laws started their hymn. The hell-suppressing godly physique awakened and immediately suppressed the heaven and earth. Bang! A deafening blast exploded as Gue Fushu crashed into Li Qie and blood sprayed everywhere. However, the one struck flying away was not Li Qie, and the spilled blood was not from him either, it was from Gue Fushu's body. The moment his godly physique came out, Li Qie became an immovable divine mountain heavier than the earth as it oppressed the 9 worlds. Although Gue Fushu was fast, him slamming into Li Qie was the same as attacking a mountain, thus it resulted in his current state. Gue Fushu flew in the air and performed a somersault to stabilize before gliding in the air with his divine wings made out of light. Li Qie smiled and said, "Want to escape?" Before Gue Fushu landed, Li Qie took a step forward and a Kuan Peng rushed up in the sky with an emperor aura as Li Qie chased after Gue Fushu. His heavenly foot stomped down on Gue Fushu's body. Gue Fushu was shocked. In the blink of an eye, his divine wings flapped, leaving behind a vacant shadow. Using an unbelievable speed, he used his peerless emperor law to its maximum potential and dodged Li Qie's foot, then he created a distance between the two of them. Still want to run? Li Qie smiled. The Kuan Peng jumped into the sky and the space variant appeared. Suddenly, the disparities in space no longer existed. Although Gue Fushu's impressive speed amazed even the geniuses from the Sacred Era Hall, but before he could escape, Li Qie already blocked his path and fiercely struck him with a whip-like kick. Stunned within the moment, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He then instinctively summoned a defensive life treasure. He was very fast, but Li Qie was even faster. Bang! Li Qie's kick, with a force of millions and millions of pounds, caved downward. The life treasure shattered and the sound of crushed bones appeared. Gue Fushu's body heavily slammed into the dragon stage while his purple blood stained the ground. After hearing the sound of bones being crushed, all the spectators took in a cold breath and were absolutely horrified. They felt as if it was their own bones being shattered. The Kuan Peng's 6 variants, at this time, one great Sacred Era genius focused his gaze towards the Kuan Peng above Li Qie's head and murmured in astonishment. Crack crack at this time, the sound of bones reconnecting appeared. Gue Fushu stood up as his blood-stained body was issuing clacking sounds while his bones came together again and his wounds recovered. Such a frightening emperor law, the brilliance immortal pursuit. The spectating disciples from both the Grand Era Hall and Zenith Era Hall were quite shocked at his swift recovery. This recovery rate would make it near impossible to kill him. Gue Fushu then roared, "Little animal, you have angered me." His body then split into 4 exact copies. The 4 of them stood at the same place. One couldn't tell which one was real and which ones were fake. Are they illusions? After seeing the 4 Gue Fushu standing together, a student quietly whispered. Another one opened his heavenly gaze, but he couldn't distinguish the real one from the fakes. All 4 are real. A disciple from the Sacred Era Hall shook his head and said, "They are not illusions." This great genius also used an unmatchable heavenly gaze, but he still couldn't see the real one, so he was certain that all 4 were real. A disciple who had some knowledge regarding Gue Fushu's clan exclaimed with surprise, "Harmonizing Tetra Ghosts. Rumor has it that this is the ultimate art of the Ghost Clan, one can turn into 4 while maintaining the same power as the original form." Everyone's hearts started to thump after hearing this. One Gue Fushu was scary enough, so what about 4? Little animal, accept your death. The 4 Gue Fushus surrounded Li Qie as 5 palaces rose above their heads. The 5 fate palaces then turned into a domain for each of the clones that eventually resonated together like a vast kingdom. Rumble. The sound of the Grand Tao appeared with a deafening bang. The 4 domains turned into a kingdom to trap Li Qie. Inside this kingdom, the 4 domains slowly lifted a giant statue with a grim visage of a ferocious ghost. How is this possible? 5 palaces turning into a kingdom. After seeing this scene, all the students were frightened. One had to know that fate palaces were extremely important to cultivators, and 4 fate palaces could turn into a domain while 8 fate palaces could turn into a kingdom. Gue Fushu only had 5 fate palaces, so he could only form one domain. It was impossible for him to create a kingdom, yet he actually managed to accomplish this unbelievable feat. An extremely talented disciple explained, "This is called 5 Desolaces, not a kingdom." The harmonizing tetra ghosts combining 4 domains might look like a kingdom, but its power is far below a real one. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 giant ghost statues spewed out a ghastly energy, filling the sky. In just a moment, the 4 statues borrowed the power of Gue Fushu's 5 Desolaces to wake up and become 4 invincible evil ghosts. The ghastly energy surrounded Li Qie and turned into boundless divine tidal waves. In but a split moment, it not only encompassed Li Qie but also turned into ominous chains that wanted to bind him. Inside the 5 Desolaces, no matter where Li Qie went, he would be submerged within this ghastly energy. The ominous and evil chains were like maggots attaching to bones. Li Qie would never be able to escape. Chapter 302, Slaughtering Ghost and Slaying Phoenix. The most dreadful things to cultivators were their enemies' 4 palaces domain or 8 palaces kingdom. Once trapped inside, it would mean that one has fallen into their enemy's absolute territory, and their enemy had a definitive advantage. A single thought from the enemy could change the heaven and earth, one thought to flip the 8 Desolaces upside down. It would be extremely difficult to escape such a situation, and in the majority of these cases, one could only await their death once they were trapped inside an absolute territory. Open. Li Qie then uttered a loud roar as his godly physique trampled the shaking earth. A terrifying crack appeared from the 5 Desolaces territory. This greatly shocked Gue Fushu. However, even so, Gue Fushu hastened the 4 evil ghosts as they spewed out countless ghastly chains that forever stuck to their targets. Even if your physique is invincible, you will still die under the might of my 5 Desolaces and divine ghosts. The 4 Gue Fushus roared. In a flash, the 4 ghosts became even stronger as millions of miles in this realm were covered with the ghastly aura. Zhang, the countless chains and their ominous ringing took Li Qie by surprise and enveloped him inside. The 5 Desolaces' grand territory was Gue Fushu's absolute territory. In this place, Li Qie was always at a disadvantage. What was even more terrifying were the endless chains. With just a bit of carelessness, one would be locked by them. Today, I want to tear your limbs apart. The 4 evil ghost statues pulled the large chains that bound Li Qie. The 4 of them yanked hard, and Li Qie's body started to issue creaking noises. If this continued, then he would be torn into 5 pieces. Although Qi Shaodai created many amazing weapons with her eyes, none of them could kill Huangfu Feng. On the contrary, she was on the defensive and kept on being pushed back. At the beginning, they fought quite evenly, but when she was distracted by Li Qie's unfavorable position from earlier, her mind was in disarray and Huangfu Feng took the initiative. Many people were surprised to see Qi Xiaodia's divine eyes being capable of creating weapons that seemed like real things that held great power. What technique was this? Li Qie shook his head and said, lacking battle experience. Then, he commanded, "You are only exerting 20 to 30% of your divine gaze's strength. There is more than enough power, but not enough finesse. Creating them is only the beginning. I'll give you a hint, use both of the weapons with yin-yang harmony." Qi Shaodai became spirited after hearing Li Qie's advice. The constantly pushed back Qi Shaodai suddenly took a deep breath and maintained her ground. Her eyes turned bright as the divine pupils emitted a blinding golden brilliance. Zhang, Qi Xiaodia's left eye turned into a crescent moon while her right eye turned into a sun. The sun and moon thunderously flew out towards Huang Fufeng. You are at your wit's end. Huang Fufeng's shining golden bird form folded its wings to the front to form two defensive divine gates. Boom! After a loud bang, the sun and moon slammed into her golden wings, and they merely forced her to move a few steps back. This illustrious bloodline, it is indeed worthy of the great golden bird physique from the legends. Whoosh! The wind crazily cried out as Huang Fufeng flapped her wings and suddenly shattered the sunfire and moonlight. After doing so, she contemptuously sneered and said, "Only a minor art." Ah! However, before finishing her sentence, her laughter came to an abrupt halt as her body fell down from the sky. At this time, other people finally saw, very clearly, that there was a very tiny wound at her soulbone area as blood slowly dripped from it. At this time, a small dragon made from yin and yang soared out from her soulbone. With a more careful observation, one would find that this was not a small dragon, but a saber and a sword. The saber was a crescent yin blade while the sword had a yang edge. The two of them intertwined together and were as small as a silk thread, but they contained an endless power from the yin and yang. Although these two weapons were quite modest in size, they were capable of destroying everything. They were created from Qi Xiaodia's divine gaze. Momentarily, the stage was in complete silence as everyone couldn't help but take another look at this scene. Li Qia had killed Gui Fushu, and now, Qi Xiaodai also slew Huang Fufeng. No one could have predicted such an outcome. Everyone thought Huang Fufeng would kill Qi Xiaodai in this battle and Li Qia, this nobody, wouldn't be able to compete against Gui Fushu. However, the ending took everyone by surprise. Chapter 303, Great Child Yaguang, Nice. After the silence passed, Grand Era disciples started to cheer. Of course, the loudest ones were Qi Xiaodia's sisters. They were proud because both Qi Xiaodai and Li Qia were from the Grand Era Hall. The two of them killing two geniuses from the Zenith Era Hall became a source of pride. Thousand Martial Divine Gaze Dao. Sikong Taotian, who was mixed amongst the crowd, finally remembered the name of Qi Xiaodia's technique and murmured. He then thought about a legend, an extremely ancient legend. The Sacred Era Hall Master also slowly said with emotion, Thousand Martial Divine Gaze Dao. One of the two greatest arts from the 100 Battles God King. I didn't expect the Qi clan's descendant to completely inherit this supreme art of their ancestor. After hearing this, many disciples became shocked and even the devilish Zenith-era geniuses lost their colors. Everyone knew that the Qi clan and the Lion's Roar Gate were ranked as a low first-rate sect. They were nothing compared to the immortal emperor lineages. They didn't expect that the ancestor of the Qi clan was the 100 Battles God King, someone who was bestowed the title of God King. Just the name alone was indicative of his frightening invincibility in the past. While everyone was in a daze, the ash remnants of the burnt-to-crisp Gui Fushu suddenly cracked like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. At this moment, the unthinkable happened as Gui Fushu crawled out from the ashes. He was reborn from his own body as he was soaked with water and immortal lights. His body was smooth and delicate as if he had just casted off his burnt skin. How is this possible? A person exclaimed in horror after witnessing such a creepy scene. Amazing, the brilliance immortal pursuit is indeed an emperor law created by immortal Emperor Yaoguang. As long as there is a remaining strand of soul, then even if the body is destroyed and the true fate gets shattered, there would still be a chance for rebirth. The Sacred Era Hall Master said with some astonishment. Many students felt the creeps after witnessing the display of this skill. Didn't this mean that it would be very hard to kill someone who cultivated this merit law? Anyone would be in trouble when facing such a difficult-to-kill opponent. In a flash, Li Qia slightly shifted his body and immediately caught Gui Fushu by the neck. Gui Fushu had just been reborn and was very weak. He essentially was not a match for Li Qia. Killing someone is not anything more than dropping a head down to the ground. The Sacred Era Hall Master spoke. It is not a big matter to spare him, yes? I'll think about it. Li Qie still gripped Fushu with one hand, then he looked at him and said, earlier, you asked me how I wanted to die. Seeing Li Qie's nonchalant eyes, Gue Fushu became frightened. His always arrogant air has been replaced by true fear at this moment. He couldn't help but shout, if you dare to kill me, my Brilliance Ancient Kingdom will not let you go. There will be no place for you in the Eastern 100 cities if you become enemies with the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. The Stone Golem race was one of the largest races in the contemporary times. In the ancient past, people used to list them under the demon race. However, they did not consider themselves to be demons and formed their own tribe. Moreover, their natural talents were great and they possessed an extremely powerful stone body. This was why, since the ancient times, the Stone Golem race not only possessed a firm solidarity, but they were also very powerful. They were completely unlike the demon race that had too many complex varieties, both good and bad. The members of the Stone Golem race were born with stone bodies, but if they wanted to truly set foot onto the path to the peak or even aim for the heavens will, then they had to cultivate their stone bodies into flesh because flesh was the best body in this world to store and accept the world's essence. This was why, although it was a huge advantage to maintain the stone body, it was a soaring significance to cultivate into a flesh body. The more body parts that became flesh meant that the person was more powerful and had a greater future potential. Zhu Huangwu was a great genius without a doubt. He not only possessed the teachings of two emperors, but the more frightening part was that he created his flesh at a very young age. The only remaining part of his body that was still stone was his jade bone amidst his brows, which couldn't be refined into flesh. At this time, his jade bone looked like an ornament, causing his frightening self to be a lot more attractive. Let him go. Then, my ancient kingdom will not pursue this matter any further. With a torch-like gaze and soaring divine light, Zhu Huangwu was like a prince from the heavens, causing others to feel admiration. No matter the young genius, anyone who stood before him and saw such an appearance would feel shame from an inferiority complex. At this time, all eyes were on Li Qie while they held their breaths. Grand Era students were sweating for Li Qie. Qi Shaodai killing Huangfu Feng and Li Qie defeating Gue Fushu was a glorious matter for the Grand Era Hall, and it garnered much pride and joy to its students. However, Zhu Huangwu appeared and this caused the Grand Era students to become worried for Li Qie. No good results could come from being enemies with Zhu Huangwu and the Ancient Kingdom. The Zenith Era students were sneering. Huangfu Feng and Gue Fushu both came from this place, but they had lost, resulting in a grim visage on all of its students. It was as if they were slapped by the Grand Era Hall. At this moment, with the appearance of Zhu Huangwu, they all felt that Li Qie was dead for sure. Foolish thing, daring to provoke the Ancient Kingdom. I'm afraid he will die without a grave. A Zenith Era student sneered. With one hand still holding Gue Fushu, Li Qie glanced at Zhu Huangwu while remaining calm and at ease, then he nonchalantly spoke, "What if I do not let him go? Kill without mercy." Zhu Huangwu's eyes squinted, a frightening divine glow shot out like the rays at sunrise all the way to the high sky. "Little thing, let me go. Otherwise, it will not end at just killing you. My Brilliance Ancient Kingdom's 100 races will destroy your sect and annihilate your 9 kins." After seeing his martial brother's arrival, Gue Fushu became more courageous and shouted. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom was the nation with the most races within the Eastern 100 cities. Thus, it was not unreasonable for people to call it the 100 Races Kingdom. In fact, both of the immortal emperors from the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom were not human. Immortal Emperor Yao Guang was from the Stone Golem race, and Immortal Emperor Fu Mo was from the Heavenly Devil race, which contributed to the kingdom's colloquial name. Chapter 304, The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom is nothing. Although his life was in someone else's hands, Gue Fushu was still so arrogant. This upset many students, especially those from the Grand Era Hall. However, after thinking about his backing, they could only helplessly sigh. At this moment, the smart decision would be to spare Gue Fushu. In the end, Li Qie had already defeated him and won some reputation. Sparing him and not becoming enemies with the ancient kingdom was the wisest choice. A Grand Era student spoke, "Brotherly, it is better to be friendly, it was just a spar." He provided stairs for Li Qie to easily step down on. Since Li Qie won honor for the Grand Era Hall, they were very united at this moment. Everyone knew that Li Qie was riding a tiger, thus it was hard to get off without losing some face. If he killed Gue Fushu, then Zhu Huangwu would ruthlessly kill him. In order to provide him an easy way out, the Grand Era students quickly beseeched and hoped that he and Qi Shaodai could escape unscathed from this turmoil. Another Grand Era student tried to convince him, "That's right. Senior Li, everyone was just sparring, so why is there a need to fight to the death?" They tried to save Li Qie some face. But then, a Zenith Era student sneered and commented, "Haha, a group of lowly peasants still knows how to work together to find an easy way out." The Grand Era students were outraged by this comment, but they endured this anger and still tried to persuade Li Qie. To them, the most important thing was to protect Li Qie and get him out safely. Great Child Yao Guang looked at Li Qie and contemptuously spoke, "My patience is limited." Gue Fushu listened to the Great Era students who tried to convince Li Qie. Although his life was within Li Qie's grasp, he was no longer afraid. He started to jeer, "Huh, you are finally looking for stairs to step down on now? Too late. Little animal, at the moment, it is time for you to apologize to me." "With just you? With just the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom? What about it?" Li Qie leisurely smiled, not mentioning this great child. "Whatever Yao Guang, even if your ancestor personally comes, I would still kill you." Boom! The 9 suns sword and the refined sunfire covered the heaven and earth. No! As he was being burnt, he couldn't believe that this was actually transpiring and screamed. Even with his senior brother here, Li Qie still killed him. After this loud scream, Gue Fushu became cinders in an instant as ashes flew from Li Qie's hand, not leaving even a corpse behind. The 9 suns ruthlessly burned him, even the heavens would be incinerated, let alone a dead corpse. At this moment, everyone froze. Zhu Huangwu personally came with the ancient kingdom as his backing, but he still couldn't save Gue Fushu. Li Qie easily burned him to ashes in front of everyone. This was such a dominating action. Earlier, the arrogance Gue Fushu showed was not worth a coin compared to Li Qie. Li Qie didn't care for Zhu Huangwu nor the ancient kingdom even after the great child's threat in front of everyone. This was a slap to the face for both Zhu Huangwu and the ancient kingdom. At this time, many people were still shocked while the Zenith Era disciples couldn't help but become astonished. "You want to die?" Zhu Huangwu's blood energy suddenly filled the sky. A divine light as sharp as a sword and universal laws started to ring under his one palm. This one palm then suppressed down from above and was capable of oppressing even kings. 10,000 miles became frozen. Immortal sword-like hails suddenly appeared. In just a second, pillars of gigantic glaciers stabbed out from the earth. These sword-like ice pillars that carried a powerful sword energy stopped Zhu Huangwu's giant palm. A pleasant voice rang out, "So? Zhu Huangwu, only your ancient kingdom can bully people, but other people cannot retaliate?" A girl stepped forward while swaying her paper fan. It was a girl that was dressed up as a man, a girl with a charming aura that wooed the hearts of countless girls. Who else could this be but Bing Yuxia? Her sudden cross-dressing appearance and taking action to stop Zhu Huangyu caused many students to look at each other. Bing Yuxia, the descendant of the Ice Feather Palace. Even though the Ice Feather Palace always maintained its distance and low profile, no one dared to look down on it. Li Qie glanced at her and calmly said, "Little girl, this has nothing to do with you. If other people want to cause trouble for me, then I will personally break their bones." Bing Yuxia glared back at him as she closed her fan to step onto the Dragon Arbiter stage with a soul-stealing bearing. Then she said, "Who said I wanted to help you? I only want to challenge the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, nothing more." Miss Bing, you may want to rethink it. Zhu Huangwu's eyes shot out a frightening divine glint as if it could devour the mountains and rivers. Even his enemies had no choice but to acknowledge his amazing air. Bing Yuxia collapsed her fan into her palm and freely said, Zhu Huangwu, what do I need to think about? Everyone said that you cultivate arts from 2 emperors. Today, I want to see how you combine them together. I want to see if your emperor art is unbeatable, or is my heaven-cutting seal better? Bing Yuxia challenging Zhu Huangwu caused many people to look at each other in amazement. However, thinking about it again, the Eastern 100 cities didn't only have Zhu Huangwu, Ba Xia, and Hu Yu. Regarding fame, these 3 were the most prestigious, and it often caused others to turn pale after hearing their names. Some people felt that this world would become their stage in the future. But in fact, how could Bing Yuxia be any weaker than them? The previously mentioned 3 were always arrogant and didn't put anyone in their eyes. They challenged many geniuses to show off their might. Today, Bing Yuxia wanting to take them down a notch was not a surprising matter. Like Bing Yuxia said, was the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom the only bully in the Eastern 100 cities? And was no one else allowed to bully them back? The Sacred Era students were also silent. Even though Bing Yuxia joined the Idol Era Hall, her power and style exceeded many Sacred Era geniuses. Zhu Huangwu was not afraid of a challenge and said, Fine, I want to see just how formidable the Ice Feather Palace's heaven-cutting seal is. He became serious as his blood energy soared high above like a true dragon. He took 1 step forward and the stars began to move. The earth started to shake as if a divine beast was awakening. His mighty aura caused many disciples to shiver. Bang bang bang. The heaven and earth started to shake. In the beginning, everyone thought that Zhu Huangwu was powerful to the point where he could cause trembles, but the shaking became more and more severe. Boom. 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 The earth cracked, and even the Dragon Arbiter stage began to split as a huge gap appeared before everyone. Many students were witnessing this horrible scene where many mountains and ancient temples in the Heavenly Tao Academy began to collapse. What's happening? At this moment, many students were frightened as they flew up high to avoid the sudden shattering of the earth. Clank. Suddenly, a clear bell sound emanated throughout this heaven and earth. Countless immortal lights thrusted upward from the Academy's endless territory. In just a second, many Grand Tao universal laws as huge as the stars locked the earth and suppressed the changes underground to stop this cataclysm. Without a doubt, while the heaven and earth were collapsing, the Supreme Tao Foundation beneath the Academy suppressed this sudden change. What happened? Many students were in shock, especially those with a weaker cultivation from the Grand Era Hall and the Idol Era Hall. They felt that doomsday was approaching. Many Sacred Era students' eyes became deep as if they had understood something. The Sacred Era Hall Master said in a serious tone, Go back to your halls, it is best not to go out for the time being. Several students looked at the Hall Master, wanting to find out what happened, but the Hall Master said nothing and told the students to go back to their halls. Zhu Huangwu glared at Bing Yuxia, then Li Qie. He no longer wanted to fight and turned around to leave. Bing Yuxia then murmured, It is almost time. Then, she decisively left. The uneasy students quickly went back to their halls and hoped that their hall masters would be able to make clear of what transpired. Li Qie also planned to leave, but the Sacred Era Hall Master came to him and said, Young noble Li, the ancestor wants to meet you. Li Qie looked at him and told Shi Shaodai, You guys go back first, I will be right back. The Sacred Era Hall Master took Li Qie deep into the academy. This place was detached from the 5 halls' territories, and only great characters from the academy could enter. Inside an ancient hall, Li Qie saw old Daoist Peng from the everlasting courtyard. Despite his unkempt look, he belonged to the ancestor level of the academy. The Sacred Era Hall Master took Li Qie here, then he bowed and quietly left. Old Daoist Peng looked at Li Qie, shook his head, then he said right away, I'm afraid the realm god will not make it. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and asked, What do you mean? Is its lifespan corroding, or is it something else entirely? Old Daoist Peng said with a dignified look, it's not because of the lack of lifespan. Chapter 305. Working together with a dignified expression, old Daoist Peng explained, the realm god seems to be entering a crazed state. Earlier, it suddenly became furious and my brothers had to join forces to barely appease it. Earlier, the cataclysm in the Heavenly Dao Academy was caused by the realm god. If it actually went crazy, then would it have destroyed the academy or even the entire Eastern 100 cities? Li Qie spoke with a serious demeanor. Your portal is going to open soon, so the realm god is sensing the void gate. Little Autumn originating from the void gate was merely a speculation of the myriad images true god, but the realm god definitely came from the void gate. Unfortunately, it left the void gate when it was very little. Outside of knowing that it was carried out of the void gate by the academy's ancestor, it didn't know its relationship with the void gate. Old Daoist Peng then said, right. The realm god also guessed that the portal wants to open for sure, but during the previous times the portal opened, it never sent the realm god into such a frenzy. It cannot control itself, so it can only seal itself in order to avoid entering an enraged state and destroying the academy. Your academy. Its success is due to the realm god, but its failure will also be due to the realm god. Li Qie gently shook his head and pondered for a bit before saying, it seems like this time is different from normal circumstances. Maybe this will be a chance to understand your academy's portal. Old Daoist Peng also sighed and said, my little brothers have discussed it. We will welcome everyone once the portal is open and allow everyone to go in. Li Qie laughed then said, oh? You guys also got some news? The academy standing strong for so long was not without reasons. Old Daoist Peng smirked and replied, in this world, there is no wall that can block all wind. A few people want to scheme against my academy, and this is no secret. If they come, then we will open our door to welcome them. Li Qie touched his chin and asked, your academy won't start the killing with their juniors, right? That's hard to say. Old Daoist Peng smiled with narrowed eyes, opening the doors of our academy to this world is already enough. If some people still remain unsatisfied, then they can't blame us for raising the butcher's blade. The academy was definitely not an overly moralistic existence. It had experienced many bloody battles after lasting for so long. Normally, it considered itself an academy and accepted students from all over the world to dispel their questions. However, when necessary, the academy would wash the 8 directions in blood. Some people have already gathered a few emperor weapons and even invited true weapons. Old Daoist Peng chuckled and continued, a few people actually thought that our calamity is approaching. At the end of one's road, many people will want to take a bite out of such a fat piece of meat. However, when that time comes, coming will be easy, but leaving will not be as simple. What is your plan? Li Qie had faintly guessed it. A few old men sensed a strange atmosphere and thought that the academy was awaiting its death while the inevitable disaster approaches. In my opinion, I don't want you to enter the portal. For those who desire the academy and crave for the portal without any mediation, inside the portal will be their hell. Old Daoist Peng's eyes turned cold as he warned Li Qie. Do not be fooled by his cynical and carefree appearance. Old Daoist Peng had experienced countless waves and storms. During the moment of action, he would be absolutely decisive and ruthless with cold blood. You guys want to start the mass killing inside the portal? Li Qie understood the academy's intention. This was locking one's door to beat the dogs. Li Qie pondered for a bit before shaking his head and said, in order to untie the knot, one must find the knot tier. Your realm god's restlessness must be directly resolved inside the portal. Locking our doors to beat the dogs is what we have been forced to do due to the circumstances. Old Daoist Peng shook his head and said, what you said is not unreasonable, but the realm god's lifespan is also nearing its end. Leaving the Blood Era stone is not good for it. If it enters the portal, it will suffer an even greater effect and will enter a state of complete madness. Then, no one will be able to help it. However, inside our ancestral ground, our ancestors left behind supreme divine mantras to suppress the realm god's inner demon. Li Qie shook his head and said, "This is why you should have let the realm god return to the earth earlier. Constantly prolonging its lifespan until now is not necessarily a good thing." Eventually, old Daoist Peng wryly smiled and reminded Li Qie, "Be ready, a bloody battle is inevitable. Being involved in this affair. No matter who they are, they will not be able to get out unscathed." Li Qie burst out in laughter before calmly saying, "Those who cannot escape unscathed will not include me. But you are right, this bloody battle is unavoidable. Your academy wants to catch everything with one net, massacre all your enemies, and trample 10,000 countries." These words caused old Daoist Peng's eyes to squint as he said, "Massacre all the enemies and trample 10,000 countries." He then stared at Li Qie and continued on, "You are funny, my academy has always been peace-loving, so how could we do such a thing? This is the current situation. Even if you don't want to, the world will be against you. Everyone craves this land that has been occupied by the academy, and everyone wants a piece of the pie when it is about to meet a disaster. Who wouldn't want to take a bite? Rather than wait for the disaster before slaying your enemies, it is better to preemptively annihilate your foes and then think about it more after." Old Daoist Peng slowly added, "A few immortal emperor lineages and ancient kingdoms are not so easy to mess with, especially existences like heavenly protectors." There was no doubt that he was tempted by this advice. Li Qie smiled freely and said, "Have you ever seen these heavenly protectors travel around the world? And even then, so what if they are heavenly protectors? I know that, at this moment, the realm god cannot enter battle, but after killing your enemies and dealing with the realm god's issue, I do not need to say more about the ensuing events." Old Daoist Peng remained silent, thus Li Qie went on with a smile, "I can help the academy with regards to this. First, I want to borrow a few things of the academy to use, and second, I want payment. However, the problem is whether you have the authority to make the decision in the academy or not. And do you trust my abilities or not? If you cannot personally make the decision, then forget it. What will you do?" Old Daoist Peng's tone sank and said, "As long as your requests are reasonable, then everything is negotiable." Old Daoist Peng agreed with Li Qie's scheme. It was better to make the first move. "This is more like it. All I ask of you is to perform a play with me." Li Qie narrowed his eyes and revealed an especially cheerful smile that was as bright as the morning sunshine with his white teeth. Old Daoist Peng stared at Li Qie's white teeth and bright smile, and he didn't understand why he, a being that had lived for so long, felt a creepy sensation as if he had just seen a fierce beast opening its mouth to devour humans. After returning to the Grand Era Hall, Qi Xiaodia's sisters were still hanging around. Dozens of girls in one place created quite a festive mood with pleasant words and soft coquetry. These pretty girls were beautiful and had different styles. This was quite a scene to behold. All the girls who were smiling and joking around suddenly became silent after his arrival. While staring at him, all of them were frozen and no one spoke for some time. Previously, these sisters were teasing Li Qie for they felt that he was only a cute little demon with a talkative mouth. They thought that he was Qi Xiaodia's little cousin, so they couldn't help but gather together to make fun of him. At this time, their view of him had changed. This boy that was seemingly younger than them was a lot more terrifying than even their imaginations. Killing Gui Fushu and provoking Zhu Huangwu, how dominating and arrogant were these feats. They couldn't see how this young man had such a frightening power. They felt fear and didn't dare to tease Li Qie like before. Some of them asked Qi Xiaodai about his background earlier, but she maintained secrecy about this matter. Eventually, the neighboring princess said towards Qi Xiaodai, "Xiaodai, we'll be going first." Li Qie did not ask them to stay and said with a smile, "Take care, big sisters. If you have time, then come here and play." This time, the girls couldn't banter with Li Qie anymore. They said their goodbyes and took their leave while Qi Xiaodai sent them away. After they left, only the neighboring princess stayed behind. She was Qi Xiaodia's closest sister and she asked, "Xiaodai, tell me the truth, is he really not your fiancé?" Chapter 306, great disaster begins. Qi Shaodai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her heart secretly sighed, and she shook her head before answering, no such thing. After hearing this response, the princess couldn't help but whisper, next time you visit my country, could you help me by bringing him along as a guest, please? Having said that, this princess blushed quite a bit. There was no question that this forthright princess was a bit interested towards Li Qie. Qi Shaodai looked at the princess' appearance and secretly sighed. She didn't want to ruin her mood. Qi Shaodai didn't dare to say that she didn't really understand Li Qie, but she had some knowledge about him, and she knew that the princess' desire would never be fulfilled. How great was Bing Yuxia? Regarding talents, background, and beauty, she far exceeded them, but Li Qie didn't even place her in his mind, let alone them. Qi Shaodai couldn't bear to cruelly shatter the princess' dream, so she gently nodded her head and said, the next chance I get to visit your country, I will surely ask him. After sending all the girls off, Shaodai came back to the room and found that Li Qie was resting with his eyes closed. She sat silently next to him without saying anything. A while later, he opened his eyes and slowly asked, the chaos will soon begin, and a scene of carnage is unavoidable. Will you go back to the Lion's Roar country, or will you stay? Qi Shaodai took a deep breath, then she gazed at Li Qie and said, I am staying. She was determined with a firm resolve. Li Qie nodded his head and said, the storm is coming, so mentally prepare for it. This bloody battle will pierce the heavens. Qi Shaodai silently nodded. Although she did not know anything about this ensuing bloody battle, but seeing Li Qie's solemn visage, she knew that this battle will absolutely be extraordinary. So tired. Little Autumn suddenly appeared out of nowhere as if it had just come out from another dimension like a god. He came out and saw Li Qie and Qi Shaodai sitting together. He then looked at Li Qie a bit, then Qi Shaodai, then it chuckled and said, am I bothering you too? Hee, if that is the case, then go on, just act like I never appeared. Li Qie gave him a look and said, is your skin itchy for a beating? Hurry up and tell me about our business. Qi Shaodai, on the other hand, couldn't help but blush. She quickly stood up and said, I will go make you some snacks. She quickly left after saying this. After she left, Little Autumn quickly sat on the big chair in a comfortable and unruly manner as it smilingly said, young noble, this young miss is not bad. I see that she is becoming more virtuous after your teachings. She now understands propriety, so it should be fine to keep her around. Li Qie glanced at him and leisurely said, since when do you decide my business? Little Autumn forced a smile and quickly said, it is just a suggestion, Dear young noble, I have a major discovery. Li Qie became spirited and asked, what kind of discovery? Little Autumn took out an item and showed Li Qie, look and see if you know what this is. I can guarantee that this thing has never appeared in the previous openings of the portal before. Li Qie took the item. It was something like a black strand of light, something as thin as a pin, and it emitted a black glimmer. It was capable of eating time, extremely frightening. Time-space chaos glint. Li Qie looked at the item in his hand and slowly asked, could there be an issue with the portal connecting to the heavenly realm this time? Little Autumn shook its head and replied, I don't know, I have never seen this thing before. However, one can imagine that when the portal opens, there will be many spatial gates leading to different worlds. The appearance of this thing means that before the portal is open, space itself will be in disorder, it might even shatter. Just how much power does this require? I've seen this thing before. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and slowly said, it had appeared once before at the Heavenly Tao Academy a very long time ago. That was during the birth of the realm god and when the world tree appeared. The world tree. Little Autumn exclaimed in astonishment, isn't the world tree only a legend? Li Qie shook his head and said, it is not a legend, but I couldn't climb it last time due to the lack of preparation. Little Autumn sat there and suddenly became unable to speak. After a while, he calmed down and asked, the portal will be opening very soon, what are we going to do? Li Qie squinted his eyes that flashed out a terrifying gleam. It doesn't matter whether the void gate will appear or not. If the world tree appears, then it will be fine if there is no void gate. I will absolutely not miss it this time. Little Autumn couldn't help but murmur, what is behind the void gate? What does the world tree represent? Li Qie smiled and said, very few people know this since time immemorial. Unless you are able to pass through the void gate or climb to the top of the world tree, you wouldn't be able to learn the secrets behind them. Damn, these 9 grand heavenly treasures, they really are mysterious. No wonder why immortal emperors and true gods had always wanted to understand the secrets behind them. Little Autumn emotionally stated. Li Qie took out a treasure and threw it at Little Autumn. Wear this thing and use it with your big cannon. Fragmented realm spatial disc. Seeing the thing in his possession, Little Autumn was startled and said, isn't this a treasure that immortal Emperor Fei Yang swindled to obtain? After immortal Emperor Fei Yang disappeared, this also disappeared. Old Master tried to find it for a long time but to no avail. There are other uses for this thing, but it can temporarily act as your weapon. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and proclaimed, it is time for us to go on a massacre. Little Autumn couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly said, massacre? Ha 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 ha. I like this word the most. It has been a long time since I've done something huge. At that time, just tell me the commands, young noble. Just wait, some old undyings are becoming impatient. Li Qie closed his eyes and nonchalantly said. Several days passed and there were strange phenomena in the academy with non-stop quakes. In its utmost severity, chasms started to form everywhere. This heaven and earth suddenly became very fragile. People were very panicked, especially the students from the 2 bottom halls. This sudden disaster worried a lot of them since they didn't know what was going on. The academy remained tight-lipped about this matter, and even the hall masters were unwilling to divulge anything to the students. Seeing the cracked mountains and shattered pavilions left the students in fear as if the end of time was approaching. However, regarding this sudden change, the students from the Zenith Era Hall and Sacred Era Hall were different. They came from the great powers and were privy to a few things that the 2 bottom hall students didn't know about. This was a chance for them, a chance that was hard to come by even after 10,000 years. The fissures formed even more violently, and finally, the academy shed some light for the students. A catastrophe has befallen on our academy and our territories are at risk. For safety, students in the school should go back to your home and shouldn't return until the disaster is over. Although the academy sent the notice, it didn't force the students to leave. They were happy to open Dao gates for the students to leave, but they also accepted students who wanted to stay. Many students were in a daze after the announcement, especially those who came from average backgrounds. They worked hard to enter the academy and hoped to graduate one day, but this disaster caught them off guard. Within a day, the academy opened many Dao gates to send away their disciples that had lower cultivations. I heard that all disciples below Royal Noble were sent away. This sudden news spread quickly throughout the academy. The disciples were the cornerstone of the Heavenly Dao Academy. They were different from its students. At this moment, when the academy sent away their low cultivation disciples, many students from the 5 halls felt the gravity of this situation, that the academy was really in trouble. This was not a joking matter. Another shocking piece of news sent waves across the academy. I heard first disciple Lu Yi also had to leave. Overnight, a storm approached. The initially scared people became even more frightened. Lu Yi was the academy's most promising disciple. Now, even Lu Yi was sent away, so everyone realized that the academy's disaster was even more serious than expected. We should also leave and come back after the disaster is over. Many disciples who didn't want to leave were shaken, and they gathered their belongings to leave. The academy then opened more gates so that they could leave. In a short amount of time, many students from the 5 halls took their departure. However, most of the students were from the Grand Era Hall and Idol Era Hall. Not too many people from the Sacred and Zenith halls left. It ought to be coming. A few Sacred Era disciples murmured since they knew the inside story. Chapter 307. Like a tiger stalking its prey, there is no wall that could block the wind completely and no paper that could wrap up a fire entirely. When many students with a humble upbringing from the Grand Era Hall and Idle Era Hall wanted to leave, a few of them heard some rumors. Sekom Tautian smiled and spoke, "Ignore these nonsensical matters. After the portal opens, we should enter right away at your order. We are not in a hurry." The calm Li Qie slowly said, "We will watch the play, first. Whether we enter or not, I will listen to all your orders at that time no matter what, even if you tell me to enter a sea of fire." Sekom Tautian patted his chest to show his allegiance. Little Autumn glanced at him and said, "Yo, isn't it too late to suck up now?" "Heh, my young noble does not lack henchmen." Sekom Tautian ignored it completely and continued to chuckle. "You guys can keep doing your show." Bing Yuxia closed her fan and said with unparalleled finesse, "I have a date with a miss to gaze at the moon together. I am going now, so let me know when you guys want to enter." Bing Yuxia was a girl, yet she still wanted to flirt with other ladies. The group of Sekom Tautian didn't dare to comment on it because they knew her outburst would not be easily appeased. "Little girl, can you not change your ways?" Li Qie looked at her with one eye and asked, "A girl dressing as a boy all day, are you not tired of it? Start dressing like a nice lady again and find someone to marry." Bing Yuxia didn't care for it and coolly said, "Oh? Are you jealous? Jealous that I am loved by women? Or jealous that I have 3,000 beauties in my harem?" Li Qie leisurely stared at her and said, "The girls by your side are indeed not bad, and a few of them could be considered national beauties. However, I have never lacked women, so why do I need to be jealous of you?" Such a big tone. Bing Yuxia glanced at him and asked, "Do you need me to introduce you to a nice girl? Maybe she could even enchant you. How about the princess from the Pure Lotus School? She is smart and elegant, as gentle as water. If you meet her, maybe you will be lost in the gentle scent of a beauty with no escape to be found." Bing Yuxia played the matchmaker role and encouraged him to go on a date. Li Qie lazily looked at her and replied, "Even the goddess from the 9 heavens would have a hard time enchanting me. You don't need to waste your time. In my opinion, you should stay behind to be my servant girl. Then, maybe I will even tell you the true mysteries of the sky-cutting tablet." Since time immemorial, Li Qie had met countless women. In the past, the supreme sword goddess by his side brilliantly shone for millions of years. Her beauty, gentleness, and talents were all exceptional. Pfft, forget it. I will take my time to unravel the tablet's mysteries. With a swish sound, Bing Yuxia opened her fan and walked away. Humph. This girl just forfeited a great opportunity. I've been wanting to be young noble's servant from the ancient times till now, Little Autumn scowled and said. Li Qie glared at it, resulting in an abrupt silence. It almost forgot that Qi Xiaodai and Sekom Tautian were also around. Chapter 308, Portal from the Legends. As more days passed, not only did the earth split more violently at the academy, but the ground emitted bright and brilliant lights. At nighttime, the night sky was illuminated with extremely spectacular divine beams. Seeing this miraculous scene, the students staying back at the academy excitedly exclaimed, "The portal is opening, right?" They had forgotten about the sundering of the academy. At this time, countless eyes were gazing at the changes within from the far distance. In a far-away place, at an ancestral ground inside the eastern 100 cities, a profound gaze observed the academy. In the even further Grand Middle Territory, a terrifying pair of eyes gazed at it. The same unfathomable glare could be found in the unreachable location of the western desolate wasteland. Not only were the undyings and ancestors inside the eastern 100 cities alarmed, but those in the far directions also woke up from their sealed slumber. In addition to this, many legendary experts woke up from their countless years of hibernation. Numerous gazes in the darkness preyed on the academy like poisonous serpents watching their victim. Sects and lineages began to rally troops in the towns right outside of the academy, and they even secretly sneaked their experts into the academy. At this time, these great powers did not only come for the portal, but also for the academy itself, along with its ancestral vein that was desired by all. In just a short moment, the weaker sects in the eastern 100 cities recognized the strange occurrence, so they had their own thoughts. Some wanted to take advantage of the situation, while others isolated themselves far away from this turmoil. The mythical portal of our academy will soon open, and we wish to share this portal with all the sects in this world. No matter the origin or background, anyone will be able to enter the portal. Amidst countless strategies and schemes, the academy announced this message that spread throughout the entire eastern 100 cities in but a single night. This sudden declaration sent many people into a daze. Many of these great powers already planned to rob the academy once the disaster arrived. It didn't matter what their intentions were or whether or not they sent any geniuses to the academy, they were excited nonetheless and hid their strength in the closest territories around the academy. However, announcing that the academy would share the portal took these sects by surprise, and a few old undyings were caught off guard. They already came up with many excuses in order to enter the academy or a reason to attack it while still maintaining a moral high ground. However, this sudden invitation to everyone in this world broke the schemes of a few old undyings. A few sects and countless cultivators who didn't know the inside information quickly came to the academy almost overnight. The ancient portal in the legends of the Heavenly Tao Academy is about to open. Hurry, the academy has spoken, everyone will have a piece of the pie. In a short period of time, many people flocked towards the academy. What is this ancient portal? A few of them didn't know what the portal was and was lost, but after seeing so many people going to the academy, they also followed to join in the fun. Suddenly, the paths to the academy were completely flooded. You don't even know of the ancient portal? An elder cultivator explained, rumor has it that it is a place connected to a divine kingdom or some immortal scenery. Do you know Immortal Emperor How High? In the past, he obtained a fortune from the portal and became an invincible existence that created the most miraculous and frightening sect since the start of time till now. Another sect master exclaimed with utmost excitement, I heard that there are amazing techniques left behind from the legendary era. Only by cultivating one would it allow for someone to become unbeatable and shoulder the heavens' will to become an immortal emperor. Immortal Emperor How High is the prime example. I heard that there were many ancient royal herbs inside the portal, even more than wild weeds, bushes after bushes, you won't ever be able to pick them all. Cultivating inside the portal for 1 hour is better than cultivating for 100 years outside. Not only that, I heard that there were even divine weapons from the legends. One could sweep through the 8 desolaces by just wielding them. Many rumors quickly flew around and they became increasingly more outrageous. The most ridiculous one stated that one would immediately become an immortal emperor once they entered the portal. In just one night, the earth shook with excitement inside the eastern 100 cities as countless cultivators headed for the academy. Some people traveled with their flying swords while others rode divine boats. Others controlled their flying beasts while those with shallow cultivations had to walk. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie as they crazily rushed towards the academy as if they were possessed. Very few sects and cultivators managed to stay calm. There would occasionally be those who chose to close their entrances and cultivate in isolation, for they were reluctant to become involved in this affair. The great sects in this world are watching the opening of the portal like tigers stalking their prey. How could they share such a fat piece of meat with us? I'm afraid that we would be inviting disaster before being able to take a single bite. Boom! 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 Cavalry started to block out the sky. Overnight, the Tiger's Hall School, the Thousand Mountains Sacred Ground, the furious Immortal Saint Country, and other powerful heritages utilized their Tao platforms to open a Tao gate to teleport their great armies to the academy. As for the already congregated armies in the towns near the academy, they prepared their banners and boldly appeared right outside the academy's territory. The perimeter of the academy became completely packed with a sea of people in such a short amount of time. Countless experts' blood energy was as violent as the sea. Ancient saints arrived and looked down upon everyone. There were even rumors that heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings also came, but they didn't show their faces. Having witnessed the arrival of so many sects, the students in the academy became apprehensive and nervous. They came from humble beginnings and only wished for a new opportunity inside the portal, but sharing the portal with the rest of the world meant that there were more enemies and a greater risk. Even before the portal's appearance, there was already a rain of blood at the Eastern 100 cities. Many sects traveling to the academy had conflicts and some of them were already annihilated. For now, the sects and countries of the Eastern 100 cities were still the most numerous. In the end, the Grand Middle Territory and the other locations were too far away from the Eastern 100 cities. It took them quite a long time just to get the information. As for those monstrous existences who obtained the news early, they would have kept quiet about it as well. My royal father brought some disciples here and are waiting right outside the gate. As Li Chia was leisurely cultivating, Qi Shaodai suddenly came with a message. Li Chia frowned and said, "Why is your lion's roar gate participating in this mess? Your little power is not enough as an appetizer for others." He was sitting at ease on a fishing boat despite the storm, waiting for the large fish to bite. Qi Shaodai shook her head and said, "I don't know, I only got the message just now." In fact, she was very worried. Everyone could clearly see that the turmoil had begun. With just a single misstep, a calamity might fall upon one's head. Because she was staying around Li Chia, she was not tempted by the so-called divine weapon and immortal treasures. Li Chia shook his head and said, "Let me meet your father." Li Chia didn't want to mind other people's business, but he didn't want to see the annihilation of the Qi clan. Out of feelings for the 100 Battles God King, Li Chia had no choice but to take action. Qi Shaodai immediately arranged it for Li Chia. She also didn't want to see her royal father and the Lion's Roar Gate joining in on this chaos because they couldn't compare to the other behemoths. The Lion's Roar Gate could be said to have brought everything. The elders and high elders all personally came and were camping in a valley 500 miles away from the academy. Under her instructions, Li Chia very quickly met with the Lion's Roar Royal Lord, Qi Xiaodia's father. "Thank you for taking care of my daughter in the recent times." The royal lord did not put on airs or act arrogant in front of Li Chia, he quickly bowed as a greeting. In fact, he, as her father, was always worried that his daughter would suffer while following Li Chia. At this moment, after seeing her expression, he, as her father, was finally at ease. Qi Shaodai also reminded her father of a few matters. Of course, she was not willing to disclose certain secretive matters because she didn't want Li Chia to become unhappy. At the same time, she also secretly told him that Li Chia was more trustworthy than anyone else. This was the reason why the royal lord maintained a very humble attitude when he met with Li Chia. Chapter 309, Small Trouble at the Marriage Proposal. Li Chia sat down and went straight to the point as he said, "For what reason did royal lord come here for? Could it be because of the academy's portal? If this is the case, then please hear my word of advice, return back. Royal lord does not know the dangers of this place. This is not an opportunity but a great calamity. It is hard to tell whether one will be able to leave this place alive or not." The Lion's Roar royal lord was startled, then he shook his head and said, "Young nobly misunderstood, this time, my Lion's Roar country exerted all of our strength not because of the portal, but because we want to assist the Heavenly Tao Academy." Li Chia did not expect this and repeated, "Assist the Heavenly Tao Academy?" The royal lord forced a smile and said, "This is the will of my father. The academy had helped our sect a lot. When my father came to the academy to find our ancestors' footsteps, he was graced with help from the academy. So now, when the academy is in trouble, my father wants us to aid the academy despite being weak." The Lion's Roar Heavenly King left his isolated cultivation session. Li Chia spoke with surprise, "If that is so, then I would like to see him." The royal lord answered, "Father only came out a few days ago." Then he immediately went back to the ancient pavilion. "I'm afraid you have to wait a bit longer if you want to meet my father. I heard that he is currently stabilizing his physique." "Your father had an incomplete physique law?" After hearing this, Li Chia knew what was going on. The Lion's Roar Heavenly King was a descendant of Lion Monarch Ba Xian, but unfortunately, their clan's physique law was lost. Despite this being the case, the Heavenly King still tried his best to find his ancestors' footsteps at the Heavenly Dao Academy. Without a doubt, he successfully found something. The royal lord wryly smiled and said, "Only Father knows about this clearly. After he leaves his cultivation, you can talk to him about it." The Heavenly King also came this time. However, he was staying at the ancient pavilion and was not meeting outsiders. In fact, outside of the elders, the other members of the Lion's Roar Gate did not know that their ancestor had come out. Li Qiye nodded his head and said, "However, in my opinion, forget about assisting the Heavenly Dao Academy. You guys can just sit still and watch. If the situation deteriorates, then hurry up and leave." Li Qiye didn't want to ruin his grand plan because of the Lion's Roar Gate. He was waiting for the big fish. After hearing this, the royal lord pondered for a bit before asking, "What is young noble trying to say?" Li Qiye shook his head and replied, "Royal lord cannot imagine the true power of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Among its ancestors, there is an extraordinary person. Also, the academy has an unfathomable depth. To them, ancestors from the great sects and the sealed old undyings are nothing. Even masters from the legends are not worthy enough to cause the academy to worry. And even against eternal existences, the academy can still deal with them." The Saint country wanting to marry his daughter was far from being a simple matter. Rumor has it that their physique law was incomplete and they had always been searching for a method to supplement it. Without a doubt, their Lion's Roar Gate was one such target. The royal lord reluctantly said, "Regarding my daughter's marriage, it should be up to her, so we have to hear her opinion." The council elder quickly said, "Brother Qi is mistaken. A boy of age should marry a wife, and a girl of age should marry a husband. If one's parents agree, then how could the daughter not listen? The two children have known each other since a young age and they get along quite well, so this matter only requires your blessing. Our Heavenly King has already announced, if this proposal is accepted, then the Heavenly King and our ancestors will bless the marriage themselves. This is a great honor, not only for the two children but also a rare fortune for the Lion's Roar Gate." Sima Longyun stepped up and clasped his hands together in front of the royal lord. "Uncle, this nephew and Xiao Dai have always been in love. I hope that uncle will." Sima Longyun's words immediately outraged Qi Xiao Dai to the point where she was shaking with anger, causing her eyes to redden. She wanted to rush out but was stopped by Li Qiye. Li Qiye then leisurely said, "Before speaking nonsense, you should take another good look at yourself in a pool of piss. Someone with your lack of virtues would still dare to say these words? Have you no shame?" Sima Longyun glowed red from anger. His master's eyes turned cold and with a rising killing intent, he asked, "Who are you?" Li Qiye didn't bother to glance at him and slowly continued, "Who I am does not matter. However, I will let you know that there is no chance that the marriage with your saint country will come to be. Regardless of whether you came for Xiao Dai or the immortal physique law, or another matter altogether, it is better to leave now when it is still opportune. This junior does not know the immensity of the heaven and earth." The council elder scowled and said, "Since when does a little brat like you, yet to wean from breastfeeding, get to decide the Lion's Roar country's grand matter?" Li Qiye lazily looked at him and said, "The matters of the Lion's Roar country do not need me to decide, but I have the rights to do so for the people by my side. At this moment, this little girl Qi is under my protection, one of my people, so abstain from any ideas." Qi Xiaodai was outraged by Sima Longyun's nonsensical words, but after hearing Li Qiye, she was struck into a daze. Her face became red as her heart beat fast. Her anger was quickly forgotten and her heart felt a soft tingle. To her, she would pay any price to hear these words again. With a blushed complexion, she lowered her head and played with her sleeves. She didn't hear anything else besides these words. However, Li Qiye's words caused the expressions of Sima Longyun and the elder to turn extremely ugly. The elder's expression sank as he coldly spoke, "Brother Qi, is your daughter's matter something for a little brat to babble about? This matter is related to your daughter's honor." The royal lord also had a great headache. He shook his head and said, "I won't hide it from elder, but I, as her father, cannot decide this matter. This is up to my daughter. Then he looked at Qi Xiaodai and asked, Dyer, do you agree or not? Let us know. As the group of Sima Longyan stared towards Qi Xiaodai, she who was lost in happiness suddenly came to being. She took a deep breath and stared at the calm Li Qie sitting on his chair. She then lifted her head and said in a serious manner, I will not marry. My thanks and apologies to the Saint country's fondness. These words came as a shock to Sima Longyan. He always thought of himself as a high-born character. Coming from the Saint country and a genius at cultivation, as a royal noble, he was always surrounded with love no matter where he went. But today, he was rejected even though he personally came to propose. Sima Longyan couldn't let go of this anger and snapped, How could this little demon be worthy of you? Sima Longyan shouted, Don't be confused and tricked by this little animal. Xiaodai, you and me are a match made in heaven and a pair chosen by the earth. Marrying into my saint country is a natural course of action, a marriage with comparable status. Chapter 310, Qi Xiaodai's feelings, that's enough, please go back. Qi Xiaodai shouted with an annoyed expression. Sima Longyan was shaking with anger. His love was taken away from him, so he pointed straight at Li Qie's face and declared, Little animal, come out here right now. Today, I want to show you who is truly worthy of Xiaodai. We will fight to the death, only the victor will be worthy of marrying Xiaodai. If you want to fight, then there is no need for him to come out. Qi Xiaodai also immediately stood up in anger and coldly declared, I will fight. Little animal, what is so great about hiding behind a woman? Sima Longyan vomited blood from anger and declared with his finger pointing at Li Qie. Qi Xiaodai took a step forward but was stopped by Li Qie. He then slowly stood up and said, Will you leave on your own accord or wait for me to drag you out? Moo! A bull's roar exploded as Sima Longyan's body glowed with a golden radiance. It was as if a divine bull had fused together with him. His blood energy exploded like a flood breaking a dam. Sima Longyan then shouted, Little animal, taste my fist. His golden bull physique unleashed a thunderous fist that was capable of shifting the mountains and enveloping the ocean. Scram! Li Qie's eyes focused. He suddenly activated his hell-suppressing physique, then he heavily swung his sky-splitting hand towards Sima Longyan. Bang! There was no need to think about the result of the hell-suppressing godly physique versus the golden bull physique. One was an immortal physique while the other was a Xiantian physique. There existed a difference comparable to the heaven and earth. Sima Longyan was struck flying outside by Li Qie. He crashed through a wall and continued on for a very long distance. The council elder was shocked to see his disciple being beaten, so he immediately shouted, You! Chapter 311, Arrogance before the crowd. During Li Qie's stay, the lion's roar heavenly king did not come out, but Lui had visited instead. He secretly went to the lion's roar camp, betraying the rumors that stated that he and the other disciples had evacuated from the academy. He came to tell Li Qie a message, Brotherly, my ancestor told me to tell you that everything is well prepared. At the same time, ancestor also obtained some trustworthy news. The enemies have 7 immortal emperor life treasures and 2 immortal emperor true treasures. However, as for which ancestors and which grand sects are taking action, this still remains unknown. Li Qie narrowed his eyes and stated, 7 immortal emperor life treasures and 2 immortal emperor true treasures. Such a grand gesture. There must be at least 2 immortal emperor lineages involved to play such a big hand. Not too many immortal emperor lineages in this world would be able to take out so many emperor weapons by themselves. This time, the enemy had formulated a plan with complete confidence. They wanted to take over the academy in one fell swoop, otherwise, they wouldn't have brought so many emperor weapons into the mix like this. Anyone who knew this secret would absolutely piss their pants. 7 life weapons and 2 true weapons were enough to sink the entire eastern 100 cities. This would become a battle as frightening as the one between Immortal Emperor Ta Kong and the Black Dragon King. Lui secretly left, Then Wuxia called for Little Autumn. He then looked at the starry night sky and slowly said, "The grand massacre begins." Little Autumn responded in excitement, "Ha ha ha ha." It then eagerly spoke, "It has been a long time since the last massacre, ha ha ha. I must kill to my heart's content this time. You keep a lookout for me." Wuxia commanded, "Take action when necessary." Roger. Little Autumn accepted the order. At this moment, he was more excited than anyone else. It had held back for so many years, so it simply wanted to warm up at this moment in preparation for the grand battle that will ensue. Outside of the academy were many sects and countless experts. There were too many named heroes and royal nobles to count. Enlightened beings and ancient saints also congregated, and heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings of the legends also arrived, but they kept their presence a secret. At this minute, even ancestors and undyings from the grand sects resided in their own camps, including those from the furious immortal Saint Country and the Tiger's Howl School. However, these two powers denied this rumor. Within 2 days, with so many people here, the academy became extremely lively. At the same time, the immortal light below the academy's ground was still being powerfully emitted as chasms continued to violently form on the surface. The Emperor Foundation below the academy was extremely powerful. Divine lotus vines stabilized the earth, but it still shook. The mountains and rivers within a 10,000-mile radius kept on splitting with bigger divides. Everyone could tell that if this trend continued, the academy would surely collapse. Countless bright gazes secretly observed in the shadows, spectating the continual deterioration of the academy. The Heavenly Tao Academy will soon be history. A cold voice faintly declared in the darkness. While countless heritages gathered right outside, 3 days later, the academy suddenly opened its doors. The Grand Era Hall Master personally announced that all the sects and personnel who came for the mythical portal could enter. The academy, as the host, did not preside over the allocation of resources and treasures inside the portal. Before everything began, the sects in this world must discuss the order in which they would enter as well as other rules. Each and every sect and individual was allowed to contribute their input. Within a single day, the sects were allowed to enter the academy. Of course, the giant armies of the grand sects were stopped right outside. Only after they finished deliberating on the order to enter would they finally be able to go inside. The academy's decision was very beneficial to the vagabond cultivators, and the grand sects also did not reject this matter. The order wouldn't be so easily decided since the grand powers and immortal emperor lineages had an absolute advantage in deciding the order to enter. Today, countless elites from the great powers and vagabond cultivators entered the academy. Many camps started to form at the plains. After a brief moment, sects spread out everywhere as alliances began to form. The little powers quickly formed temporary alliances or joined the banners of the great powers. The Tiger's Howl School, the furious immortal Saint Country, the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, the Thousand Mountains Sacred Ground, and other great powers possessed a great advantage since they were the closest to the academy. The other great powers from afar could not muster a great army in time to come. Once all the powers settled within the plain, the academy presided over the meeting to finalize the order in which the sects would enter in order to avoid a chaotic massacre before the portal even opened. In theory, everyone was allowed to comment, but the reality was that all the power to make the decisions were in the hands of the monstrous existences like the Saint Country and the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. The Lion's Roar Gate also came, but they had very few people. Only the Royal Lord and a few more followed Wuxia. The meeting had only just begun, but someone had already started to stir up trouble with the Lion's Roar Gate. In theory, everyone should be able to share the timeless portal, but a few do not necessarily have such a privilege, such as the Lion's Roar Gate. One should rethink this matter more thoroughly. This person was the descendant of the Tiger's Howl School, Yu. There were many amazing experts here, but they remained hidden, so the young ones became the leaders in their stead. Yu's sudden provocation caused the Lion's Roar Royal Lord to change his expression. To start such an attack at the beginning of the meeting, this was truly sheer contempt. Many people then looked at the Lion's Roar Gate. The powerful factions at this meeting would not support the Lion's Roar Gate, and the minor ones, along with the vagabond cultivators, couldn't bear to share the fortune inside the portal with even more people. On the other hand, a few weaker sects wanted to help the Lion's Roar Gate, but they also didn't want to lose their privilege to enter. The Lion's Roar Gate did not intend to compete for the riches inside the portal, but now, in front of everyone in the world, it was provoked by the Tiger's Howl School. If it remained silent about this matter, then how could they maintain their position in the Eastern 100 cities in the future? What is the Tiger's Howl School trying to say? Wuyu's fierce tiger-like eyes created a suppressing atmosphere like a beast coming down from the mountain. The air of a ferocious beast swept through the area. Although Wuyu was young, his presence was indeed frightening, and even the previous generation was apprehensive of him. His current strength truly warranted his right to stand at this place today. Wuyu coldly said, "Nothing much. It's just that your Lion's Roar Gate had committed some despicable deeds recently. Your sect interfered with other powers with gossip, causing these powers to kill each other. One could say that your intention is evil and laden with ulterior motives." Wuyu's words caused the Lion's Roar disciples to look at each other while shaking in anger. Wuyu was trying to make the Lion's Roar Gate public enemy number one. The Lion's Roar Royal Lord angrily shouted, "Nephew Hu, one may eat foul things but they cannot speak foul words. My Lion's Roar Gate has never competed with the rest of the world, and we have always lived in peace with the other sects, so when did we ever gossip to cause feuds?" Wuyu drily replied, "Whether it is true or not, your sect knows best." Many experts were present at the moment. Those who didn't know the situation too well found it strange that the Tiger's Howl School was picking on the Lion's Roar Gate. The two sects were not on the same level, and it could be said that the Lion's Roar Gate posed no threat towards the Tiger's Howl School. However, those who were more aware had some speculations. They knew that Wuyu wanted to marry the princess of the Baoyun clan, and the clan itself was willing to form an alliance with the school. The only person not interested in this marriage was Princess Baoyun, so this created a delay in response all the way until now. Recently, there had been a rumor that the Lion's Roar Gate's Qi Xiaodao was quite close to Princess Baoyun with a romantic tendency. This was why Wuyu was attacking the Lion's Roar Gate, in order to attack Qi Xiaodao. What is this about gossip? What is this about creating feuds amongst other sects? This is simply nonsense and nothing more. Li Qiye slowly said while as he was seated next to the Lion's Roar Royal Lord. He was worried that no one would provoke them and cause trouble, but now, there was someone courting death, so he was happy to help their cause. This so-called causing trouble between sects is the Lion's Roar Gate's young noble wanting to marry Princess Baoyun. An unbetrothed lady and an unmarried man. Don't tell me that only your Tiger's Howl School is allowed to propose, and not the Lion's Roar Gate? The Tiger's Howl School aims to divide the sects and use this official business to propel its own personal aim. They're just using this chance to attack the Lion's Roar Gate. Li Qiye also conveniently used this chance to help out Qi Xiaodao and publicize Xiaodao's desire to propose to Princess Baoyun. Nonsense. A little demon that still reeks of breast milk like you still dares to blabber. Wuyu glared at him with his tiger-like eyes that were filled with killing intent. Chapter 312. Smilingly debating against the crowd, many gazes fell upon Li Qiye. Some people knew him while others didn't. Those who didn't know him found it strange. Who was this little demon that dared to provoke a young genius like Wuyu? However, those who knew him were aware that this ferocious guy was about to take action. Li Qiye smilingly said, "Like you said, whether it is true or not, you know best." A calm and deep voice rang out, "Today, all the sects have gathered here to debate about the grand matters of the world, and not to settle personal grievances." The speaker was Zhu Huangwu, who represented the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. He gave a cold glare towards Li Qiye and calmly spoke, "However, this grand meeting isn't a place for a nobody like him to speak, so we should take away his privilege to enter the portal." Another domineering voice resonated, "I agree with Brother Zhu's words." Another young man stood up. He had a stature as stout as a golden mountain and jade pillar. His tyrannical presence pierced the sky, exuding fear to all beholders. This young man was Ba Xia, the first prince of the furious immortal Saint country. Zhu Huangwu was the grandchild of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, and Ba Xia was the first prince of the Saint country. Behind them were two monstrous lineages that presided over the eastern 100 cities. Zhu Huangwu and Ba Xia taking the same side caused everyone to take a cold breath as their hearts began to beat faster, since these two represented their sections. Zhu Huangwu had the awe-inspiring arts from two immortal emperors. Ba Xia had the natural tyrannical monarch physique, one of the 24 king physiques. He also cultivated the immortal physique of the saint country that was reserved for talented disciples. Some people said that Ba Xia could achieve grand completion and become the second person to do so after the saint country's progenitor. This was why he had his name changed to Ba Xia at a young age. Initially, this was not his name. It was needless to expand on the reason behind this change. He wanted to become the second Ba Xia of the saint country. Then, we will divide the spoils and everyone will get something. No one actually believed Zhu Huangwu's words. It was harder to force a wolf to spit out its prey's fat meat than reaching the heavens. His words were only meant to appease and trick the crowd. Li Qiye laughed out loud and said, "Truly nauseating nonsense. If you want to be a prostitute, don't pretend to be pure. Your words are truly befitting of a thing from the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. What is this about virtuous masters being considerate of the well-being of this world and caring for other cultivators? It's only a bunch of old undyings buried underground, lusting after treasures. Have they no shame? It seems that some people do not know the difference between living and dying, wanting to be enemies with the virtuous masters of this world." At this point, Heavenly Prince Qing Xian slowly spoke. Zhu Huangwu's eyes sharply exuded a powerful presence as he gravely declared, "The views regarding worldly affairs from the virtuous masters aren't things a nobody like you can comment on." Without a doubt, Zhu Huangwu intended to kill Li Qiye not only to make him an example for the other cultivators, but also to avenge Gue Fushu. Li Qiye looked at Zhu Huangwu with one eye and said, "Virtuous masters?" Then, he spoke with disdain, "Who are these virtuous masters that are coming from your mouth? Tell them to scram out here so that your father can see how these old undyings have the audacity to call themselves virtuous masters." At this time, many cultivators from the weaker sex echoed the sentiment, "Yes, that's right, it is only an excuse." Zhu Huangwu replied with a sharp glare and immense tone, "How could someone like you understand the pain and good intentions of the virtuous masters of this world? Do all of you want to oppose them?" A descendant from another great power immediately added, "Brother Huangwu is correct. There are too many great dangers inside the portal. If everyone went in, then how many innocent people must die? However, all the virtuous masters wish to combine our strength in order to take out the treasures and share it with the rest of the world." Such wise and earnest intentions. Another prince openly stated, "Indeed, to do nothing yet still reap the benefits is not enough for you all? Don't listen to this junior and his wish to create a rift amongst us." The great powers and the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom had been working together a long time. They wanted to remove the small sects and vagrant cultivators. Only the heavens would know the treasures inside the portal. If a little insignificant vagabond were to take it, then it would be such a great loss. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian then gazed at Li Qiye intensely and said, "It seems that we must kill a few lowly villains who want to cause trouble. Questioning the wishes of the virtuous masters of this world, this is an unforgivable crime." Li Qiye didn't care for the Heavenly Prince fanning the flames. He simply pointed at him and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha. Loser, come, open your eyes and see your father personally break your bones." Li Qiye was afraid of not having an excuse to kill, but now, he was very happy because someone came straight to his door and wished to die. Li Qiye's domineering presence left countless cultivators and academy students from the weaker sects in admiration. Of course, they simply praised and cheered for him in their hearts, for they did not wish to provoke an existence like the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. This thing not knowing life from death, an insect wanting to hinder a chariot. You, an ignorant no-name junior, want to question the virtuous master's conclusion? Today, you cannot be spared." Zhu Huangwu stepped out and said in a grim tone. Ba Xia also exerted his tyrannical presence and aggressively declared, "Eradicate this lowly villain with ulterior motives. This Ba Xia will lend brother Huangwu a hand. A bunch of clowns that think they are worthy of being called heaven's favored sons?" Li Qie did not bother to glance at them because he simply looked down on these so-called geniuses, these so-called heaven's proud sons. Chapter 313, Bing Yuxia's Strength. While the group that consisted of Zhu Huangwu, Ba Xia, and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian wanted to surround and kill Li Qie, a voice like the hymns of immortals appeared. "Fellow Taoist, makes a lot of sense." A woman drifted by. Her gentle arrival was like a goddess descending from the heavens. With her divine presence, she was someone who was unstained by the mundanity of this mortal world. Strange images began to appear with her arrival. Lotus flowers fell down from the sky while golden springs oozed from the earth, just like the appearance of a true immortal. Goddess Mei Suyao, the representative of the Eternal River School. Both her background and herself were worthy of apprehension and respect. She had the qualifications to become a legend of the contemporary era. She then spoke to everyone after drifting by like a fairy. The timeless portal had always been in the Academy's possession. As its owner, the Academy itself is willing to share with the rest of the world. Which qualifications or virtues allows certain sects to steal from others? Even virtuous masters and wise sages during our contemporary era do not have the rights to steal from others. All existences are equal without superiors nor inferiors, so if the Academy is willing to open its doors, then everyone should be blessed with the portal's wealth. Great sects, powerful countries, or minor sects and vagabond cultivators all have the rights to reap this benefit. Those from more humble backgrounds immediately cheered. Goddess Mei put it so well. Even though everyone agreed with Li Qie's words as well, very few cheered for him. In the end, he was alone with no backing, so although everyone acknowledged his stance, they couldn't show it openly due to a lack of strength. Goddess Mei Suyao was different. She herself was unfathomable, not to mention that the Eternal River School behind her was quite frightening. Both the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom and Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom were far from being comparable to the Eternal River School. Zhu Huangwu's tone sank as he spoke. Goddess words are logical, but a few people who harbor evil intentions should be exiled. We cannot let him stay at the Eastern 100 Cities to continue his treacherous rift-creating intentions. He was glaring straight at Li Qie while uttering these words. A clear laughter resounded, followed by these words. "Since when did your Brilliance Ancient Kingdom speak for the entire Eastern 100 Cities?" Bing Yuxia slowly approached with her male-styled dress. There were city-toppling beauties to her right and left, giving her the appearance of a suave young master. Even before so many people, Bing Yuxia still did as she pleased and embraced beauties without a care. She came forward and smilingly said, "The Eastern 100 Cities belongs to the human race and all the inhabitants of this world. The human race's wise sages built this vast land so that any human could freely stay in this place. Who gave your Brilliance Ancient Kingdom the right to expel human disciples? The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom and the Furious Immortal Saint Country. What is so remarkable about these two existences? If you want to monopolize the timeless portal, then just frankly say it. Do not make excuses and use the tiger's skin as your banner. This is only a disgrace to the honor of your ancestors. If you have any grievances with Li Qie, then directly fight and kill him instead of simply waving the banner of justice. What is this about questioning the virtuous master's decision? Why don't your virtuous masters show themselves so that everyone can see these great people and whether they are worthy of the virtuous master title or not? As a man, your way of conducting business is cowardly. Saying one thing but meaning another, such a hypocrite. How can you call yourself a genius with such a personality and dare to talk about competing for the heavens will in the future? People will lose their teeth from laughing at you. Compared to the elegant and graceful words from Mei Suyao, Bing Yuxia's remark was much more arrogant and rude. It was filled with a hot temperament. However, her style really satisfied the cultivators with humble beginnings. They didn't dare to offend the two powerful countries, but they couldn't help but cheer in their minds, for they thought that Bing Yuxia's scolding was very appropriate. Little girl, your words just now really resembled immortal Emperor Bing Yu's style. Li Qie clapped his hands and said, I'm beginning to like you more and more. Bing Yuxia glanced at Li Qie and said, forget it, I only like pretty girls, I have zero interest in men. Her uninhibited manner caused many people to be speechless. She was such a supreme beauty, yet she favored other pretty girls. This was not a secret in the eastern 100 cities. The group of Zhu Huangwu, Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, and Ba Xia became quite annoyed. Goddess Mei Suyao was still polite, but Bing Yuxia's words spared no room for cordial pretension. Zhu Huangwu then slowly retorted, and you're saying the Ice Feather Palace can represent the eastern 100 cities? With a surging sacred aura, Zhu Huangwu solemnly stood out. His body emitted the songs of wise sages. As an expert, the moment he began to speak, it created a suppressive aura that rendered others in fear and awe. Bing Yuxia glared at him and let go of the beauty in her hand as she closed her paper fan. She then straightened herself and freely smiled. Zhu Huangwu, who are you trying to scare in my presence? Who the hell are you? A person with the arts of 2 emperors, right? Now, let me try the dual emperor arts of yours. What is so great about your fame as a genius? This uncle has always looked down on geniuses. The moment she finished speaking, an explosion erupted and 9 fate palaces appeared on top of her head. Seeing the 9 fate palaces, everyone exclaimed in shock, a 9-palace ancient saint, a pinnacle saint. A pinnacle saint could look down in disdain on all the other ancient saints. Even a heavenly sovereign coming into being would lose their colors before this supreme genius. How could this be? All the experts, both young geniuses and ancient saints of the previous generations, all changed their expressions before Bing Yuxia's 9 fate palaces. What are these geniuses worth? Bing Yuxia was a woman, but she was very arrogant. She then coldly proclaimed, I hate geniuses the most. No one thought that her domineering words were baseless. A 9-palace ancient saint at her young age warranted her arrogance no matter the location. This little girl is truly just like immortal Emperor Bing Yu. Looking at Bing Yuxia's proud arrogance, Li Qie clapped his hands together and lamented. At this second, it was as if he was witnessing immortal Emperor Bing Yu during her youth again. Zhu Huangwu and his crowd's expressions dimmed down. 9-palace ancient saints were indeed great. To all cultivators, 9 palaces would be a limit, and as for the legendary 10 palaces, they could be counted with one's fingers. Since Bing Yuxia was so young, maybe she could even open the 10th palace in the future. In just a moment, Bing Yuxia arrogantly challenged Zhu Huangwu, and the 2 lineages were on the verge of battle. This time, we all gathered here for the fortunes inside the timeless portal, not to kill each other. The Heavenly Dao Academy agreed to share the portal with the rest of the world, so no sects have the rights to deprive others of this privilege. At this time, Mei Suyao opened her mouth and exuded immortal words that were accompanied by beautiful hymns. She emitted an indescribable charm that was able to calm the listeners. I agree with Goddess Mei's words. The speaker descended from the sky with a myriad of laws as his followers. He became one with the grand Tao with each taken step, the sole sovereign of this world. Suddenly, the sun and moon lost their brilliance as he walked on his solitary path, shaking the mountains and rivers. All existences shivered where he trod as if he was a god from the 9 heavens. Someone shouted after seeing this young man descending from the sky, Deity Jikong Wudi. Deity Jikong Wudi, the descendant of the Space Trample Mountain and great-grandchild of immortal Emperor Ta Kong after 6 generations. In the contemporary times, regardless of one's fame or talents, no prodigies could compare to Deity Jikong Wudi. All existences were eclipsed by his greatness. Jikong Wudi was the only student in the present generation of the Emperor Era Hall. Rumor has it that he obtained an unbelievable harvest within the hall. The Emperor Era Hall was the hall with the highest requirements, and since the beginning of time, its students could be counted on one's fingers. Even Jikong Wudi's ancestor, immortal Emperor Ta Kong, was not eligible to join this hall when he was younger. In this generation, Jikong Wudi joining the Emperor Era Hall, according to hearsay, was not only to compete with immortal Emperor Hao Hai when he was young, but also to make up for immortal Emperor Ta Kong's regret from not being accepted. People also said that goddess Mei Suyao was qualified to join the Emperor Era Hall, but she chose not to. Mei Suyao's status was very special. She was neither a student nor a teacher at the academy. Naturally, she was very knowledgeable since she once debated the Grand Dao with the academy's hall masters. Deity Jikong Wudi, in all of his invincible presence, began to speak. The fortunes in the timeless portal are up to the fate of each individual. If friends here consider yourselves as contemporary prodigies, then go forward and take the lead. Why the need to be apprehensive towards competition? The fortunes are meant for the faithful, so friends do not need to exclude others. Whether one will obtain the fortunes inside the portal or not, it will depend on their own skills. Jikong Wudi's domineering tone was brimming with confidence because he was simply not afraid of competition. Goddess Mei and deity said it really well. All existences are equal, and the fortunes inside the portal are meant for the faithful. Everyone will have a share. All of a sudden, the cultivators from the weaker sex loudly resonated in agreement and applauded the two. Chapter 314, Forced Marriage. This boy stole young noble's limelight. A voice suddenly resounded next to Li Chia. Before anyone knew it, a dark-skinned youth was sitting next to Li Chia. With a glance, Li Chia was able to tell that it was Sikong Taotian. Limelight is nothing. Li Chia didn't care and he smilingly replied, if others like it, then let them have it. I prefer killing more so than attention. After having said this, Li Chia ominously licked his lips. Sikong Taotian got a chill after seeing Li Chia's actions. He had seen many winds and waves and he even snuck into the ancestral grounds of the great sects. It could be said that not many things could scare him. However, Li Chia licking his lips sent a chill deep down his spine. At this moment, he had a vision in which there were rivers of blood and mountains made from bones. Li Chia was like a devil licking his lips stained with blood as if he had not had his fill. Sikong Taotian was horrified because he could already faintly smell the bloody stench. The group of Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian became speechless. With the new development, even the monstrous existences behind them couldn't exclude other people. The Brilliance Ancient Kingdom wished to clear the way in order to have the best development in the future, but it was no longer possible to chase outsiders away. In the end, this so-called meeting amounted to nothing. The plan concocted by Zhu Huangwu and the other great powers was aborted, and the meeting became a mere farce. It failed to reach an agreement and was temporarily abandoned. At the time of departure, Li Chia couldn't help but sigh with regret. It is a pity. Li Chia couldn't accomplish his goal because of Mei Suyao and Jikong Wudi's interference. Of course, Li Chia being there at the meeting was not because he wanted to participate in the establishment of the rules or the order to enter. He was worried about not having a trigger in order for him to start a massacre to force those hidden old undyings out. What is a pity? Bing Yuxia followed after him. She gave him a glance and asked. Li Chia leisurely smiled and replied, nothing, I simply wanted to stain my hands with blood in order to conveniently pick the roses. I merely intended to cause a storm of blood and paint the ground red, but alas, my play was spoiled. These words of carnage carried a poetic sense when uttered by Li Chia, resulting in Bing Yuxia glaring at him. After going back to their place, Bing Yuxia gazed at Li Chia as if she wanted to see through him. What do you want to do? Li Chia looked at her and answered, nothing, I only want to kill, cause trouble, then pick up the treasures. It's as simple as this and nothing else. Everyone will do these things. All the cultivators have gathered here for this one and only reason. This lady is not interested in killing. Bing Yuxia spread her fan and leisurely said, find me after the portal opens. Regarding the matters of killing, you can play by yourself, I am too busy meeting with the missus. Li Chia glared at her and said, stop embracing girls left and right all day long. Be good and act like a proper lady. What does it have to do with you? Bing Yuxia snappily glared at him and retorted, this lady will do as she wishes, you don't need to worry about it. Don't be so nosy about my business. Pop. Li Chia hit her bottom, causing her to become startled as she jumped up. She then angrily warned him, "Little demon, if you still dare to take advantage of this lady, watch it or I'll chop off your hands." Li Qie clapped his hands together, where one still lingered with the previous sensation, and leisurely spoke, "Little sister, if you are a man, then I wouldn't be taking advantage of you now, would I? Be a good girl." Gritting her teeth in anger, she eventually scowled and turned around to leave while ignoring Li Qie. Although the meeting amounted to nothing, all those who entered the academy were reluctant to leave. This included both the powerful and weaker sections. They all knew that staying inside the academy was the most beneficial decision. The great powers were also trying to bring their great armies inside. Of course, such a thing amplified the pressure felt by the weaker sections. The big armies were a direct threat to them. Meanwhile, as the host, the Heavenly Tao Academy was completely silent with its eyes closed. It completely ignored all matters, foregoing all involvements. This attitude made many people realize that the academy was truly in big trouble this time. It was as if it couldn't fend for itself. The great calamity was approaching, and the academy itself had no solution, so how could it have the time to worry about other matters? Especially when the academy's earth was splitting even more violently, allowing others to realize that the academy was really succumbing to an imminent disaster. Having thought to this point, their greed took over as their eyes became red and they started to uncontrollably salivate. After thinking about it, the academy had been accumulating treasures for millions of years, so how many great immortal and divine treasures did it have? They became impatient and started to sneak around. Some tried to secretly penetrate the academy's ancestral ground, delving into its innermost depths. The Lion's Roar Gate did not evacuate since they initially came to lend the academy a hand. It quietly watched the ongoing changes to see where this storm would lead them. The next day, Qi Xiaodao suddenly rushed in while Li Qie was meditating in his room. Qi Xiaodao treated Li Qie as if he was his savior and urgently said, "Brother Li, it's not looking too good. You have to quickly come and save my sister." Li Qie stood up and asked with a frown, "What is the matter?" Li Qie's impression of Qi Xiaodao was someone who would not cause trouble. Qi Xiaodao was extremely furious and exclaimed, "The furious immortal saint country came to our door, wanting to force this marriage." His face was reddened from anger. He hated the fact that he couldn't soar out to kill because he was not a match for the saint country. Forced marriage? Li Qie inquired further, "The furious immortal saint country is shameless to this point? Your sister clearly said that she didn't wish to marry Sima Longyan, yet they still came to force this marriage?" Qi Xiaodao angrily replied, "It is so. The first prince, Ba Xia, of the saint country led many people to my royal father's dwelling to force this marriage. They want my sister to marry that animal, Sima Longyan." Li Qie touched his chin and said, "It is not so easy for a powerful country to be shameless to this point. This requires a certain level of talent." "Heh, this is nothing surprising." At this time, Sikong Taotian was grinning. He was standing by the door as he said, "By chance, I came by some news on the streets. Sima Longyan's dream was to marry Miss Qi, but this is only secondary to the saint country. Their goal is the Qi clan's immortal physique law and Miss Qi's recently cultivated thousand martial divine gaze Dao. Both of these arts are no weaker than Supreme Emperor laws. Marrying her would be akin to owning both of these supreme arts. No dowry from the saint country could be more precious than the benefits they would gain from this marriage." Qi Xiaodao's expression was extremely hard to look at after hearing Sikong Totian's explanation. "My Qi clan will absolutely not allow these animals to succeed," Qi Xiaodao bitterly said. "I also have some other information." Sikong Taotian smiled and said, "Ba Xia, indeed, has an incomplete immortal physique law. Although it was continually reinforced and researched, it remained imperfect. I heard that Ba Xia recently wanted to undergo his minor physique tribulation, but his physique devil was too fierce and his inner physique was too impure. Even if he could surpass this tribulation, he would not be able to completely get rid of the imperfection. A hidden backlash will remain for his future grand physique tribulation. Ba Xia is very anxious and really wants to complete the saint country's immortal physique law. He heard that your Qi clan's immortal physique law was actually passed down from the old desolate era and was not created by your ancestor. This is a complete immortal physique law, so Ba Xia wants to look at it and see if it could make up for his own physique law's failed points. At this point, Sikong Taotian sucked in some air and smilingly said while looking at Qi Xiaodao, in fact, it is not just one great power in the Eastern 100 cities craving for your Qi clan's physique law. This is the reason why no one is taking action. For example, if the furious immortal saint country destroys your lion's roar gate to steal the immortal physique law, then another great power will use this excuse to launch a crusade against it. At that point, maybe everyone will have a copy of the Qi clan's physique law. Qi Xiaodao couldn't help but clench his fists. The truth was that he had never seen the Qi clan's physique law, only his grandfather knew of it. It was not strange for others to covet this physique law. In the end, this thing was more valuable than emperor laws and was even comparable to heaven's will secret laws. If it wasn't for the Qi ancestor, the Lion's Roar Heavenly King still being alive while having great relationships with the Academy's Hall Masters, then someone would have already taken action against the Lion's Roar Gate. However, for many great powers, it would still not be too late to make a move now. At this moment, the Academy couldn't even guarantee its own survival, so it would not have the time to help the Lion's Roar Gate. Amidst such chaos with forged alliances, when would the Saint Country seize the Qi clan's physique law if not now? Chapter 315, Kill Without Mercy, Brotherly, Hurry and Come, Ba Xia is already at our door. Qi Xiaodao anxiously urged Li Qie. Li Qie couldn't help but smile. He nodded his head and said, "Fine, they're just in time. Since they came to our place to seek their deaths, it would be a sin if I didn't kill them." Seeing Li Qie's bright smile, Sikong Taotian, with chills down his spine, felt that a fierce, bloodthirsty beast was opening its jaws. He simply wanted to escape right away. "Where are you going?" Li Qie slowly spoke. "It is time for you to contribute, otherwise, how could I trust you?" The Sikong Taotian who wanted to run froze up after hearing this, and he quickly replied, "Nowhere, I'm not going anywhere. On your command, I shall traverse any treacherous path." Li Qie nodded his head with seriousness and said without any jest, "Very well, prepare for a great massacre then." Sikong Taotian frowned and followed along. Fighting directly was not his style, but he didn't have any other choice right now. Ba Xia, along with Sima Longyun, came for the marriage proposal with an aggressive momentum. They were determined to achieve victory. After a rejection, and especially when the lady in question maintained her position, other people would not be thick-skinned enough to come again. But this time, Ba Xia and Sima Longyun boldly came without any hesitation. Their attitudes made it clear that Qi Xiaodai could not reject this marriage. Ba Xia courteously spoke, "Royal Lord Qi, 3 virtuous paragon true treasures are included in the dowry for Miss Qi. I think this sufficiently demonstrates our goodwill." 3 of these treasures were indeed heaven-shaking no matter the location because they were monstrous, priceless items. If it was another minor sect, then they would be quite honored in the face of such a dowry. Meanwhile, the Lion's Roar Royal Lord had an exasperated expression while Qi Xiaodai was shivering in anger with sparks in her eyes. The Royal Lord coldly said, "Nephew, please return. The Saint Country is a contemporary world power. My Lion's Roar Gate does not deserve to climb up so high." Ba Xia boldly came not to propose, but to force a marriage regardless of Qi Xiaodia's opinion. As her father, how could the Royal Lord accept this? It was too humiliating. Ba Xia's gaze turned sharp and oppressive as he spoke, "Royal Lord Qi, do not make a mistake. My junior brother is a contemporary prodigy. Regarding looks, talents, and personalities, he and Miss Qi are a match made by the heavens. My royal father will personally preside over their marriage that will be blessed by our ancestor. This is a grand occasion, and I trust that this marriage will be wonderful. My Saint Country will not mistreat Miss Qi, and this is also a great honor to the Lion's Roar Gate's ancestors." Great honor to the Lion's Roar Gate's ancestors? A lazy voice came about, even the furious immortal Saint Country's progenitor is nothing. How can one even dare to compare him against the Qi clan's ancestor, the 100 Battles God King? When your progenitor was alive, he was only worthy of carrying the God King's shoes. Li Qia. Having heard this voice, Sima Longyun suddenly jumped as if he had been stung by a scorpion and screamed. Li Qia leisurely strolled forward. He simply glanced at Ba Xia once, and then he didn't put him in his eyes again. Ba Xia's sharp gaze exuded an aura as torrential as a flood. He took a step forward, shaking the mountains and rivers. His surging blood energy rendered others breathless. Qi Xiaodai breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Li Qia. She was quite assured with his presence, even if the sky fell down, Li Qia would shoulder the burden. Ba Xia also sneered after seeing Li Qia's arrival. Likewise, he also didn't take Li Qia into consideration. He then gravely spoke to the royal lord once more. Royal Lord Qi, don't throw your lion's roar gate, this long-standing heritage, into the abyss just because of an outsider. If you still possess any foresight, then you should chase a certain someone out of the lion's roar gate, lest he brings about a disaster to your sect. Another voice rang out, Ba Xia is completely right. Hu Yu of the Tiger's Howl School also rushed in. The lion's roar disciples couldn't stop him. His powerful advance portrayed him as an arrogant dragon soaring in an empty sky. No one was able to hinder his steps. The royal lord was quite displeased to see Hu Yu's blatant intrusion. His actions didn't give the lion's roar gate any respect. Hu Yu stepped inside and looked around, then he smilingly added, I also feel that Brother Sima and Miss Qi are a match made in heaven. Miss Qi being able to marry into the Saint Country is all due to the grace of her ancestors. Brother Ba Xia, instead of choosing a day, why not just get them married today? You. At this point, the Qi family was furious. Qi Xiaodao stood out and angrily shouted, your Tiger's Howl School shouldn't push people too far. Too far? Hu Yu looked at Qi Xiaodao with contempt and said, Qi Xiaodao, heed my warning. Do not follow this little bratly. In the future, if you still dare to appear around the Baoyun clan, then I will personally cut off your limbs and destroy your cultivation so that you will be a cripple for the rest of your life. Brother Yun, go and greet your father-in-law. Ba Xia sneered and said. The ecstatic Sima Longyun quickly stepped forward to bow towards the royal lord. However, he was only met with blood-vomiting anger from the royal lord and Qi Xiaodai. His greeting was also blocked by Li Qia, who was standing in front of the royal lord. Li Qia then quipped, You wish to bow down to your grandfather? Unfortunately, I do not have such an unfilial grandson like you. A surge of rage overcame Sima Longyun. At this moment, he finally lost his mind from anger. However, he had the support of Ba Xia on the Saint Country, so he was no longer afraid of Li Qia. Little animal, I've had enough of you. He roared and rushed forward like a maddened ox. His golden ox physique came forward with its most powerful stance, wanting to slam Li Qia away. Boom! Li Qia didn't try to dodge. Instead, he stretched out his hand and seized the approaching Sima Longyun. Although Sima Longyun's golden ox physique could collapse a high mountain, it couldn't move Li Qia one bit. Li Qia's technique resembled a myriad of hands. He was like a true god descending to the mortal world. Each of these hands could shoulder a separate world as 9 great spheres appeared behind his back. At this point, Sima Longyun was caught by Li Qia's 4 hands as Li Qia was about to tear him apart. Li Qia's 4 hands appeared to be cast from unbreakable, divine gold. Sima Longyun was completely trapped. Although he was a royal noble equipped with the golden ox physique, he could not hinder Li Qia in the slightest. A minor completion immortal physique, the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds technique, plus Li Qia's current royal noble cultivation, Sima Longyun was not his match. The 1,000 hands technique was the myriad image's true god's defining treasure. It could shake the 9 heavens above and sink the underworld below. It was capable of slaying immortals and supporting this world. Sima Longyun's physique was absolutely nothing compared to the true god's technique. Ba Xia stepped forward with surging energy like a storm. Li Qia, if you dare to touch even a strand of hair on my junior brother, then don't even dream about leaving this place alive. Hu Yu also came forward and snorted, Li, be smart and accept your fate. No one will be able to save you. We'll then show you a fate that is worse than death. Hu Yu and Ba Xia trapped Li Chia with a pincer formation. Both of them took action as they wanted to kill him in one blow. Today, they came well prepared not only for the matter of marriage but also to kill Li Chia. Before obtaining the Lion's Roar Supreme Immortal Physique and accomplishing their goal, they must slay Li Chia and eradicate this pebble that blocked their path. You still dare to threaten me with just the two of you insects? Li Chia, with his thousand hands technique, looked at Hu Yu and Ba Xia before he smilingly said, not to mention you two insects, even if your ancestors crawled out of their graves, I would still personally take care of them if they angered me. After these words, Li Chia strengthened his grip on Sima Longyun. No! Sima Longyun miserably bellowed. After a popping sound, he was torn apart by Li Chia. His true fate couldn't escape either and was crushed by another hand. In the blink of an eye, Sima Longyun could not resist being torn apart alive by Li Chia. Even before his death, he couldn't believe that Li Chia still dared to kill him despite his senior brother backing him up. You're courting death. Ba Xia and Hu Yu both became furious and instantly struck with blows that were capable of sinking the heaven and earth. An amazing energy blade slashed straight towards Li Chia, wanting to finish him off in one blow. Scram! At this time, the hell-suppressing godly physique broke out. Its power swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His 1,000 hands held up 3,000 small worlds and his back carried the 9 grand worlds. The oppressive descent of the 1,000 hands was as if the 3,000 small worlds were crushing the firmaments. Even the 18 layers of hell would collapse from such might. Royal noble power, minor completion immortal physique, and a true god's defining technique, the 3 of these combined would even easily defeat an ancient saint. All of these things were not just empty names. Boom! A deafening noise filled the air as the Lion's Roar Gates camp cracked under this blow. Hu Yu and Ba Xia's combined effort did not amount to anything. They were struck flying away by the 1,000 hands into the Lion's Roar Gates camp. Chapter 316, Only using one's hand versus 2 experts. At this moment, the Lion's Roar Royal Lord was sent into a daze. Even Qi Xiaodao, who was mentally prepared, became shocked. Only Qi Xiaodai remained calm and took a deep breath. On the other hand, Sikong Taotian felt that this was the natural flow of events. He was very fearful of Li Chia and thought that Ba Xia and Hu Yu were suicidal maniacs. The royal lord stood there, speechless. He heard his daughter telling him that Li Chia was extremely powerful, but he felt that no matter how powerful he was, the enlightened being realm was his limit. However, after seeing Li Chia blow away the 2 geniuses today, he wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Rumble. 2 explosions roared from beneath the flat ground. Hu Yu and Ba Xia were like 2 falling stars as they were knocked away by Li Chia from the Lion's Roar Gate, eventually creating 2 huge pits. What happened? This sudden event caused many cultivators from the nearby camps to rush out of their dwellings and look around to find out what was going on. Many people were left aghast after seeing Hu Yu and Ba Xia getting pounded away. Especially the younger generation, they were rendered in disbelief. Someone lost their calm and shouted as they noticed Li Chia exit from the collapsing Lion's Roar Gate camp. Li Chia. Suddenly, everyone turned their gazes towards him. The younger ones couldn't sit still inside, all of them ran out to watch, including the students from the academy. Ba Xia and Hu Yu were the most excellent geniuses in the eastern 100 cities of today. Ba Xia had the natural tyrannical physique, one of the 24 king physiques, and he cultivated the Saint country's defining lower tyrannical immortal physique law. Rumor has it that he made some progress with his physique, so others were very wary of his skills. With Ba Xia's cultivation, if his physique was at minor completion, then he could massacre ancient saints as easily as flipping one's palm. If this wasn't the case, then people wouldn't praise a grand completion immortal physique as something that could stop even immortal emperors. Hu Yu was no weaker than Ba Xia. Rumor has it that he became a 5 celestials enlightened being a long time ago. The extremely mysterious blood of the tiger god also flowed within his body. At this point, their setback, caused by Li Qia, created a huge commotion and no one could bear to miss this spectacle. All the devilish geniuses from the Sacred Era Hall also poured out, including the Crouching Dragon Cliff's descendant and the saint child of the rampaging Divine Mountain. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian also came to observe Li Qia from afar with an emotionless pair of eyes while being shrouded in an azure mist. Last time, at the evil-infested ridge, he lost and almost died to Li Qia. After several years, he became a lot stronger than before, but the humiliation still haunted him. Rumble. Hu Yu and Ba Xia soared into the sky. In an instant, one went to block Li Qia from the front while the other went to his back. Although they were sent flying away, it was only a minor injury, far from being fatal. A thunderous noise boomed. Ba Xia and Hu Yu's blood energy crazily surged as their life wheels appeared, emitting a monstrous source of power. Qi Xiaodao became slightly worried and asked, "They are about to unleash their killing moves. Will Brother Li be fine fighting the both of them alone?" "Don't worry." Sikong Taotian shook his head and said, "You do not know of his past conquests. If you found out about his battles inside the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground, then you would not be able to sleep for 3 days, and you surely wouldn't have the guts to call him a brother." Ba Xia and Hu Yu, they are nothing. Even if the saint country's ancestor personally came, he himself wouldn't know the reasons for his inevitable demise. Qi Xiaodao was quite astonished to hear these words. Even the Lion's Roar royal lord felt that Sikong Totian's words were underestimating the two contemporary geniuses, Hu Yu and Ba Xia, too much. Only Qi Xiaodai remained silent, for she knew Li Qia's terrifyingness more than her father and brother. Even an ancestral character like old Daoist Peng was apprehensive of him, so one could only imagine his true might. Sikong Taotian then continued to murmur to himself, no matter where or when, I wouldn't be afraid of fighting against that little brat, Jikong Wudi. Only young noble Li, the first person to instill fear inside me, the first person that I could not fathom, would be someone I would never cross. Even the son of a god would die if they provoked him. What did you say? Qi Xiaodao couldn't hear him clearly, so he had to ask. Sikong Taotian shook his head and looked up, then he smilingly answered, "Nothing, just wait and see. Someone will die a very, very miserable death, but the fault lies with them for provoking someone they couldn't afford to." The atmosphere became tense as Ba Xia and Hu Yu summoned their life wheels. The longevity blood poured into the wheel, creating a torrential storm. Clouds of worldly essence as dense as fog focused on their bodies. At this moment, they were quite mighty. Ba Xia aggressively declared, "Li, you shouldn't have messed with me today. Even if you are an ancient saint, only death will await you." At this time, after mustering his power, Ba Xia's body emitted a bright brilliance as a divine flame surrounded his body. His blood energy, that was as vast as an ocean, floated above his head and enshrouded the sky itself. Boom! His blood energy rose one level as a magnificent ring appeared around his body, giving him quite a transcendent appearance. Seeing this divine ring developing around his body, someone shouted in horror, "Heavenly Sovereign, could it be that he has reached this realm?" Although Heavenly Sovereign was only one realm above Ancient Saint, one couldn't fathom just how much more frightening a sovereign was compared to an ancient saint. Reaching this level meant that one reached the Grand Tao, and one would be able to recreate its profoundness. If a heavenly king was a ruler of this world that reigned over millions of existences, then a heavenly sovereign was the Grand Tao leading to the golden throne. To most cultivators, Ancient Saint was the end of the path and Heavenly Sovereign was the sublime pinnacle, the starting point to reach the Grand Tao to become enlightened. They would no longer be confined to the limits of their previous path and would begin to develop their own Tao. The Heavenly Sovereign realm was where the foundation for becoming an invincible virtuous paragon gets laid, and it was the first step towards the heaven's will. If all the realms before Heavenly Sovereign were part of the heaven and earth's path, then being a Heavenly Sovereign meant that one had finally entered the great palace of the heaven and earth. One heavenly sovereign could easily subdue an ancient saint, since they have already escaped the boundary of an ordinary grand Tao and touched upon the heaven and earth's grand Tao. Without their presence, ancient saints and royal nobles would be in charge of worldly affairs. However, upon the arrival of but a single heavenly sovereign, said two realms couldn't reach the apex. No, it is the furious immortal tyrannical physique. A devilish genius from Sacred Era Hall said with gravity while wearing a serious expression. After hearing this name, many people took a cold breath. One person murmured, "Furious immortal tyrannical physique, could this physique be at minor completion?" A predecessor cultivator said with a shocked expression, "This physique increases one's battle prowess as their cultivation temporarily goes up by one level. If Ba Xia is an ancient saint, then he will have the power to challenge a heavenly sovereign." Many people lost their colors after seeing the divine ring floating around Ba Xia, including the devilish geniuses from the Sacred Era Hall. If it was indeed a minor completion immortal physique, then it was truly terrifying. Even though no one knew Ba Xia's exact cultivation, but if he was an ancient saint, then he could slay a heavenly sovereign with a minor completion immortal physique. The coveted furious immortal tyrannical physique could crazily increase a cultivator's blood energy and temporarily unleash an endless potential, giving them 10 times more battle power. Those with even more untapped potential could have their strength increase by 100-fold without any side effects. Ba Xia was a natural tyrannical king physique and cultivated the defining physique law of the saint country, so one could only imagine his great potential. Little demon, today, I will show you what people call a fate worse than death. After Ba Xia unleashed his physique, Hu Yu did not falter behind. Suddenly, his blood energy roared like a divine tiger as Hu Yu's fate palace opened. A pagoda made of gold appeared with flames surrounding it. It was Hu Yu's true fate weapon, and it was created by a powerful heavens will true stone. At this time, 7 stars emerged to carry the pagoda. Then, this tower suddenly lit up and a loud boom resounded. The pagoda opened up as if it was the entrance to the realm of the deities. Dragon cries and phoenix hymns, accompanied with a black tortoise's roar, spewed forth. Then, an azure dragon flew out of the pagoda, followed by a vermilion bird while a black tortoise shouldered the ocean. Hu Yu's blood energy turned into a white tiger with a divine presence that filled the sky. At this second, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise gathered around to protect the white tiger. Seeing the 7 stars supporting the pagoda, the Eastern 100 cities' inhabitants were quite shocked. 7 celestials enlightened being. He is already a 7 celestials. I only heard that he was a 5 celestials before. So he was hiding his strength. This is not the most scary matter. An old cultivator who knew about the tiger's howl school emotionally said, "His heavens will true treasure is the most terrifying part." This 4 divine beasts pagoda was created from a heavens will true stone with 4 daos. A younger cultivator asked in confusion, even though a 4 daos heavens will true stone is precious, but with Hu Yu's gifts, he should have a better stone. I feel, at the very least, that it should be 7 daos. No. His royal lord then corrected him. The value of a heavens will true stone does not lie in its Tao quantity, the more is not necessarily better. The truth is that it is difficult to discern the power and advantages of these stones. We refer to them by the Daos inside them only for the sake of classification. Chapter 317, 1,000 Hands Against the 9 Worlds. A heavens will true stone was the foundation of a cultivator's true treasure. It was quintessential in the creation process. For cultivators, a true treasure connected directly to their true fate, along with their Tao. It was the real method for cultivators to exert their true strength and potential. These stones were created by the heaven and earth, so very few people knew their true origin. Since time immemorial, most assumed that they were divine stones born from the inception of this world. Due to this theory, it also explained the reason why the heaven and earth's Tao might also be found within these stones. Each of the Tao found within were different and were still in their original forms. Only through the refinement of cultivators would these Tao become even stronger. The Tao encompassed within these stones were named heavenly accumulation, so a stone with one heavenly accumulation was also referred to as a one Tao heavens will true stone. If there were two heavenly accumulations inside, then the stone was called a two Tao heavens will true stone, and so on and so forth. For beasts divine pagoda. A Sacred Era genius exclaimed. The Sacred Era's group of disciples didn't dare to underestimate Hu Yu's true treasure, and one of them whispered, "The tiger god's blood flows within Hu Yu's body, so this pagoda is too fitting for him." Inside the treasure's four heavenly accumulations, the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the white tiger all worship his tiger god's bloodline. As a result, the white tiger is the leader of the four beasts and gets protected by the other three. With the help of the tiger god's bloodline, he can actually exert the power of the stone to its utmost limit. A true treasure at the same rank cannot compare to this synergy. Another Sacred Era student took a cold breath and uttered. Hu Yu's luck was great. He managed to obtain a true stone with four beast heavenly accumulations while having the tiger god's bloodline. This allowed him to use the stone to its utmost potential as he refined it into his own true treasure by using his true fate. Although this true treasure was only at the same level as him, a seven celestials enlightened being true treasure, it could fight evenly against a heavenly sovereign. Other enlightened beings using a heavenly king true treasure would still be at a disadvantage when fighting against Hu Yu's pagoda. The majority of cultivators could only use 30 to 40% of a life treasure or true treasure from someone else. This also applied to emperor-level weapons. However, one's own true treasure combined with their fate was different. One could utilize its full strength, or even greatly exceed it. This was the reason why each cultivator had to refine their own true treasures. For heavenly accumulations led by the white tiger, using the tiger god's bloodline to control them, this is using the heavenly accumulations to their maximum potential, seeing the four divine beasts, that were led by the white tiger, soaring in the sky that caused the heaven and earth to tremble. An enlightened being of the previous generation couldn't help but become emotional. Although there were no clear distinctions or ranks regarding the amount of heavenly accumulations within a heavens will true stone, but to most cultivators, the more the better. 4 heavenly accumulations was better than 3, in the end, it was an extra Tao. For example, if Hu Yu's pagoda only had 3 heavenly accumulations, then it would only have the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The most important thing for cultivators was to find a suitable one. The priority did not lie with the amount of heavenly accumulations inside. Like Hu Yu, his 4 divine beast pagoda was the most fitting for him since his bloodline allowed him to unleash its endless potential. If it was a different true stone, then even with 7 heavenly accumulations, compared to this pagoda, it wouldn't necessarily be stronger after refinement for Hu Yu. At this time, Ba Xia and Hu Yu roared at the same time, "Kill!" Ba Xia didn't have a weapon nor technique, instead, he rushed forward with his strongest stance. His immortal physique furiously exploded like an angry immortal that wanted to destroy the heaven and earth along with all the other gods. The sweep of his hand was enough to defeat all things as well as flush out the clouds and rain. Meanwhile, Hu Yu's pagoda, along with the 4 beasts, soared together in the sky with their endless Tao power. The white tiger roared, the azure dragon glided in the sky, the vermilion bird attacked from above, and the black tortoise raised the ocean. In this second, the 4 beasts arrived as if they were about to destroy the heavens. The roar of the white tiger destroyed all spirits like a wave made out of a myriad of swords that rushed up high above. Once these swords plunged down, all would be massacred. The azure dragon fluttered around. To a dragon, its gigantic body was its most powerful weapon. Under its impact, a giant mountain was no different than a piece of paper. The vermilion bird swooped down to the ground. Its unblockable sharp wings could tear the grand beginning as well as the primordial chaos. At this second, the vast earth became nothingness under the blows from Hu Yu and Ba Xia. The spectators, both young and old, were lamenting, so strong. Ba Xia and Hu Yu's attacks were nothing like those from inexperienced youths. An ancient saint unleashing his life's strongest attack would not be much more potent than this. Such an invincible and dominating strike actually came from 2 young men. Boom! The earth shook after a deafening explosion as cracks began to appear. With several clanks, the universal laws, in the shape of divine lotus vines, held the shattered earth together. If this earth was not strengthened by the Academy's Emperor Foundation, then it would have completely collapsed from that earlier strike. At this time, the place where Wuxia once stood was now replaced by a giant crater. That strike could have rendered him into ashes. Is it over? Many people were awestruck by that strike and murmured. Furious, immortal, tyrannical physique. Even a devilish genius from the Sacred Era Hall had to sigh in lamentation. They feared this immortal physique. Once it appeared, it was as if a furious immortal took over Ba Xia's body, allowing him to push down all things. Before his hand, all merit laws and treasures couldn't reach the apex. For Divine Beast's pagoda, such a powerful true treasure. No wonder why the wise sages once said that no stone is better or worse, there is only the most suitable true stone. Legend has it that immortal Emperor Buzhan's spear was created from a one Dao true stone, but this one heavenly accumulation was still enough to become invincible in his era. After the events of today, it seems that the wise sages did not lie to me. An older cultivator couldn't help but emotionally comment. Is it really over? A person from afar looked at the crater and wanted to know whether Wuxia was alive or not. Some students who were close to Ba Xia and who you sneered and said with disdain, how could it not be over? This little demon Li had the courage to fight solo versus two prodigies. He didn't know how to write the word suicide. This is your strongest blow? Suddenly, a lazy voice came about. Wuxia stepped out from the crater. He was as majestic as a towering and immovable mountain. The students who were jeering at Wuxia couldn't finish their mockery before having to stop with their faces flushed red from embarrassment. Impossible. At this moment, an older ancient saint who was watching from the distance jumped up and shouted with a cracked voice. Even an ancient saint couldn't escape unscathed from the blow of those two, but Wuxia was completely unharmed. This was such an unbelievable matter. Ba Xia and Hu Yu both changed their expressions because they were extremely confident in their previous attack. Even if it couldn't kill Wuxia, it should have severely wounded him. But the fact remained, Wuxia was without harm. Too weak, you can't even kill me when I'm not dodging. At this point, Wuxia then slowly activated his 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds as if he was actually the myriad images true god. Once these hands came together, they turned into a solid steel wall. Wuxia then calmly smiled and said, "My turn." The moment these words came out, a boom erupted. The 6 Dao were affected along with the screams of a myriad of laws. At this time, Wuxia's entire body was encompassed by a divine light. His invincible physique erupted with power, giving Wuxia the appearance of a god. At this time, the gods, the devils, and even the myriad of laws of the heaven and earth, all were below Wuxia's feet, all were suppressed by his solitary physique. One physique to rule over the gods and devils. The hell-suppressing godly physique. Minor completion immortal physique. At this moment, even a heavenly sovereign hiding behind some curtains suddenly turned aghast. He couldn't help but shout inside his shroud. Minor completion immortal physique. This one phrase alone shocked everyone present. It was common knowledge that immortal physiques were extremely difficult to cultivate. This was not only due to its high requirements, but one must also possess an immortal physique law. Since time immemorial, many people cultivated immortal physiques, but not even mentioning grand completion immortal physiques, very few managed to reach minor completion despite dedicating their entire lives. Once someone reached minor completion, it was more likely that they had also reached the heavenly king realm, or even the virtuous paragon realm. However, Wuxia, at such a young age, was able to reach minor completion. This was an unfathomable matter. This also meant that he had a great chance of reaching grand completion in the future. Chapter 318, Geniuses are nothing but ants. The emergence of a minor completion immortal physique shocked everyone, for it was an extremely fearsome physique. A royal noble with a minor completion immortal physique could slay enlightened beings and massacre ancient saints like killing chickens. Maybe killing even heavenly sovereigns was not a difficult matter. This was the reason why so many people in the past aspired towards cultivating an immortal physique. To the emperor lineages, emperor laws were readily available, but not immortal physiques. These physiques were comparable to heaven's will secret laws. Some emperor lineages had these heaven's will laws but not immortal physique laws. It truly is the minor completion hell suppressing godly physique. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, who was shrouded in his azure mist, stared at Li Qie intensely with a terribly sharp glare. Li Qie, with his minor completion physique, would pose a great threat to geniuses and princes, like him, in the future. At this point, the lion's roar royal lord's mouth was wide open. He couldn't have even imagined about this matter. His father spent his entire life to research immortal physiques, and he even cultivated the furious immortal tyrannical physique, but he couldn't reach minor completion. However, Li Qie accomplished this task at such a young age, and the royal lord understood the significance of this matter. This. I can't believe it. I heard grandfather say that in order to reach the minor completion of an immortal physique, even someone with a saint physique and a perfect immortal physique law would require at least 100 years unless it was an insanely talented genius. Even so, they would need 30, no, 50 years. How old is he? This is too frightening. This is not the most terrorizing aspect about him. Sikong Taotian slowly spoke. Li Qie's most fearful edge lies with his calculations. Just wait, one day, you will see him scheme against the entire world. Only then will you understand that his greatest strength is not his might, but his mind. One still wouldn't know how they were caught in his trap even after dying. At this point, Ba Xia and Hu Yu's expressions became extremely hard to look at. This time, they came prepared not only to force the marriage and take over the Lion's Roar Gate, but also to kill Li Qie. Who would have thought that Li Qie would reveal his minor completion immortal physique and foil their plans? Your saint country's trash physique still dares to call itself a supreme immortal physique law in this world? Li Qie deliberately said, "Today, I will open your eyes so that you can see what a real immortal physique is, so that you can stop dreaming about dominating everything just by learning a little portion of an immortal physique law." Kill! Ba Xia and Hu Yu both roared. They no longer hid their strength as their longevity blood poured into their life wheels to channel the most magnificent blood energy, pushing their lives to the utmost limit to unleash the strongest of attack. Ba Xia's hand pushed forward. It was capable of shattering the stars and striking the sun and moon. His domineering strike caused even ancient saints to lose their colors. Hu Yu mustered his tiger god's blood to its pinnacle. The four divine beast pagoda's white tiger, with its infinite momentum, pounced forward in the air. My turn. Facing two sure-kill grand techniques, Li Qie was still as nonchalant as before while his royal noble aura surged with rolling blood energy. At this time, he raised his 1,000 hands to wield the 9 words true bow. After several years of refinement, the worldly pristine metal had turned into the 9 words true bow. The bow did not have an arrow, but once its string was pulled, bright stars came together as a true mantra appeared. This mantra materialized into an immortal scripture. Once this scripture was unleashed, an immortal arrow descended right into the bow. Clang! The string that was pulled intense was now readied with an arrow as great as the mountains, and then a true mantra arrow was shot out. This arrow pierced through the sky and destroyed a myriad of firmaments. This one bow carried the heavens' power. 9 words true arrow, 9 words to form a mantra. Soldiers and fighters, all of you arrange yourselves and proceed forward. This was the number 1 mantra in this world. This majestic and grand arrow made out of the word soldier, with its immense strength, could pierce through all things in this world. Impossible. Seeing this scene, even royal lords and sect masters stood up. The power of just a single arrow was capable of piercing a true treasure and killing heavenly accumulations. It was really too strong. True word treasure. Seeing Li Qie wielding his bow and the open scripture beside him, many experts were shivering in astonishment. They didn't know how many true words Li Qie's bow had, but some speculated that it must have at least 6 words. Otherwise, it couldn't turn into a scripture. Too many people were envious and jealous of Wuxia. A treasure created from refining treasure metal that had 9 runes still couldn't compare to a true word treasure, especially those made with 6 or more words. Boom! At this time, the Thousand Hands technique unleashed the power akin to a true god and lifted a myriad of worlds. When the Thousand Hands came down, suppressing all existences, the wounded Hu Yu and Ba Xia mustered all of their destructive laws. However, they still could not escape from Wuxia's grasp. Finally, under the hell-suppressing godly physique, bone-breaking sounds began to appear. No matter how tough they were, the blood of Ba Xia and Hu Yu was still shed. They were on the verge of dying. Then, Wuxia picked them up with his 1,000 hands. Everyone was completely transfixed on watching this scene in shock. Devilish geniuses and experts of the previous generation all lost their minds. Ba Xia and Hu Yu were amongst the strongest geniuses in the eastern 100 cities, but Wuxia alone absolutely conquered them. No one could believe it. The person who sneered at Wuxia earlier was shivering in fear. His legs lost their strength as he collapsed to the ground while urinating uncontrollably. Even Hu Yu and Ba Xia lost in Wuxia's hands, so if Wuxia wanted to take care of him, what could he do besides die? The furious immortal Saint Country and the Tiger's Howl School aren't shit. With me, your father, protecting the Lion's Roar Gate, you all still dare to come to our door and force a marriage? Wuxia calmly declared while gripping Ba Xia and Hu Yu with his 1,000 hands. You really think your father is such a nice guy? Everyone held their breaths at this point and none of them dared to sneer at Wuxia any longer. No matter what, the defeat of Ba Xia and Hu Yu was undeniable. Once everyone calmed down, an angry shout appeared, "Junior, let go of young lord." Thousands of experts descended from the sky. Named heroes, royal nobles, enlightened beings, and ancient saints from the Saint Country and Tiger's Howl School rushed forward and surrounded Wuxia. They wanted to save Ba Xia and Hu Yu. At this point, even named heroes and royal nobles could only stand at the perimeter of the circle because they were insufficient and could only stand there to cheer. These powers were deserving of their reputation, especially a powerful country like the Saint Country. The heavenly god sect back in the Grand Middle Territory could not compare to it. Their true reserve was very deep, and they could mobilize thousands of royal nobles and named heroes, and even enlightened beings and ancient saints. All of these were major characters in the contemporary times. You wish to bully me with numbers? Wuxia squinted his eyes and smilingly said while looking at the mass that encircled him. Not good, we have to help brotherly. Seeing Wuxia being surrounded, Qi Xiaodao was in dismay and exclaimed. The Lion's Roar royal lord's expression also dimmed down. No matter how powerful Wuxia was, he couldn't stop the offense from so many people. No, it is time for me to step onto the stage. Sikong Taotian stopped Qi Xiaodao and revealed a smile. This is my moment to contribute, don't compete with me. Amongst the crowd of several thousand experts that trapped Wuxia, a peak grand saint said in a grave tone, Junior, if you let go of our young lords, we will forget everything that happened today. Chapter 323, Jingwei's Azure Sun. Something appeared to be moving inside Heavenly Prince Qing Xian's life wheel as everyone witnessed it turn into a boundless azure fog. At this time, the initially majestic life wheel that towered like a mountain had turned into a small azure sun. It had the sensation of being the most oppressive sun in this world as it spewed out an endless amount of azure energy. After a loud chirp, an azure bird started to fly around it as if it was nibbling on the life wheel. There was a sun in the sky along with the celestials, but all was shadowed under this supreme azure fog. Inside Zhu Huangwu's life wheel was a giant mountain. The moment the life wheel opened, it was as if a new world was established as an endless, blinding light illuminated the back of his neck. At this time, his life wheel had turned into something mystical, and everyone could see the giant mountain inside. The giant mountain was as black as iron with immense weight. It was as if it was suppressing countless gods and devils inside the life wheel. His longevity blood flowed around the mountain while his blood energy was stained with an indescribable evil presence. In just a second, this sky-flooding blood energy turned heavy. It was capable of piercing the heavens and crushing the earth as each strand of blood became incomparably powerful. An older cultivator from the Grand Middle Territory looked at the longevity treasure inside the Heavenly Prince's life wheel and exclaimed in astonishment, "Jingwei's azure sun." Meanwhile, the Lion's Roar Royal Lord saw Zhu Huangwu's life wheel and murmured, "Could it be that this is the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom's evil subduing mountain that had always been passed down?" Jingwei's azure sun and evil subduing mountain. All who knew their identities were startled. Although the role of longevity treasures was not as great as life or true weapons, they still had a power that could not be ignored. Jingwei's azure sun is a longevity treasure that was once used by the legendary immortal Emperor Qing Xian. It was created from the life ring of a divine Jingwei, and it helped immortal Emperor Qing Xian sweep through the world during his youth. Later on, after accomplishing his grand Tao, immortal Emperor Qing Xian abandoned it. The evil subduing mountain also had a remarkable history. Cultivators in this world knew that longevity treasures were usually refined from the life rings of the life wheel, but rumor has it that immortal Emperor Fu Mo of the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom refined a mountain into a life wheel. This treasure had always been inside the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. This is the true power of ancient kingdoms. An older cultivator couldn't help but sigh with envy. Immortal Emperor items were things that could only be obtained by a stroke of great fortune. Even heavenly sovereigns and heavenly kings would have an arduous time in obtaining immortal Emperor items. These two, at such a young age, already had immortal Emperor longevity treasures, so how could others not be jealous of them? With a buzzing sound, it was as if the heavens was synchronized as the heaven and earth's grand Tao began to awaken. Everyone felt the heavenly power. At this very second, it was as if the heavenly grand Tao was being channeled as an endless stream of power appeared inside a divine light that basked Zhu Huangwu and the heavenly prince. This divine light that surrounded the two appeared to be creating its own heaven and earth with circulating stars as many existences were being created. The illusion of a whole new universe coming into being appeared inside the body of Zhu Huangwu and the heavenly prince. They took control of these worlds, and the heavens opened its path for them. The heavens was within their grasps. In this instance, their strength. Outside of their personal powerful cultivation that instilled endless fear into others, no one else knew their true methods. Maybe they could have brought along virtuous paragon life treasures, or even true treasures. Unfortunately, I really don't care for heavenly sovereigns. Just an ordinary little sovereign is nothing. Maybe an era sovereign would be able to do something, but you? You too are nothing. Li Qie laughed and said. How foolish. As different laws were transforming in his eyes, the mortal king said in a dignified manner without any anger, "Do you think that you can leave this place alive? Even if you have immeasurable abilities, if you dare to harm my son today, then do not even dream about leaving alive." Li Qie laughed so hard. Then, he said as he squinted eyes, "So, your saint country brought even more than just a heavenly sovereign like you? Is it an era sovereign? A heavenly king? Or is it those old undyings and ancestors hiding in their coffins? If you already know the situation, then hurry and let go of my son." The mortal king did not answer Li Qie's question and instead coldly proclaimed, "Even if you are a heavenly king, you have no chance of escaping this place." However, this was already an implicit answer. At this time, many people, especially the smaller sects, vagabond cultivators, and humble students, turned pale. This meant that the Saint Country brought even more powerful people. Maybe it was not just the Saint Country, the other great powers might have commanded even stronger experts here. A couple of days before, these monsters, like the Saint Country, the Tiger's Howl School, the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, and others were in the same camp. This was enough to indicate one thing. They wanted sole hegemony of the portal. A few devilish sacred era geniuses thought about it even further, especially those who came from the other territories. Although their sex experts and armies had not arrived in time, they still knew a thing or two more than others. Maybe these grand characters came not only just for the portal, but to scheme for something else, like the Heavenly Tao Academy. In just a second, many thoughts ran astray inside the heads of these geniuses. But at this moment, everyone still wanted to see Li Qia's decision. The mortal king's words were clear. The Saint country didn't have only one heavenly sovereign, there were even more powerful figures present. Under such a situation, anyone smart would know what to choose. Defeating Hu Yu and Ba Xia was already a great achievement to a youth. It was enough for one to smile proudly around the Eastern 100 cities and become one of the strongest young geniuses. They could bask in all the fame, fortune, and glory. Regardless of Li Qia's origin, this was already more than enough, so why the need to create a life or death feud against the Saint country and Tiger's Howl School? If he let Ba Xia and Hu Yu go, then not only would he have obtained the prestige and honor from beating them, but he could also safely retreat. To many people, this was the clear choice. Young noble Li, take a step back to take in the height of the sky and vastness of the sea. At this time, the lion's roar royal lord couldn't help but shout loudly. He was very worried for Li Qia. Although Li Qia single-handedly defeated Ba Xia and Hu Yu and showed his might, but under an irreconcilable blood feud with the Saint country and Tiger's Howl School, there was only a path towards death. Qi Xiaodai stopped her father from trying to persuade Li Qia and gently shook her head before murmuring, "He is not going to back down, even if a heavenly king comes in person." Senior Li, this is correct, take a step back to take in the height of the sky and vastness of the sea. You have already won. The Grand Era disciples also couldn't stop themselves from providing Li Qia with an easy way out. Chapter 320, Watching the enemy's destruction with a smile. Li Qia easily overcame the joint effort of Hu Yu and Ba Xia, earning the Grand Era Hall a great deal of honor. So many of its students were very elated, and they certainly did not wish to see Li Qia die here. Young noble Li is already so formidable, so please show kindness and spare your opponents. At this point, many girls were encouraging Li Qia, trying to get him to step down without losing face. Many of them were sisters of Qi Xiaodai while the others had a humble background. These girls thought of Li Qia as one of their own. A wise man should know what to choose. The Tiger King deepened his tone, "If you let them go, then we can forget about today." Meanwhile, Ba Xia and Hu Yu were quite behaved, their necks were still being gripped by Li Qia. These two were the heaven's proud sons, always arrogant and boastful. Today, due to suffering a crushing defeat from Li Qia, resulting in their necks being gripped by the victor, they were extremely ashamed. After hearing the demands from the Tiger King and Mortal King, Li Qia laughed and said, "I am a person who has this bad habit where my hand would shake if other people threatened me. And if my hand shakes, then it might accidentally kill someone." "Don't you dare!" The Mortal King and the Tiger King were jolted and immediately exclaimed. They were afraid of hurting Ba Xia and Hu Yu, whose fates were in Li Qia's hands. They couldn't attack, but they also couldn't just sit still and do nothing. Li Qia leisurely watched the two and said with a smile, "In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are not many things I don't dare to do. If you dare to kill my son, there will be no asylum for you even at the edges of this world. Our Saint country swears that we will never let this go until we extinguish your 9 clans." "Extinguish my 9 clans?" Li Qia's eyes narrowed as he said, "I'm so scared, I guess I'll just have to wait for it." Having said that, his 1,000 hands closed shut. In just the blink of an eye, it shattered the 9 worlds and crushed the heaven and earth. "No!" The Mortal King and the Tiger King uttered a cry, but it was all too late. "Ah!" Miserable screams bellowed forth. In front of everyone and the pressure of 2 heavenly sovereigns, Ba Xia and Hu Yu were crushed by Li Qia into a bloody mist. Suddenly, the heaven and earth became silent as everyone stood frozen in place. Even with the threat of 2 heavenly sovereigns, Li Qia still killed Ba Xia and Hu Yu without a care. Many people could not believe their eyes. Li Qia dared to kill those 2. From now on, Li Qia would not be able to share the same sky with the Tiger's Howl School and the Saint country. There would only be an irreconcilable outcome for both sides where either the fish will die or the net will rip. At this point, the royal nobles and ancient saints from the school and Saint country crazily cried out and went to kill Li Qia in a craze. Wait, there is still me. Sikong Taotian emerged and uttered a long cry. No one saw what Sikong Taotian did, but he unleashed so many treasures like a goddess scattering beautiful flowers. Flying bell, underworld umbrella, cloud-shattering sword, inflammation cauldron, and many other terrifying items. The emergence of these treasures collapsed the sky and cracked the earth as if it wanted to destroy this land. The lion's roar royal lord couldn't help but become startled. He quickly exclaimed after a brief moment, "We should help them now." Qi Xiaodai stopped her father and gently nodded her head to say, "No need to steal Sikong Taotian's moment. Like he said earlier, this is his time to contribute. Otherwise, young noble would have already taken action." Boom. 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 Sikong Taotian personally fought against thousands by himself and unleashed countless treasures as if he had an endless supply of them. All were bedazzled by the spectacle, for they had never seen someone with so many treasures like this. Sikong Taotian continued to throw out more than dozens of treasures as if they were just trash. There were a lot of geniuses present, some were from the grand sects and powerful countries, and a few were from the emperor lineages, but no one here was as luxurious as Sikong Taotian, who was capable of throwing out so many treasures. This was a case of beating people to death with treasures. He had enough to slay one person with one treasure. Seeing so many treasures surrounding Sikong Taotian, Qi Xiaodao angrily exclaimed, "Motherfucker, this thief has such a scary fortune, yet he still tricked me for my little bit of medicines. Is there no justice in this world? How is this different from a tycoon stealing a beggar's cold grub?" Meanwhile, Li Qiye stood there, watching Sikong Taotian as he fought against the crowd. "Use your finishing move already, how long do you want to fight for?" Li Qiye eventually slowly spoke. "Oh grandma, I can't hold on much longer." Against the continuous attack of several thousand royal nobles and ancient saints, despite his numerous treasures, he was just one person. Eventually, he shouted, "I'm about to do it." Boom! A loud bang exploded. Sikong Taotian took out several puppets and spewed blood on their bodies. The moment these puppets landed, they turned into generals. Kill! These puppets were as powerful as Sikong Taotian. They accepted treasures from Taotian's hands and rushed out to kill the several thousand troops before them. This is a bit too much. Are there 72 of them? He created 72 copies of himself in one go? Qi Xiaodao watched Sikong Taotian take out these puppets and became astonished. It was as if each of these puppets was the embodiment of Sikong Taotian. This boss-killing move is also coming. The mud cannon opened a giant black hole, and then Little Autumn screamed, "Taste my invincible grand zero-dimension banishment." Boom! The cannon shot out and dimensional black holes appeared in the sky. The Tiger King that was initially evading was now locked up by these black holes. No, when all of the black holes came together, the Tiger King could escape no longer and was suddenly devoured. Before dying, he miserably screamed one last time. Chapter 321. The battle begins. After his scream, the Tiger King disappeared just like that. Many people became astonished after seeing this. This was a 9 rings heavenly sovereign, yet he was killed by a fat worm. It was too unbelievable, and no one would believe such a thing if they were told. "Your grandmother, daring to oppose my young noble, what suicidal fools!" Little Autumn boldly shouted, then it immediately aimed his mud cannon towards the royal nobles and ancient saints from the Saint Country and Tiger's Howl School. Bang, 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 right afterward, Little Autumn shot out blast after blast. Once struck by his cannon, royal nobles and ancient saints would immediately disappear. This scene instilled a creepy sensation to all the spectators. This was even more frightening than dying due to a direct physical blow. Anywhere where Little Autumn pointed his cannon, the opponents would run around crazily like chickens with their heads cut off. They simply didn't dare to block his shots. Kill! Sikong Taotian also went mad from killing. The wooden puppets that looked exactly like him began their massacre. They possessed the same power as the controller. He was no less than any other devilish genius. At this moment, each of the wooden puppets were given several divine treasures, so one could only imagine their battle prowess. In just a short amount of time, the experts of the Saint Country and the Tiger's Howl School started to miserably scream as they fell one after another. In just a flash, the sky was filled with a bloody rain that was amplified by shrill bellows across the plains. Little Autumn and Seacombe Tautian, alone, took care of the several thousand experts from the two powers. Li Chia essentially didn't do anything at all, he simply stood there and calmly observed. This scene caused everyone to turn pale as they held their breaths. This was a bit too heaven-defying. At this moment, the people present understood why Li Chia dared to challenge the two powers. This guy already had an ace card up his sleeve. Humph. Amidst the bloody battle, in the highest reaches of the sky, an incomparable gaze that was hidden inside an invisible fog, eluding all eyes, appeared as if a prehistoric beast was awakening. In the depths of this mysterious place, a towering despotic air drowned the surroundings. Don't, this is not the time. Right when this person wanted to take action, another emotionless voice appeared in this hiding place. This brat is pushing us too far. The old undying that wanted to take action had a hard time swallowing this anger. There will be someone else to take care of him. Our time has yet to come. Keep on watching the Heavenly Tao Academy's land as it continues to split. Be patient a bit more, they will not be able to hold on much longer. Compared to the timeless Emperor foundation of the Academy, a few several thousand disciples are nothing. The cold voice resounded again in the darkness. Finally, the eager old undying managed to calm down and closed his brilliant eyes. In the middle of the battlefield, Li Chia stared towards the horizon and couldn't help but smirk. A few people truly had a very good tolerance, and he wanted to see just how much longer they could endure. Li Chia, do you want to kill until nobody remains? At this time, a steady and strong voice appeared. Utilizing his blazing divine light, the speaker joined the battlefield with one step and left it with another step. The one who appeared was Zhu Huangwu. His divine light protected his body like wise sages protecting their treasure. This brilliance extended for 10,000 miles, giving him an unbeatable presence. The natural stone bone on his forehead that was as smooth as jade enhanced his charm even more. Li Chia slowly looked at him with one eye and said, "You got something to say? Whether I show mercy or not is my business, not yours. The Heavenly Tao Academy is a place for learning, not a place where evil rampages." Zhu Huangwu calmly and powerfully enunciated each word. Today, you massacred several thousand cultivators. This is you wanting to stain the academy with blood. An evil like you should be eliminated. Even the academy cannot protect a barbarian like you, or they would be going against justice. Many people disagreed with Zhu Huangwu's rhetoric. Which cultivators' hands were not stained with blood? This was a world where the weak were the prey for the strong, and this was the natural order of things. Killing happened every day in the eastern 100 cities. Everyone also knew about the long-standing grievance between Li Chia and the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom because Li Chia killed Gui Fushu. As his marshal senior, it was understandable that Zhu Huangwu wanted revenge. Li Chia then smiled in response, "If I feel like killing someone, then I'll kill them. What does it have to do with the academy? Let's take a step back and assume that even if the academy chooses to protect me, then what? What does it have to do with you?" Li Chia's words left many people secretly shaking their heads. These words were not wise because it was common knowledge that, right now, the academy was having a hard time taking care of itself, yet he was diverging even more attention to the academy. It was impossible for the academy to protect him at this moment. Maybe he would even be expelled. It sounds like you are very confident. Do you really think that because the academy is protecting you, you can do whatever you want and perpetrate violence? At this time, a different speaker came along and continued on, allowing such a villain to commit atrocious deeds. The academy needs to give everyone an explanation. The speaker was none other than Heavenly Prince Qing Xian, who was shrouded in a mysterious, azure radiance. However, his deep eyes were quite terrifying. It was as if they were capable of stealing the souls of others. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian also stepped forward to descend into the battlefield, suddenly causing the atmosphere to become quite eerie. The spectators couldn't help but to glance at those next to them. Zhu Huangwu represented the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom, and the Heavenly Prince represented the Azure Mysterious Ancient Kingdom. These two were both one sect, two emperor lineages with unfathomable resources. How many people would actually dare to provoke ancient kingdoms with two emperors? Especially when the two joined forces, this had a completely different implication. In the entire mortal emperor world, the alliance of two ancient kingdoms could shake everyone with fear. Such a monstrous alliance could sweep through this entire world. Yes, this evil cannot be left untouched. If we let him go, then he will absolutely cause harm to the Eastern 100 cities. When that time comes, how many innocent people would suffer? The Academy will not allow such an evil wretch to exist. At this time, a prince from an Eastern 100 cities country also shouted. Disciples from the other powers also added, the Academy should destroy this person. They definitely cannot protect him. Please give everyone an explanation. Others in the crowd echoed this sentiment. This is how it should be. The Academy must immediately suppress such a murderer. Suddenly, many people were stirred up and demanded for the Academy to take action. The more wily and experienced cultivators smelled something strange in the air, while some devilish geniuses who knew the inside stories had quickened heartbeats. The winds suddenly changed. Although it seemed that there was a demand to punish Li Qia on the outside, it was actually pointed at the Academy. Those not privy to certain information, especially the humble Grand Era students, were incensed from the injustice. One of them couldn't help but say, only your grand sects and countries are allowed to kill people and others are not allowed to protect themselves. For these students, Li Qia was the pride of the Grand Era Hall and themselves. Naturally, they wanted to see him soar higher and higher. What? Could it be that you are on the same side as this madman, Li Qia? Committing murder everywhere, massacring the innocent, someone like this deserves to be hunted down by all. Could it be that you also want to become enemies with the rest of the world like Li Qia? To be hated by the rest of the world? To the side, a Grand Sect's disciple glanced at this discontent student and coldly spoke. This Grand Era disciple's expression greatly changed with rage. This Grand Sect's disciple blatantly threatened him. He was enraged to the point of shivering. Pfuff. However, the moment this Grand Sect's disciple finished his words, a huge palm descended down. After a scream, this disciple was killed without a chance to defend himself. Become enemies with the world? Li Qia was the killer. He glared and then sneered, who dares to oppose me? I shall annihilate them. Grand sects, so what? And what if the Academy protects me? Your father is standing right here, those who are unconvinced can come right now. I will challenge the world to see if all of you are actually so extraordinary. These despotic words filled the sky, causing the blood of the listeners to boil. Many Grand Era students immediately applauded and shouted, brotherly, kill them all. Only the great powers are allowed to kill us? Where is the heaven's justice in this? To them, their fists represent justice, so we have to play by the same rule. Many of them could endure no longer and their solidarity started to show, yes. Brotherly, use your fists to crush them. Bah, what is so innocent about them? Little brother, try your best, defeat the grand sects and ancient kingdoms. Many girls started to scream cheers for Li Qia, especially Qi Xiaodia's group of sisters. A Grand Era female student was even more bold and excitedly urged, little brotherly, kill the great powers, then I will warm your bed tonight. Brotherly, did you hear that? Defeat them and make us proud, we all support you. Even a sister wants to warm your bed tonight. In just a short period of time, all the Grand Era students were shouting and clamoring. The situation suddenly became chaotic. A few predecessors were quite smart and didn't want to become involved in this. The young cultivators suddenly became divided into two camps. The students from the great powers were on one side while the more average disciples banded together, setting a new precedence to support Li Qia. At this time, Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian both snorted. So? Not convinced? Li Qie glanced at them and said without a care in the world. Chapter 322, Sweeping Through. Even if the Academy wants to protect you, all the sects in the Eastern 100 cities will not allow for a villain like you to rampage unchecked. Today, I will eradicate the evil that is you in the Academy's stead. The divine brilliance around Zhu Huangwu intensified around his head. He seemed to be a child of the heaven, creating a suppressive sacred aura. Meanwhile, the great battle ended and Little Autumn, along with Sicom Taotian, had killed the majority of the army despite the cries of anguish. Not many royal nobles and ancient saints were able to escape. Bah, who do you think you are? I will take care of you. Little Autumn came back to help Li Qie and angrily said. Let me. Li Qie slightly shook his head, then he looked at Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian before calmly saying, Since you all want to take action under the guise of justice, then I want to see your great power's so-called justice. Today, I will personally erase this sense of justice. Both of you can come together, I shall tear you apart. Ancient kingdom? One sect, two emperors? They are nothing in my eyes. Such a big tone. Zhu Huangwu's expression changed from being angered by Li Qie. In the Eastern 100 cities, outside of Mei Suyao, who could oppose him? Brother Huangwu, if he wants to die a naive death, then we'll lend him a hand. Heavenly Prince Qing Xian took a step forward and slowly said. The Heavenly Prince had seen Li Qie's fiend-like actions before, so when Li Qie wanted to take both of them on alone, he was happy to satisfy him. Come together, I will quickly take care of you. Then, I can take care of bigger matters. Li Qie freely smiled and said. Truly insane. Many people shook their heads after hearing Li Qie's declaration. Amongst the older cultivators, including the neutral ones, they all gently shook their heads and said, This is underestimating the enemy too much. The youths these days are too hot-headed. Zhu Huangwu isn't someone that Boss Xia and who you could compare to. Even the Grand Era students who supported Li Qie became alarmed. They also felt that he was too confident by taking on the two by himself alone. These were princes of ancient kingdoms, and both of them had the supreme arts of two emperors. If it was one-on-one, then the students had faith in him, but 1 versus 2 made them very worried. Senior Li can definitely do it. Some of them cheered for Li Qie, but it was also to motivate themselves since their hearts were not assured. Does he really think that he is unbeatable amongst the younger generation just by defeating Hu Yu and Ba Xia? He actually dares to fight 2 heavenly princes by himself. I'm afraid he will not know how he is about to die. The disciples of the great powers in the same camp as Zhu Huangwu coldly sneered. In their eyes, Li Qie was suicidal for wanting to fight 1 versus 2. In a brief moment, the atmosphere was strained to the extreme. A knowledgeable ancient saint softly sighed and lamented, being overly rigid is easy to break. Li Qie is definitely extraordinary, but he picked the wrong opponent. Zhu Huangwu brought along an immortal emperor's life treasure. Immortal emperor's life treasure. Upon hearing this, those next to this ancient saint couldn't help but become startled. An immortal emperor's life treasure was absolutely an item that could render others breathless. Suppress. At this very second, Heavenly Prince Qing Xian and Zhu Huangwu both opened their fate palaces and revealed their true fates. Their Tao foundations exuded frightening emperor's powers as if an immortal emperor was about to appear from within. After feeling their Tao foundations, everyone became aghast. An immortal emperor's fate law. Using an immortal emperor's fate law to create a Tao foundation was a privilege reserved to immortal emperor lineages. At this point, the Heavenly Prince and Zhu Huangwu were completely different. Although they both used an emperor law, their styles were very distinct. Zhu Huangwu's body was covered in a blinding divine light. It was as if he was the light itself. With his extreme speed, it was as if even time would decay in his palm. On the other hand, Heavenly Prince Qing Xian was wrapped in an azure radiance. When he took action, an azure fog enveloped the world. Inside this azure fog, a scene of a true dragon being born appeared. It ferociously roared and shattered the heaven and earth. A surging emperor's breath appeared as if an immortal emperor was arriving while riding the beast, trampling on all things and forcing even the gods to submit in prostration. The two exuded the style of young immortal emperors with their far-reaching auras, instilling fear and deference to all spectators. Even Li Qia's supporters lost their colors. An emperor's power was something that could not be resisted because everyone in the world knew that immortal emperors were invincible throughout the ages. Only these two trivial emperor laws are insufficient. Facing the pressure from two emperor laws, Li Qia boldly laughed and said. At this time, he unleashed his 1,000 hands as 3,000 small worlds were created in each of his palms. At this time, the 9 worlds rose right behind Li Qia. Gathering the protection of all the living creatures in the 9 worlds, it was as if the essence of the 9 worlds heaven and earth was channeled into Li Qia's body, and he could use their power as he pleased. Boom! After a deafening explosion, the sky shattered. Li Qia alone blocked the attack from Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian. The remnant emperor's power swept through and destroyed the surrounding area. Scram! Li Qia laughed and exclaimed. He swatted down his 1,000 hands. In just the blink of an eye, it was as if all 3,000 small worlds were instantly annihilated, and then came the suppressive force of the 9 worlds, majestic and boundless. Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian both became startled. In a flash, they both put on immortal armor and protected their bodies with many different laws in order to repel Li Qia's offense. At this second, they looked like true gods that were capable of stopping the sky. Bang! After another loud explosion, a myriad of worlds was destroyed and the sky shattered. In just a second, thousands of miles of the sky was broken into pieces like shattered glass, resulting in an extremely spectacular scene. The prince and Zhu Huangwu were struck by the annihilating strike from the 3,000 small worlds, so they were shot flying away as they uncontrollably spun in the air. However, it had to be said that they were quite powerful, for they were able to withstand this attack. Impossible. This occurrence shocked everyone, especially the disciples from the great powers. They felt as if their chests were just ruthlessly smashed by a hammer. Many enlightened beings and ancient saints from the last generation of the great powers couldn't believe their eyes. How could this be? Li Qia is clearly only a royal noble. A very old demon monarch gently sighed and said, "This is the monstrous characteristic of an immortal physique. Once one reaches minor completion, a wave of one's hand would have a divine power capable of destroying heaven and earth." Even though they could not activate the inner physique, the body itself would have been successfully tempered with a frightening divine trait. If a saint physique was 100 times, or 1,000 times stronger than a common physique, then one could say that an immortal physique was 100 times stronger than a saint physique, or maybe even more. He cultivates the hell-suppressing godly physique. This is the heaviest one amongst the 12. His physique had been recast, and even without using its inner physique, one strike with pure strength alone has the power of 10 million pounds. Reaching minor completion at such a young age. This is still rare throughout history. Even if he is only a royal noble, he could still easily shake ancient saints. The demon monarch lamented and was very envious of Li Qia. And not only him, many others were envious of Li Qia as well. Who on this earth didn't want to cultivate an immortal physique law? Who didn't want to have one? However, they were rarer than emperor laws and even more difficult to cultivate. Zhu Huangwu and the Heavenly Prince couldn't cultivate an immortal physique even though they came from ancient kingdoms. Although there were rumors that these ancient kingdoms also had immortal physique laws, there was no news of someone successfully cultivating them. This meant that even though the ancient kingdom possessed these laws, they were incomplete. After seeing Li Qia obtaining the upper hand with his 1,000 hands, someone was curious and asked, "I know about the hell-suppressing godly physique, but what is Li Qia's technique?" Such a technique was no weaker than emperor laws. In fact, the 1,000 hands against the 9 worlds was not only on par with emperor laws, it was the defining technique of the myriad images true God. Only heaven's will secret laws could compare to it, and ordinary emperor laws simply could not be a match. Ordinary emperor laws won't do. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, then he leisurely said, "Let me see your heavens will secret laws." Zhu Huangwu and Heavenly Prince Qing Xian looked at each other, then they finally released their life wheels. Boom! After a thunderous explosion, waves of blood filled the sky as blood energies rained down. At this moment, the two of them were awakened dragons. Their blood energies were strong and domineering, majestically increasing to an infinite volume like waves striking the shore, alerting the stars in the sky. Amongst the raging, bloody storm, even the stars started to fall down. It is nice to be young. An old undying hiding in the darkness couldn't help but exclaim with admiration. It could be said that their blood energies were far from being as strong as a heavenly sovereign or a heavenly king, but they were like the still rising sun while already being comparable to the sun at the high noon. One could only imagine how powerful their blood energies would be once they reached their middle ages. At this time, their life wheels appeared right behind their heads as if they were carrying two worlds. Like an ocean, their blood energies raised their life wheels. The inside contained longevity blood that was tempered by an immeasurable amount of energy that flowed like a river. One drop longevity blood gave 10,000 years of life. This single drop of longevity blood seemed to be tempered by 10,000 drops of blood energy. Other people saw an illusion of there were coiling dragons resting inside their life wheels. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.